International declared Israel to be an apartheid regime.
Don't fucking stop me while I'm cooking, you baboon in a suit! The chef is in! About to give you a fucking Chelsea green, you donkey! Donkey!
Listen to what I'm saying. will understand, perhaps, what I'm trying to imply.
Patronizing.
Yeah, I am being patronizing. I don't know who the fuck you are, and you're over here chirping all the way from fucking London about you want to fucking free Palestine, but also simultaneously you're talking about how both sides are fucking fine. Shut the fuck up. You don't know anything, okay? Who the fuck is this pink-haired twink? Dissolve the apartheid
So what would you like to
Allow
see happen,
Palestinians.
Hasan?
Do you not understand the English language?
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, fantastic afternoon, fantastic pre-noon, fantastic morning. Where no matter where you are in the world, I'm Hasan Piker, and this is the HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, not sunny, gloomy California, Los Angeles. Folks, we're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one, because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is Tuesday. I'm live. I'm Piker. Oh my God, what am I doing right now? Hold on. I'm live. I'm alive, and I hope everyone's having a wonderful one. Where do I put this? Did I even have this in here before? I guess I did. Okay. I got the diapies on. Yeah, I got the arm diapies. I hope everyone's having a fantastic one, though, folks. Folks. What the fuck are you wearing? You looking like a Street Fighter character? Yeah, we're going to talk about it. My wrists are cooked right now on the left hand. Okay, listen, I'm going to dive right into it, okay? I'm going to dive right into it. This is part of the broadcast where I tell you a little bit about my personal news about what's going on, okay, in the world of HasanAbi Piker, okay? So, first and foremost, you might be noticing certain things on the stream. You're like, what the fuck are you wearing on your arms? I ordered these two different wrist wraps. One, I microwaved this one, and this one I left in the freezer. So I'm doing heat and cold press, basically. I'm doing both at the same time. So like what I'm doing is I'm gonna swap them around throughout the day. Okay, I'm basically going to swap them around throughout the day because my wrists are still inflamed. If yesterday was a 10, today we're at a 7. So that's good. You know what I mean? We went from a 10 to a 7. This is not himbo science at all. Okay, this is not himbo science at all. Don't give me that bullshit. But yeah, this is part of the broadcast where I tell you a little bit about my personal news about what's going on in the world of HasanAbi Piker. And what is happening is just like I'm spending every waking moment. I ended the broadcast yesterday early. I was tired. Ended the broadcast early, basically laid down on the couch, watched young Midoriya go through his own tumultuous journey, trying to fucking figure out how to make sure that he can use One for All without burning up his body. You know what I mean? I see a lot of parallels between me and young Midoriya. I too am also the type of dude who didn't have any quirks, any powers growing up. You know what I mean? My power was the genius of hard work. That's who I was. I worked hard. And sometimes that hard work can come back and fuck you over. You know, maybe you unlock a potential. You unlock a power deep inside of you that fucks your wrists up because you shot too much. Yeah. Call me Deku the way I'm fucking stepping up to these white boys. Okay. So in any case, I've been icing. I've been icing my wrists. I've been watching young Midoriya. And I've also been, that's it. I've been Epsom salting. I tubbed it up last night. Any risk of permanent damage? Hopefully not. I think honestly, it's probably just like really, really inflamed tendons. Like they're very what do you call it? They're fat. What is it called when they get fat? Swollen, inflamed. Yeah, they're swollen. But basically, what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to basically copy paste fucking what it would be like if I was going from an ice bath to a hot bath. I'm trying to stimulate that on my arms. Fap Top is on a permanent hiatus. No, it's not. Bad shooting form? I don't think it's bad shooting form. When is the funeral for your wrist? It's not dead yet. It's not dead yet. And let me tell you why it's not dead yet. Yesterday, I was in a lot more pain. Today, I'm in a lot less pain. So there you go. Like I said, it went from a 10 on the pain scale. If it went from a 10 where I couldn't even open fucking bottles and go, ah, every now and then, like a cutting pain every now and then, because I like randomly manipulated my wrists in a way that they didn't want to be in. Today, the pain is at like a 6 or a 7. So I don't think it's that bad. I'm a kinesiologist. If in 2 weeks you still have pain, go to the doctor, see if you have damage. Yeah, I think it's just like, I think it'll go away. I think it was just like super inflamed. I hope. I'm just telling myself that, you know, the power of Christ compels me. The power of my mind is going to save me. As a self-proclaimed gooner, how are you holding up? I'm fine. I actually was able to crank one and I didn't have any issues at all. I mean, there was a little bit of an issue towards the end when you get a little too passionate, but that's it. So I don't have an issue with that either. I did the classic bathtub, then down a little bit of NyQuil and then goon it, you know, go against the NyQuil, try to see who wins. You know what I mean? Do I win? Does the crank win out or does the NyQuil win out? But then afterwards it's over. If you're able to nut while you're on NyQuil, it's so Jover. It's not even a fucking question. It's like you're super done after that. 2 winks and a nod, you know, you're out. Anyway, so I was popping off with that. There you go. A little bit of personal news shared with you. That's called boy dinner. Yeah. Modern science versus the will of a gooner. Yeah. So in any case, I did that. Went to sleep at like 10:30, woke up super early at like 6, went back to sleep. I've been sleeping a lot more these past couple of days. Went back to sleep. Phenomenal state of affairs. Woke up, went to the park, took Kai to the dog park, or just the park, made her run around, had a bunch of fucking calls, had big business deals, talked to the Ezra Klein people at the New York Times, used the term cumsock in a New York Times interview. So there you go. I might be doing something with Ezra Klein. So that's cool, I think. I did. Not a poop sock. Are you gonna cover the Hezbollah attacks? No, man, I'm not gonna cover it. Like, what do you mean? What do you think? Bro has fucking been in here literally at 12:09. Chat no Batman today. Hello, are you gonna cover Hezbollah attacks? Are you cover Hezbollah attacks? Are you going to cover Hezbollah attacks? Are you gonna cover Hezbollah attacks? Just hold the fuck on, bro. Hold the goddamn phone, okay? They'll keep attacking. Don't worry. Okay? Don't let Hasan see this. He's gonna get extreme FOMO. No, I already know what this is, and it fucking hurts my soul a little bit. Okay, it's like, it's one of those like, why couldn't it be me moments? Okay, I know. How's the money raised for the Gaza fundraiser? What do you mean? How's the money raised? Anyway, so 600K live watched it. Yeah, I know. My fucking normie friends were reaching out to me. My normie friends were reaching out to me being like, damn, bro, that dude Kai Cenat is like a fucking powerhouse. Like, what is happening? He's got like 600,000 people watching him. And to which I responded with, yeah, I will never know what that's like. I will never have the 700,000. That's crazy. I will never have the nod of mainstream media and have like mainstream media content creators link up with me and like do shit on my stream. That's never gonna happen. Hey, you got 500K with AOC, didn't you? I mean, that was a total of like all of our collective streams. You know what I mean? Yeah, he hit fucking 672,000 at his peak. That's crazy. And his users to viewer ratio was 64%. So it's not like it's like all of his fans were watching. Just say Tiltify is how you raised it. So aggro. It's on Tiltify. Fundraising was done through Tiltify chat. Yeah, I don't know what the fuck that guy was asking. There were weirdos on other people's streams telling us where Kai's stream was at. Yeah, that's like that's a normal thing that happens. It's kind of annoying, but that's just a part of the platform. Twitch is all about FOMO. Twitch is all about like being in the now. Anyway, we'll talk about Cenat in a second. We'll get to all of that. We'll get to all of that for sure. We'll get to that. What is this? Hold on, let me put this here. Your peak viewers were 226,974 viewers on Elections Day 2020. No, I think my peak was January 6th. Nick Merck done it again. Nick Merck done did it again. Oh, hell yeah, dude. My fucking goat, dude. My fucking goat. Did you watch the AOC interview with the Zionist ladies? No, because I'm not on Twitter and I don't give a shit. I don't know why you guys think like I would be following all of the latest, like as far as things happening surrounding Israel goes, okay, things that what Israel is doing in Gaza, who AOC's talking to is literally, I can't even begin to explain to you how low that is on my realm of interest. Okay, and the same goes for motherfucking Bernie Sanders too. Bro, I mean, look, all the criticism levied are valid, and I just think it's cause for concern. What criticism levied against what? What are we? This is your first fucking statement. Like, I have no idea what's going on. And this guy already, Narconis, 42-month subscriber, came in just to say that. And I don't even know I don't know if this is a response to Cenat. I don't know if it's AOC response. Like, what is happening? I don't know if it's because I said fucking Nick Merckx is my goat for saying trans people don't exist. Like, what are we talking about here? I don't know. Okay? I don't know. Regardless, though, personal news-wise, like I said, I played a little bit of ball this morning. What? You are a hippie, and I hope your Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube gets banned for spreading bad things. Also, you made my sister a hippie and dependent on government for everything. Oh, that's sick. Are you 70 years old? How old is this man? This hippie turned my sister into a hippie. This guy's a champagne socialist. Why do people listen to him? Answer me, bud. Hasan, you have never, ever donated money from your pocket, and you are expecting others to fund. Also, I am from India. I know what terrorism has done, what Islam did to the nation. Answer this, Hasan. You turned good, independent people into protesters who want the government to wipe their butts. I hope that Twitch bans you, and I hope you get ratioed and canceled. I am putting a permanent defense shield over this chatter. None of the mods are allowed to touch this chatter. This is now my most cherished possession. This is an old Indian man, okay, who's using terminology like hippie and government dependence, talking like a 1960s conservative. None of the mods banned this man, okay? This is now my most valuable. I am 15. Oh my God, it's getting even funnier. Okay. He is speaking like a 1960s conservative as a 15-year-old from India. We are not banning this person, okay? We are not. Thank you for being here, Faceted Space, okay? You are welcome in this community. Wow. Yeah, the spirit of William F. Buckley lives on, dude. There have been some Hindutva nationalist weirdos making 800 accounts a week to harass anyone remotely related to you on the platform. Wait, really? There have been some Hindutva nationalist weirdos. Wait. Oh, that's so sick. Wait, why aren't they in here? Dude, harass me, man. What the fuck? Don't come after my friends. Harass me instead, please. One of them called me white boy. I am. What? Jon Stewart smashes the myth of corporate morality and pride, BLM, and more. Okay. Dude, I love that. I'm be honest, like, I personally love hogs of different varieties and different backgrounds. You know what I mean? It's like, as a hog collector, for those of you who played the Yakuza video game, bro stated his caste. That's what I'm talking about, baby. I am Brahmin, and this guy needs to stop. That's so sick. Imagine thinking, dude, Indian racists are so funny because they don't realize that, like, outside of India, like, there is, bud, my father got a private job and has a good salary. Okay. Outside of India, like, when you say I am Brahmin, most people are just gonna be like, I don't care. I'm gonna be racist to you in the exact same way that I would be racist to any other brown person. You know what I mean? But, like, he has no way of comprehending that. Like, he literally personally thinks, like, this shit is gonna bang in the chat. Right? Like, people are gonna be like, wow, you're upper caste. That's so sick, dude. This is why I love it. This is why I love this shit. This is why I personally love, like, hogs of different seasonings. You know what I mean? I'm scared. Brahmin got the best gear. Yeah, dude, watch out, bro. Hasan, I don't know if you know this, but Brahmin's been working with Cambridge Analytica. Okay, I have it on good authority that the Brahmin cast is working with Cambridge Analytica. You better fucking watch your back. Anyway, chatter, you're awesome. DQMMQD, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Don't you think it's obvious he's trolling? No. In any case, I don't really have much else going on in my life other than the fact that I am actively in recovery. I've been talking to Bradley Martin, my GOAT, my king, my legend, as much as I possibly can. Trying to see what the best methods and tactics are in order to fucking get rid of this pain. Might even go to zoo culture. What happened to you? It's nothing. Bradley Martin slapped a child. Yeah, he did. But it was valid. Won't you need surgery? No, dude. What the fuck is wrong with you guys? Yeah, I need to get my shit healed up so I can start slapping broccoli haircut zoomers as quickly and with the same level of force that Bradley brings to the table. That's the major reason as to why I want to heal immediately. I want to heal pronto, you know? Anyway, we got Respected sir, I am telling you, you need to stop. You should be banned. I too love landlords. I can't tell if this guy is memeing or if he's like being serious. Anyway, let's continue. You got any stretches to help maintain elasticity? All right, let's blast off. Let's fucking get it twisted. Let's keep the ball rolling. There's a lot to talk about today. There's a lot going on in the world, okay? UCLA had another encampment. Cenat Marxism was on the ground. They were being real violent and ruthless once again, probably not getting a lot of media coverage. We'll talk about that. UAW investigation. UCLA encampment got brutalized. Hunter Biden might go to jail. In parentheses, we will defend him. And gaming today, Mr. Broadcaster? I am not sure if there will be gaming today. Nick Merckx. I'll just say gamers are being based again. Will you cover closer towards SDF concentration camps for ISIS supporters? This is insane. Probably not. Philly D got you in a thumbo again? I know, I already saw it. You guys did Bradley wrong on this Fear and TikTok? Oh no, bro. They fucking... Oh no, what is this?
Damn, actually. Damn, actually. Shit.
The dog shit out of him. Bro, slapped him so fucking hard, all of his items fell.
I'm gonna tell you guys something right now. If a guy's got thinning hair, you do not take his hat.
Yeah.
That is a sacred bond.
No, it is. This is the gorilla's cage, okay? You cannot go into the fucking cage and disrupt Harambe. True.
My buddy made this cold brew, and I'm gonna try it, by the way. Rolling Stone, your PC is made by a capitalist? Yeah, I know. Well, not really. It's made by workers at the end of the day. If the capitalist wasn't involved in the process, the PC would still get made. You know what I mean? Workers made that shit, not the bosses. The bosses ain't sitting around the fucking assembly line. The bosses ain't in the fucking... The bosses ain't in the mines, okay, in the Congo. Trying to pick at conflict minerals. You know what I mean? You're not even matching your wristbands with a fish shaking my head. Except, wasn't your PC made by Linus, who is the boss? No, this is not the Linus PC, but it doesn't matter. That PC and all of its materials were still obviously made by workers. Workers made this, okay? UAW investigation. UCLA encampment got 3 brutalized. Hunter Biden might go to jail. We will defend him. Gamers are being based again. Transphobic. Newest N-word drama. Yeah. I saw that. Saying the N-word again. Doubled down. I'm a natural healer and could probably heal you with just a touch. Reading this comment is fine too. You are now healed. You're welcome. Thank you.
You may have seen.
Did you see this new unhinged Zionist? Yeah, we'll look at it. Oh, the Zionists telling Jewish people that they're not real Jews. What else is new? I mean, that's like pretty classic shit. Bro, I'm not, I don't know if this is like placebo effect, but like this fucking cold, this like swapping from cold to fucking warm pad is like actually making me feel better. I'm not even kidding. I'm an anti-healer and I can unheal you with a chut. No, I didn't read it. I didn't read the whole thing. No, that chatter unhealed me. No, quick, witches, hex him. Hex his ass. No, Twitch unban Sneeko. Yeah, what the fuck is that? I haven't even like paid attention to that shit. Wait, why'd you guys ban this guy? What the fuck? Is he still banned? I feel like he's unbanned. Lake McGroove banned him, but I'm gonna unban him. No, I don't ban him yet. If we free Palestine, we might get another 9/11. I am sensing that. I respect all gods, but the God which allows you to kill innocents is someone which I don't want to support. Karma for converting me 4 years ago on stream. Anyway, let's continue. All right, we'll get back to that fucking weirdo chatter in a second. I haven't even blasted off yet, god damn it. I banned him and then unbanned him. UAW investigation, UCLA Academy got 3 got brutalized. Hunter Biden might go to jail. We will defend him. Gamers are being based again. Transphobic. White people are defending, saying the N-word again. And more. Get in now. Does anyone have a blast off meme? Young Thug lawyer saga. Dude, Apex Twizzy, I'm gonna fucking laser you if you keep this shit. Did you cover the Apple event? No. Apple AI and more. Sure, we'll do Apple AI as well. Do we have a fucking blast off meme or not? Nico Omalana is... Oh, shit. Hold on. Here, that's a good blast off meme. Thank you, Bomb Lefts, for saving the fucking day. All right, boom. We blasted off. Let the people know. Nico Omalana for UK Prime Minister. I'm putting my entire... Remember, 15 minutes off, 15-minute off with heat or cold compress. That's what I've been doing. I've been fucking swapping them around. There's a lot to talk about today, folks, and we're going to get to all of it. Let's go. Let's fucking blast off. Let the people know. As probably your only ultra endurance athlete, I humbly offer my coaching services for your next 1K bucket challenge. I'm not doing that. The clip of D getting yelled at by an Israeli made it to the top public freakout, and it's wonderful seeing the wider Reddit community clowning on him in the comments. That's awesome. Neo Hasan talks? What the fuck is this?
No, I don't even know why she would say that.
What is this? What? Me when my friend tells Hasan I stole his underwear and socks while he wasn't looking?
No, I don't even know why she would say that.
What the fuck? I don't even understand what I guess the girl who bought his auctioned used socks, it wasn't me, I swear. Thank you, Themasius, for the fat playlist. Tim Pool's hairline, thank you for the 5 community gifted subs. Okay. What is this? Ladies' pleasure? HasanAbi sensual experience? Oh my God. This has 130,000 likes. Dude, what is happening, dude? The ThirstToks are popping off, dude. He can't keep getting away with this. No. Twitchgasm.
Let me out of here.
No.
She's trapped.
This is 169,000 likes.
She's being held against her will.
I gotta go get ready.
No. You're the TikTok white boy of the month. Thank you. Are you still coming to Constanta to fight that guy? What? Constanta? Your haters going to fucking malt so much, getting lusted after? New ThirstTok. I like that this ThirstTok is from Kirby is turned into her turning it into ThirstTok for herself. Me and my partner getting a dog. What did you focus on when you raised your dog? Socialize your dog well early on, okay, and you know, develop good habits early on. But yeah, socialize your dog with people of all backgrounds. I'm not even being funny when I say this. Like, make sure that your dog, if you're white, make sure your dog is not just only around white people, so you don't have a racist dog, because that is a real thing that happens with dogs. Okay? Like, socialize your dog with people and socialize your dog with socialize your dog with people, socialize your dog with other dogs. You know what I'm saying? My dog is reverse racist. He grew up in Bed-Stuy. Cats are never racist. Fact. Yeah, cats are indiscriminately aggro towards everyone. So I guess they're just like mean to every single person. Oh, fuck. Yeah, we'll talk about the Kai Cenat stuff too. Our boy took... I've the what? One Piece sphere hits different at night. Wait, One Piece has taken over the sphere? Oh shit. That's fire. That's sick. That is sick as hell, bro. That's what I'm talking about, dude. That's what I'm talking about. Druski's getting canceled. Yeah, I saw that clip. It's so funny. Guys, shut the fuck up. I know it's a Gear 5 spoiler, okay? I know. I'm online. There's no way for me not to see the Gear 5 spoiler, okay? There is like, it's, okay, listen. If you watch Jujutsu Kaisen and you only watch the anime, good luck. You're gonna get spoiled. And the same thing goes for anime watchers of all varieties, okay? Because the reality is, motherfuckers who watch the manga just turn it into their lives mission to literally spoil shit. Okay, that's how it is. You were spoiled in person for Gear 5. Yeah, like, I get it. It's okay. You know what I mean? It's fine. It's just a part of the... Like, dudes who read the manga are always going to fuck the bag up for those who don't. Okay? It's just how it is. Luffy is irrefutable proof that Anarch is clear. Yeah. You say Gear 5 in Japan, bro? You mean I saw Gear 5, right? Yeah, I did. It's fine. I have been spoiled already. It's all good. Druski getting canceled. You got to watch this clip before because people are asking what you are talking about now. Wait, what? Yeah, I know. I know he got canceled. Or not. He's not going to actually get canceled, I don't think. But yeah, he said something. It's pretty. It's one of those takes where it's like it was. I don't think it was like intentional and like with hatred. Here. Let's just watch. We'll start off with this one.
Oh shit.
Okay. Yeah, he just did that because he did it. Is that rice?
No.
See, all right, that was
why would the fuck?
That was a straight.
He said, is that rice? Okay. I assume they're doing like the one chip challenge or whatever. And Kai's friend from Taiwan, Ray, immediately dives into the ice cream to save his what remains of his tongue and his mouth, right? And he goes, is that rice? To be fair to him, right here, it does kind of look like rice.
Is that rice?
No.
It does kind of look like rice. But that's not the reason why. I mean, that shit does look like rice, okay? That's not the reason why he's being canceled, though. Okay, hold on. He's eating ice cream like one eats rice. It kind of looks like rice. He just dives into it in the same way that you would like chopstick rice, right? Or like the classic fucking noodle scoop, and that's fine. Okay, it looks like he's eating it like he's eating ramen, but that's not. It's not rice. It's ice cream. If he just stayed at that, it would have been. If he just stayed at that, that would have been fine. That's not the reason why he's getting canceled. He's not getting canceled anyway. He's just like, he just had a moment.
Is that rice?
No.
See, all right.
Kevin Hart immediately starts laughing when he said, is that rice?
Why would the fuck?
That was a strike. That was uncalled for.
He said, that's a strike. That was uncalled for. That was fucking, my bad.
Why the fuck would that be rice?
I shouldn't have said that was racist. See, I assumed it was rice. I didn't. Kevin, you don't think I'm racist, do you?
Druski, why the fuck would that be rice?
It looked like fucking rice. I thought it was white rice. That's what they fucking eat. I thought it was rice.
Yeah.
That's why people got mad. He goes, that's what they fucking eat. Oh no.
No, not that. No. I'm not saying
he caught himself. Dude, I'm doing a play-by-play on this. I'm sorry. This is like, it's so funny because it's like back to back to back. Okay. He goes, that's what they fucking eat. Catches himself and goes, oh my God.
You don't think I'm racist, do you?
Druski, why the fuck would that be rice?
It looked like fucking rice. I thought it was white rice. That's what they fucking eat. I thought it was rice.
Yeah, we're gonna just
No, not that. No. I'm not saying that.
Dude, it's so funny because it's like, I'm going to do a basketball analogy here, but like, imagine if you're, like what is happening in this situation is like if you're passing the ball to someone and mid-pass you realize that the person that you're passing the ball to is not on your team, okay? And you try to grab the ball back, but it's too late. You already pushed it out. Like the words came out of his mouth and he physically tried to pull the words back into his mouth. Like, look at him. When he goes, that's what they fucking eat. No. It's so funny.
Rice, Kevin, you don't think I'm racist, do you?
Druski, why the fuck would that be rice?
It looked like fucking rice. I thought it was white rice. That's what they fucking eat. I thought it was rice.
Yeah, we're gonna just
No, not that. No.
No, not that. No, that's what they fucking eat. Pause. No, not that.
I'm not saying that. I'm just saying it looked like fucking rice, did it not? Everybody can say it. That's bullshit. These guys are fucking idiots. It looked like rice, no? Guys, it looked like rice.
Oh, it's so good. It's so funny, bro. Ay, ay, ay. Yeah, it's like the Northern Lion. It's like the Northern Lion clip when he just like does the Nazi spray, like when he does the fucking spray, and then he realizes that when he hit the double fucking thunderbolts, he realizes what it looks like and starts trying to fix it, and he's like, no. To be honest, I don't think he should get canceled for this. Well, no, I don't think he's gonna get canceled anyway. I do think it's very funny though, because it's like, it's funny because it's like very, like he didn't mean it in like an obviously racist way. He just like fucking blurted it out and was like, I mean, it's not like I don't think it's like a bad thing. He's had funnier moments than this, that is like infinitely more seemingly malicious. Yeah, this is it. This is the clip. This is the classic clip.
I should have had him. I just like. Dan, it's you and me against the world.
Okay.
I killed one. One is like kind of right here by orange.
Corner,
He's just trying to spray over.
One.
He's trying to not look at it. He's running away from his problems.
Hold here.
Last one's right here. Oh wait, you gotta. Did you get? Oh, on you, on top of you.
All right, Ryan.
On down, drop down. I'm out of fucking.
Oh, it's so good. I love that clip, man. It's so fucking good. Druski LeBron clip is hilarious too.
It's cool, bro.
Yeah, I think this is like the reason why this was a 700K stream is because like you had like 3 different very funny individuals together with one another, obviously with like massive social presences, and they were working off super organic with one another. I mean, it's hilarious. It's like, dude, come on. It's fucking Druski is already hilarious. One of the funniest fucking dudes online. Kevin Hart is like, he's not my favorite comedian by any metric, but like, it doesn't matter. You know what I mean? He's still going to be infinitely funnier than the average content creator, and he works really well with everybody in the room. And Kai is pretty funny too. So it's just like, it literally is like an impromptu buddy comedy special almost for like 6 hours.
You right. Hold on. This is Brian, yo. Who? Brian. And LeBron James. Where the fuck you at? Oh, shit. Right now, I'm on live. That's LeBron James? That's Brian. I'm on live right now with.
Hey, bro, what up, nigga?
LeBron!
Oh my God. Even if Kevin Hart's stand-up isn't someone's fave, he absolutely undeniably is a funny person. I agree. Like, I've never been like a super big Kevin Hart fan at all, but I mean, he's hilarious.
Listen,
bro, when you start saying
LeBron, nigga.
When Bron starts saying nigga.
LeBron James.
That was also a unique moment because I don't think I've ever heard LeBron James say the N-word before.
Bro, what up, nigga?
LeBron! Listen,
bro, when you start saying
nigga.
When Bron starts saying nigga.
Druski's response. Because when did LeBron start saying the N-word?
LeBron James! Yo.
When Bron starts saying nigga.
I'm on live. I'm on a live stream. Yeah. So right now,
show him to
the world,
everybody.
Right now, the world knows. Also, the world heard what I just said. Well, they just heard you say.
Well, they don't know that you said nigga like that.
They didn't know you said nigga.
Yeah, they don't.
But you just said it. I said. Nah, none of the world heard you say nigga.
Just show them.
Nah, I would never do that.
Okay.
You said it though. I said it, but the world doesn't know that you said it when you started.
No, he definitely said it, y'all.
Nobody would ever do that.
Hey, Bron said nigga, y'all.
No.
Hey, LeBron, stay showing. Hey, Bron. Hey, I didn't know you said nigga like that. I thought you just be hoping.
LeBron James!
LeBron, bro.
That's the king, bro. He says whatever he wants to say.
Ah!
Everybody calm down.
LeBron be saying nigga.
Why does it matter if he says it? Well, bro, he has literally been a fucking generational talent since he was 17 years old. And as a consequence of that, he is incredibly marketable and probably made a deliberate decision. I've never heard him say it. Like, so he probably made a very deliberate decision not to ever say it in public with, like, I guess some exceptions.
That's cool. Hey, show Braun. Show Braun, bro. Hey, show Braun, bro. Show him. Hey, Braun be saying nigga, y'all. Hey, Braun be saying nigga, bro.
You know how many people they got on this live stream?
Show him. 700,000 people.
Braun.
Show
be saying nigga.
Show him.
Braun's crazy as fuck.
Hey, Braun, real nigga. Braun, a real nigga.
To the world. Just say hey to the world. Say hey.
Say nigga. Say nigga, Braun. Braun, say it again. Say nigga again.
What time you play?
Say nigga again. I just wanted to say it again.
I'm glazing.
Hey,
Game 3.
It's good, bro.
Game 3 is Wednesday. What time you
Who would have
game?
knew? Who would have knew? I'm glazing. That was it. No, you
Nah,
Be quiet. I'm asking him what time he playing.
Oh.
The finals. Let me ask him what time he going. What time you playing
When
on
you play?
Wednesday?
They haven't sent me the schedule yet. I'm gonna let you
Okay.
know.
Well, I gotta come. You know I'm gonna come
He's
fuck
playing?
with you. It's
He's
the finals,
playing?
baby. I got to see you get down.
Braun's playing?
He LeBron James. Of course he's in the finals.
I thought it.
Of course, I'm
Yes.
game 8.
No, I don't think.
Can I get tickets?
I'm gonna let you know when the schedule.
Hey, where the fuck you
I
at?
don't think he's.
You know where I'm at.
Yeah, you need, yeah, hang up now. Yeah, hang up.
Hey, I love it when me and my niggas be talking on the fucking phone. Hey, man, love you, boy.
I have edited LeBron footage for NBA documentaries before. LeBron rarely says it, and when he does, we cut it out per the NBA requesting us to do so. Yeah. Been a bronsexual my whole life. Heard him say it 100 times in my life on God. I think he said it once in a movie, right?
What?
We get it. You know LeBron, bro. Don't do us like that, dog.
Nah, that was LeBron.
Space Jam 2.
That's crazy. That's
Hey,
crazy.
nigga, call me.
Yeah, that's
Yo.
crazy, though.
He called me to say hey.
That was LeBron James. Like,
Yeah. You guys
LeBron be saying nigga, though.
LeBron James.
He didn't say nigga.
LeBron James.
I said nigga.
He said it in his barbershop pod. Like, listen, the whole point is he's very PG deliberately. He's very PG, and that's why it's like, I guess, a quote unquote big deal. Okay, as a Chicagoan, it's hard for me to admit that you're right about LeBron. Jordan can't match LeBron's top of the house ad breakaways. See, that's kind of fucked up because, like, it's a weak moment for me. I'm watching LeBron James. I'm just, vibing with the chat. There's a fun back and forth between me and the chat. We're just having fun, right? And like I'm injured. I'm I'm healing off of a wrist injury. And you just come in here and like exploit my weak moment. You know what I mean? Like that's not all right. You know what I mean? I feel like that's kind of uncalled for. That's kind of fucked up. Never fight uphill, me boys. Yeah, you just said, like, you just exploited one of my biggest weaknesses, which is like Hasan was right, and then also tie it to a LeBron James statement. I'm going to take that L and move on, but if you guys don't want to catch a L at the top of the hour, all you need to do is subscribe for $5 or for free. Okay? off topic, but you were so fucking hot. That's not off topic. That's always on topic. It got to the point that Druski blew a firework in the porta potty. Yeah, Kevin Hart brought in a porta potty to the Cenat household. Anyway, here's a 3-minute ad break now. Blow up the top of the hour ad break by subscribing for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime, like I said. What is this? Here's a 3-minute ad break now. All right, let's get back to it. Is this another ThirstTok? We got to dial it back a little bit. We're watching.
Out with Bradley Martin, who is 6'2", 260 pounds, 35, 135 pounds, 21.
Bro, 0 likes on your comment.
Started playing the payphone clip, which he must have seen recently because it's been massive and it's been blowing up.
What? Look at that, 0 likes. Look at you, fell off, dude. Nobody knows you. Oh shit, you're not on Gay Talk anymore. Look at you, washed up. They're like, is that political?
You know he put some oomph in that because he's mad that Gay Talk has been fucking thirsting after me. They drowned Kev OLN stream. What? Yeah, this is. I gotta stop having gays on the stream. That's my
guy.
I'm about to smack you harder than fucking Stable Ronaldo got smacked if you keep talking shit like this.
Could you imagine? Could you imagine?
Do 1 week of content on your TikTok without me featured prominently,
bro. We're on the same fucking podcast.
I'm just saying. He got mad. Okay?
We're on the same podcast.
Mr. fell off.
What am I supposed to do?
Mr. fell off. Reload the page.
Yo, guys, I just got finished.
Somebody asked if I would help Hasan if he got slapped like that.
I have 2 likes.
Look at the response.
Ain't you Austin's friend? Yeah, dude. I know. We're really hitting numbers on TikTok. Thanks, guys.
Hasan, you know you fuck with me all the time. You can't take this one time. I can't fuck with you just a little bit.
No, of course you can.
Come on, I'm just poking fun. I'm just being silly.
No, I know.
I'm gonna clip that shit, put it on my TikTok. All right?
Okay.
It's not gonna. Everybody knows it's not true. Okay.
No, it's fine.
Come on,
tickle. The funniest part is right after that clip ends, I say one of my haters is gonna clip this and post it, and they literally did. The next step is to break out the guns on Fear End so you can out thirst Austin on his podcast clips. He unfortunately has you on blast with the Fear End biceps. It's all good. Yeah. It's fine. It's just that people take it seriously on the drama subreddits is dumb. Yeah, because, dude. Anyway, weaponize autism in action. No, I don't want to watch that right now. Okay, listen. Let's watch this, and then we're going to move on to some serious news. Okay, hold on.
Fat people shit is flagrant.
I'm about to tip that shit over.
No, like, well, fat people fucking... Well, then you can't because it's going to fucking spill over before. I thought about it already. You can't come out here like nothing just happened.
Shit, my stomach fucked up. It's flushing. It's flushing, bro. It's flushing. It's good. Hey. It's flushing. It's good, dog.
What the fuck did you just do?
It's good,
Dude, there's fire coming out my fucking... What the fuck
It's good. It's good, bro.
What the fuck is this?
Dude,
Are you fucking dumb?
It's good, bro. Nigga, I just flushed the toilet. Hey, it's good. It's good. It's good. It's good. It's good. It's good, bro. Hey, it's good. It's good. It's good. It's good, bro. What the fuck? It's good. It's good, man. Hey. Chill, y'all. I just flushed it, bro. I told you my stomach fucked up, nigga.
We'll say this.
It's just, they're just fucking around, dude. They're just having fun. Kevin Hart got caught lacking and slept off, so they drowned him with water.
Wake up, Kevin! Wake up, Kevin! Wake up!
Palestine.
I feel old for him. Pretty sure that's torture. Kevin got revenge on Kai after that. It's crazy to just like sleep on camera. I personally think is wild.
Oh shit! Don't sleep. You sleep for 5 seconds, you're done. You sleep for 10 seconds, you're done. You sleep for 3 seconds, you're done.
Bro,
you sleep for 4 seconds, you're done.
That's the most insane thing I've ever seen. Who the fuck? There's no way he was actually sleeping, right? There's no way. Nobody fucking jumps up like that after getting...
Oh shit! Don't sleep. You sleep for 5 seconds, you're done. You sleep for 10 seconds, you're done. You sleep for 3 seconds, you're done.
Bro,
you sleep for 4 seconds, you're done. You sleep for 1 second. You're done. Instant replay it. Guys, we got an instant replay.
That's a top tier WWE sell. Yeah, he sold it. He sold it. He sold it. You have to go along with it. You know what I mean? It's the meta, but their physical comedy is unmatched.
Niggas be looking at me like I'm kinda weird. Niggas be thinking they running my city weird.
Nah, Kevin Hart cooked Rich Paul.
Man, cop face ass up out of here. I'm so sick of you. Your fucking horrible cop face. Get your goddamn pullover face ass up out of here.
Show the chat. Show the
Yeah,
chat.
get
Show
your
the chat.
Rich Paul got the face. Rich Paul got the face of a nigga that keep going. You know why I stopped you, don't you? Rich Paul got it. You know why I stopped you, don't you? Look at his face. You know why I stopped you. You know. Fuck you, Rich. Fuck you, Rich. Get your bad cop.
Is it weird for Kevin to be doing this, or is it mutually beneficial? Absolutely zero disrespect to Kai. Just shocked to see him doing multiple visits. No, it's beneficial. No, I think Kevin Hart, first of all, labels recognize the importance of someone like Kai Cenat in connecting with a massive fucking audience, because you're not just on stream with like hundreds of thousands of people. You literally end up having like unimaginable amounts of extra fucking content on TikTok. My entire For You page is flooded with these clips. Each of them have like 100K, 200K, 300K fucking likes. This is a phenomenal way to reach out to a younger audience, okay? Like, dude, I had normie friends reach out to me to be like, bro, this is crazy. Look at what the fuck's going on. So this is the perfect demonstration of a mutually beneficial relationship, okay? You watching it is like 100K eyeballs or more if you include industrial complexes. Yeah. Like, think about it this way. Like, we're watching it. Other people are going to be watching it. Like, there are so many people that are going to be watching this. So ultimately, this is huge for every party involved. It's good for the streaming space in general as well. I'm happy for it overall. Like, I hope that other content creators, also other celebrities, also see this as like a turning point for this style of content. I mean, dude, 700,000 viewers means Like it's usually 10x. 700,000. It has 20.6 million views on the VOD, but like here's how that works, okay? 700K concurrent viewers at any given moment, the way that like Nielsen metrics works, can range anywhere from 5x to 10x on television ratings. So it could be literally 7 million people technically watching on a TV rating. On a TV rating scale, 700,000 concurrent live viewers means 7 million people watched it. That is literally not just TV viewership, that is primetime TV viewership. Okay? Like that is incredible numbers for television. That is incredible numbers for television. That's like a top TV show. Okay? So maybe TV, but streams definitely anywhere close to 10x. No, I'm saying the way that Nielsen television ratings work, and there is no perfect way to calculate what live concurrent viewership on Twitch looks like on a real-time TV broadcast. The way that Nielsen TV ratings work, however, is that the way they calculate it is a little bit outdated, but the way they calculate it is by basically looking at like who's tuning in and out, right, over the course of an hour. And over the course of an hour, who's tuning in and out, or over the 30-minute block, who's tuning in and out at any given moment, for an hour of 700K live concurrent viewership is probably going to be anywhere ranging from 5x to 10x, as in almost 7 million viewers on TV metrics. This is not a new late night TV show. This is so much bigger than a late night TV show is what I'm trying to explain. Like the numbers that he pulled here, is much larger than the average television broadcast. Okay, this is a top 5 TV broadcast at that point. That is before you begin to factor in all of the additional watchers, the VOD, the clippers, TikToks, people reacting to it like myself. It's just not even a question. This is massive, massively beneficial. Now, Kai on his own can't reach those numbers, obviously, right? But neither would Kevin Hart. Especially with like this level of low bandwidth, just appearing somewhere, which is why I say this is perfectly mutually beneficial. Kai did 50K subs on the stream. He got 50K new subs. That's insane. He just on this one stream got more subs than I have overall. The previous king congratulates Kai.
I've been live for 8 minutes. I've had hundreds of people tell me my record's been broken. Right, guys? As of October 2023. First off, again,
this is old,
congratulations to Kai for beating my record. My record was like, what, 640? Something like that. As of October 2023, Twitch streamer Ibai Llanos, or Llanos, also known as Ibai, holds the record for most concurrent viewers on a Twitch stream with 3.44 million. He reached this record in September 2023 while live streaming his La Velada del Año 3 event, breaking his own record. So, almost there, guys. We both just have to get 3.5 million viewers. No record got broken last night, except for mine. And that's awesome, dude. I play fucking Fortnite in 2024.
Anyway. This was Ninja's take about last night's Kai stream. Okay, stop. Yeah, no, it's good, man. This is really good. The reason why this is really good is because Look, ABC's exclusive broadcast on the Boston Celtics' victory over the Dallas Mavericks on Sunday, June 9th was the most watched NBA Finals Game 2 in 5 years, according to the Fast Nationals from Nielsen. Game 2 averaged 12 million viewers in peak with 14 million viewers at 10 p.m. Eastern to make it the best since 2019. So more than half of the most viewed NBA Finals since 2019. Think about how massive that is. Think about how fucking massive that is. Completely anecdotal, but Kevin Hart's Instagram stats have seemingly been boosted because of the stream. Yeah, I mean, that's just like one aspect of it. I'm telling you, dude, it's like an incredibly beneficial, mutually beneficial thing. Obviously, as a content creator myself on this platform, you know, I hope that other content creators in my space also pay attention to this. Like, you know, other celebrities that are interested in some way, shape, or form in like addressing, I don't know, political issues or whatever will want to come on here or even shoot the shit, even if it's not political. So, you know, we'll see. When are you going to have someone big on stream? I mean, think about it this way. The last time I had someone big on stream was AOC, and we've spent the entire morning people yelling at me in my community because like AOC did a fucking anti-Semitism live stream. So I don't think we'll be having anyone big on stream anytime soon, because the unfortunate reality is that we are a very off-putting community, and we have there's a very off-putting sense of like purity in this space. So, you know, like, can you imagine any celebrity? Oh my God. Every celebrity, just like every normal human, has had like a moment in public where they've like committed a microaggression, which is one of the worst sins that you can ever fucking commit in the eyes of a lot of the Twitch watchers, especially in this community. And no matter how much I try to beat the normie into your brains, you can't help yourself. So you will always be hypercritical of anyone that comes in here. Last time I had like fucking Dave One on, people were shitting on Dave One while he was here. And he's like literally, I mean, he's a college professor, super woke, anti-Zionist for many, many years publicly. And people were still like saying, you're not sufficiently anti-Zionist. You're not sufficiently critical of Israel. It's like, come on, bro. Why are you platforming this guy? Because I did talk to the New York Times about this earlier today, actually. The unfortunate reality of the matter is a lot of people on the left think that like being really fucking annoying and being hypercritical about every single thing is like the best possible way to show your leftist bona fides. So it's just how it is. People don't have a way of analyzing it in a broader way. So that's how it is. But that's not the only reason. There's always, you know, there's just people are also scared of politics in general. So some people will justify not liking someone based off of vibes and attack on some microaggression they've committed as treason. HasanAbi, like, have fun. Yeah. Kevin Hart does this on stream and it's over.
Yeah. I respect, like, oh my. What the fuck?
Hey, no, that's racist.
Yeah, that's okay. That's
Kevin?
Who is it? Who is it? I want to know. Who is it? I don't know.
Wait, didn't he actually say something? Like, I'm confused. Was that actually Mandarin, or was he just like yelling? No, I think he just said something. No, he did. He said something in Mandarin.
Somebody really do.
Okay, hold on.
Somebody.
No shot. He was memeing. That was nonsense noises. That wasn't Mandarin, Lamau.
Hold on. Oh man. It's him. It's my brother Ray.
Nice to meet you, bro.
I heard a lot about you, man.
What do you think of Kevin? I saw you told her.
I want to stay.
Wait.
Ray is Thai, though? No, he's not. He's Taiwanese, not from Thailand.
What that mean? What that mean?
Peace and blessings.
What do you mean?
Why don't you do
Thai.
other people like?
Thai.
Come on. What? Wait, what's that? Wait, I didn't sing the song. No, I didn't sing the song. No, I'm saying that because I'm no. It was never me. No, I didn't sing the song. It was never me. It's ridiculous. It was never me. That's ridiculous. I'm telling you. I'm saying it's a pleasure to meet you, man. Me too, bro. Heard a lot about you, dude. And he loves you to death. So it's dope as hell to have you here on the stream. We're gonna have some fun today.
Appreciate, bro.
Hold on, man. Hey, why is he still sitting?
No, he.
Why is there a random white guy there? Later in the stream, they talk about Ray, about China and Taiwan politics, and why Ray has to serve in the military. Wait, really? I want to see that. Roll Tide Willie. I heard someone say Hasan is too broy IRL, and I was confused. Is that something wrong? Is there a certain right way of behaving? Because then we devolve into hegemonic way of behaving and raise them real quick. People need to loosen up. No, that is, I know that like my attitude and the way that I operate and the way that I present myself is definitely is definitely way too broy for some. You know, it's off-putting to a lot of like liberals, rad libs, people who are, it's pretentious. It's just me, man. Like, what do you mean it's pretentious? It's just who I am. And no, I'm not going to fucking like present myself different than I actually am. The fuck do you mean it's pretentious? It'd be pretentious if I wasn't fucking broy and I was just like constantly trying to fucking portray myself for 8 goddamn hours in a way that I actually am not. I think you're pretentious if you think that that is pretentious. I'll be honest. But yeah, there's a ton of soft left spaces. If you didn't exist, I literally wouldn't have a home on the left. Yeah. Like, I'm just a normal fucking person. And one of my qualities that I think is the best quality potentially that I have is that like I try to present myself as who I am, unvarnished. You know what I mean? It is what it is. If people have an issue with that, then they have an issue with that. If they can't watch, they can't watch. It is what it is. But I do think that personally, in my opinion, it is, I think Chatter meant the opposite. Maybe he meant like, yeah, people saying that are being pretentious, and we misunderstood. But you know, I am as normie as one can be, although I spend 8 hours malding at the television. You know what I mean? Honestly, this community makes me question about caring about politics at all. It feels like self-harm, seeing how people who supposedly share my beliefs lose their mind at any level of perceived failure. No, but it is good for me to like put a microscope on that kind of behavior every now and then. Okay. Why? Well, because it's important for me to like explain to people in this community. No, the chatter said, honestly, you're pretty off-putting and pretentious to the general public. Okay. In any case, my point is, you're wrong if that's what you think, but I like to mention this stuff. I like to sometimes talk about this sort of thing because I want people to also present themselves a certain way in public and not lean into the meme of like how leftists are, right? Because a lot of people do have like a negative reaction to someone being like progressive minded. You know, the social justice warrior meta has like never really gone away. And I hate when people personally also lean into that and will act like you're a bad person for, you know, enjoying certain kinds of content or whatever. You know what I mean? It's just like human beings ultimately are going to be imperfect. We're all imperfect vessels. We're all gonna have some hangups. We're all gonna have some biases born out of our privilege, born out of our social conditioning, and being empathetic and kind to every single person, as to the best of your ability, I think is the best possible thing you can do. You do use awkward, overcomplicated phrasing all the time, I guess. Can you genuinely be the person who goes to a doctor and have their wrist checked out? No. I have no idea how to seem normal in chat, but IRL, you have done a lot to promote my normalcy. Please read this. Is one been so long? See what I mean? How do not sound like an insane simp when you're directly writing to someone you admire? How can we work on developing your community's aura? Yeah. That is the reason why I try to do this, so that we can fix the aura in here. Being normal is overrated. No, it's not. Get off the internet. Being normal is overrated. I don't think being normal is overrated at all, especially when you're presenting yourself as a member of this community, when you're presenting yourself as like a progressive person in broad daylight in public. I think it's really, really good, because most people care about the immediate back and forth that they have with you. They don't care about your fucking politics. That's why I often will say, like, the greatest cure for transphobia is literally just like working alongside a chill trans person. And I know that there are trans chatters in here who will literally tell you from their own personal anecdotes, from their own personal experience, like they just work at a workplace, and then slowly but surely, a lot of people that would otherwise be reactionary are just like, yeah, I was wrong about my opinions on trans people, because like the only trans person that I saw is like how it was reflected online. And it's the same for every kind of bigotry. Just being chill and normal and being yourself in broad daylight and not being like a cackling hyena online with the rest of the fucking online lynch mob will legitimately, and this goes for every marginalized community, will cause people in one-to-one interactions to view the entirety of your background, the entirety of your of the people that you represent in an entirely different light. You know, it's a big part of what I do. Obviously, it's hard to do that with a largely neurodivergent audience in this format. You probably don't do a lot of the stuff that you do in here in broad daylight in public. But if this is the only way that people see us from outside of the community, then yeah, it's going to be a little off-putting. So I do every day try to tell people to be normal. Anyway, what is this?
To go to the military.
Yeah, really?
Yeah.
He has to. They force him
To do what?
He has to go against China.
Yeah.
I know, but what is he going to do in the military?
So how you shoot him? How you put your gun up? Go.
From night here. Grenade. Watch out for the enemy.
Oh, you're gonna
Dodge
die.
for booty.
What?
Shoot again?
No, he's not gonna fucking die.
No,
that's his fighting style.
That's a real take on that.
Yeah.
He probably will.
He's not gonna last long.
Let's be real.
I'm gonna help him.
Are you prepared?
I don't know. I guess I just feel like openly malicious people need to be checked regardless of how it makes us look. I also think we can do that without canceling everybody for every little thing. I don't know. It's complicated. Yeah, but you have to understand there is like a boundary. Like here, I'll give you a good example. Okay. Nick Merckx from a year ago versus like Nick Merckx now. I think Nick Merckx from a year ago is on the precipice of like becoming a person who is going to be in the throes of right-wing radicalization. Nick Merckx today, very different. Okay. Here, this is a good way to start off this conversation.
Nick, the transphobe struggling against the trans game. There's no such thing as trans people. That's something that you created. So have fun with your little dreamland, but that shit's not even real. Let me break it down for you, right? Penis, dude. Vagina, girl, done. Come in here with that fucking trans.
Like, he's just like, he's not like, he's still not at the same level as like a Ben Shapiro or a Matt Walsh type, but he is someone who definitely has gotten brain broken from the Matt Walsh types. You know what I mean? This isn't on our community. This is on Nick Merckx. I hope you're not blaming the left or this community for his bullshit. No, dude, what the fuck? Be fucking normal, okay? Be fucking normal to me. That's not what I'm saying at all. I'm saying there's a difference between like the output that a person has and a different level of reacting to the fucking person and their output. It has nothing to do with what we did. I want to be wrong, and that's not what you're saying. Yeah, you are wrong, but you don't have to fucking immediately go gung-ho. Like, that's my point. When you're about to type something in the chat as a 20-month subscriber, take a deep breath and be like, well, I've been a supporter of Hasan for years and years. I'm sure he's not saying that we are so off-putting that we made Nick Merckx into a more transphobic person than he actually was. Okay? No, I'm saying that you have to match the like smoke that you have to who's saying it, why they're saying it, how they're saying it. Have they been manipulated and misguided? The non-shower guy's having this exact same combo right now, but from a centrist POV. How about be considerate? I know you're coming from a good place, but be normal is the bullying shit I've heard my whole life because of being a queer autistic person. Sure, be considerate and empathetic. But I think be normal is a good way to say it because that's what normies would think. That's what most people respond positively to. Also, we're doing it again. Like, not every issue is ultimately about your own lived experiences. I'm not like speaking to your own lived experiences. Okay. All right. We're done with the be normal conversation. It's not gonna work. We're not gonna be normal. Okay. I will try. Not being normal won't make people transphobic. But being normal makes people stop being transphobic? Yes. Yeah. The thing is, not every single person that has like, let's say transphobic opinions or homophobic opinions, anti-black opinions, like, not every single person has those opinions out of a position where they're well-read and have invested themselves into being hateful people. Sometimes it's just a byproduct of their social conditioning. In almost every single circumstance, is a byproduct of their social conditioning and how much they lean into that. He's a dumbass Oakland County Republican who has never had to navigate any of these issues in a real life conversation. Anyone telling any person like him what to think, they will push back on it twice as hard. It's a pride thing, even more than a hate thing with so many, and above all, an ignorance thing. Yes. So you just have to be as like welcoming as possible to people who are inconsiderate and even outright bigoted to the best of your ability. Right? This doesn't mean that you should be welcoming to bigoted opinions in your group of friends or whatever. But navigating these spaces has to come from a foundation, okay? It has to come from a solid foundation. The foundation being that you understand why people have these opinions. It is born out of the material conditions and the social conditioning that comes out of those material conditions. Leftists love to talk about how we live in a transphobic, white supremacist, queer-phobic, patriarchal society, right? But then they just like magically assume that people are not going to have those opinions reflected. Those opinions that are basically baked into all of our institutions. Like, of course people are going to fucking think that. Why else would they think anything different? That's why my position always is like, and I try to explain this to leftists all the time. My position always is like, as someone who has been a out and proud, loud leftist very publicly for a decade now, I am used to taking L's. Taking W's is not necessarily something that I'm very, something that I'm very familiar with, because I understand the actual situation. A lot of people are like this because society is like this. And if you understand the systems are like this, then you understand the social conditioning that comes along with that. It's a never-ending cycle of reinforcement. So it takes a lot for people to break through that and unlearn some of these things. And I think a lot of people have the same level of smoke I have. I think a lot of people have the same level of and same intensity of smoke I have for someone like Ben Shapiro or a Charlie Kirk or a Tim Pool, for like regular people who might be listening to those people and then like having their fucking circuits fried as a consequence of that. You know what I mean? You have to be patient with people, even people who are directly saying things that others have said that want to wipe you out, because not every single person has that same intensity. They might just be misguided. Ultimately, a lot of the shit in the space that I'm in, especially, is built around vibes and being popular and being cool. That's just the reality. Most people are not going to be with your cause because they are also, red book carrying Maoists, okay? They're just gonna be like, oh, that's a chill guy. I like him. I've seen him do nice things to other people. He's not a bad person. I've met him. I've seen his content. Those optics are very important. And you know who understands that? My haters. That's why they work tirelessly and endlessly to fucking make my optics look awful on a regular basis.
To fight for your life or no?
Hell no.
Yeah, he's gonna die.
But you have to go.
Yeah, I have to go. Like,
for how long? How much time do you have to serve?
1 year.
1 year.
So all you gotta do is make it 1 year.
Yeah.
You got that shit. You got that.
You know what you need to do? Sign up as a cook. I know a lot of niggas that went and did cook in the army.
No, he gotta be in like the field.
That's like the easy way out.
You gotta be in the field.
Yeah, right? Like I have to, because I'm like not too skinny, and I'm like my weight is like
they're skinnier than you.
Yeah.
Get the fuck out of here.
Tiny over there.
Wow.
I guess the thing is, we should also state these behaviors aren't normal in the same breath we're doing housekeeping in the community. Yeah. I'll be honest, I didn't like you at first because of your association with D. Even people who hate him see you too as the same thing, and his community does that on purpose. Yeah, I'm very far from that. But if you spend a little bit of time in here, you'll recognize that. I think that's the whole point. Okay. Sis said liberals in the chat saying don't limit your friend community's peak privilege. Fuck you guys. You're right. You definitely didn't misunderstand the point that I was making, and you're so perfect. You're totally right. This is literally like when I was talking about fucking you know, go outside and do something like physical, and then people were like, I will never go outside, you want me to die? Or you can improve yourself, and people were like, no, I will not improve myself, fuck you, you fucking piece of shit, how dare you say that? Here, let's watch this and move on. Damn, that last shot looked good. What? Hey, Hasan, just wondering if you could ever consider talking about Ilhan Omar on stream. She was the first representative to openly speak out against Palestine, even to the point where here in rural Minnesota, she's constantly called anti-Semitic. Who's this Ilhan Omar person? I'll bite. Oh my God, Israel, not Palestine. How are you a 14-month subscriber and you've never even on accident heard me talk and glaze up Ilhan Omar? What is this? Fucking idiot. The callousness, dehumanization and targeting of Jews on display at last night's protest outside the Nova Festival exhibit are atrocious anti-Semitism. Plain and simple, anti-Semitism has no place in our city, nor any broader movement that centers human dignity and liberation. What happened? Why is this the new meta? What's going on? Hey man, I'm thinking maybe if you want to talk about this any further, it might help to cover the limits on both ends. It's just a suggestion, since I think it would help regulate how to act in certain circumstances on both extremes. I don't know what you're talking about. What happened at this Nova Festival? Hundreds of anti-Israel protests demonstrated outside of a Manhattan exhibition commemorating the young Israelis who were massacred on October 7th at the Nova Music Festival, chanting, "The Zionists are not Jews and not human." One, Talia Org says, the protest stated clearly they opposed the exhibit using the massacre as a prop to generate support for Israel genocide. Two, the slogan appeared on a sign held by a group of anti-Zionist Orthodox Jews called the Neturei Karta. Three, no one chanted that. It doesn't even rhyme. What the fuck? Oh, there you go. Very quick way to address that. Instead of eating the bait like AOC did and immediately fucking jumping the gun and being like, wow, saying that this is tacitly the protest outside of the Nova Festival exhibit is atrocious anti-Semitism is directly, tacitly claiming that like any kind of anti-Israel protest, especially this one, is most likely not anti-Zionist, but is actually anti-Semitic. Luckily, Talia Jane was on the ground. Our goat. Be mad about the real things, not shit you make up. In keeping with the advice of be mad about real things and not shit you make up, I wasn't there and they weren't celebrating the murders. Get a grip, Jesus Christ. Fuck you for celebrating outside of an exhibition, memorizing the murder and rape of young people in a music festival. Kill yourself, Nazi cunt. Nice. I think AOC is still, in many cases, very green when it comes to this sort of stuff. Okay? And the unfortunate consequence of that is that she ends up eating the bait and positioning herself against certain protesters and running along with the narrative that this is actually anti-Semitic. AOC is the new Fetterman? No, dude. What the fuck are you guys talking about? This is what I mean, though. Like, manage your criticisms normally. Yeah, dude. A person who fucking called one of the very select few congresspersons that has called Israel's actions genocidal. This is what people were talking about with the live stream. AOC brought on Zionists to say anti-Zionism is anti-Semitism, and AOC provided no pushback. Like, the notion that AOC is in line with fucking John Fetterman is insane. Why are you so biased? Because I understand the overarching outlook that most normal people have, okay? And I can look at the entire presentation that a person puts out there and not simply a snapshot, which is the charitability that I would want from the broader left for anyone that is ostensibly close, even if not entirely on your side. Okay? You guys are fucking crazy for the most part. Does she not warrant any criticism? Does she not warrant criticism? However, I just criticized her literally for this tweet, saying that she ate the bait and declared that an anti-Zionist protest was actually anti-Semitic. Okay? That is criticism. I'm saying she's wrong. I'm saying that this is bad. Oh. Politicians are never going to be perfect allies, okay? If you think that someone who was elected into the Democratic Party is going to be a Jason Unruhe style Maoist, you are the most delusional person on the planet. Okay? You are wrong. But this is what I mean. We are currently staring at Jamal Bowman on June 25th. I think it's on June 25th in New York, in the New York primaries. Jamal Bowman is up against a right-wing reactionary Democrat. This race has the most funding from outside groups. AIPAC, Democratic Majority for Israel, and many other cutouts of AIPAC which are all ultimately right-wing super PACs, are dumping millions, multiple millions of dollars into this fucking race. If you care about politicians, if you want to fucking talk about politicians, then you have to pay attention to things that actually matter. Okay? A lot of you jump the gun and only pick and choose when you care about electoralism. It is very frustrating. Understand that no Democratic Party politician, especially now, especially in the confines of where we exist, is going to have your personal opinions represented perfectly. Okay? Because even someone like Jamal Bowman, who is one of the squad, who has been incredibly critical of Israel, is getting pummeled right now. And the reason for why he's getting pummeled is specifically because of Israel. Because of his criticisms of Israel, AIPAC wants to make an example out of him. If you act like you care about AOC's sentiment, then you should reshift your effort towards something infinitely more important. Okay? AOC is far from perfect. This is one of those moments where she is openly getting invested in the anti-Zionism is anti-Semitism narrative. Okay? This is incorrect. Having said that, however, I also have the capacity to view all of the other things she said about Israel and about Palestine and match that against the broader statements expressed by everyone else in American Congress. Okay? This is precisely the reason why, just like with Bernie Sanders, I'm sad sometimes and I'm disappointed with Bernie Sanders' sentiment, which, by the way, AOC goes above and beyond Bernie Sanders, for the record, on these issues. Okay? You guys have to understand that regardless of my criticisms, how many years has AOC been in office and she hasn't realized she can't be everything to everybody? I'm sorry, this just comes across as smug. I'm tired of how uninformed this woman is, and yet she still insists on going around all the time making assertions about Global South and feigning ignorance when pressed on details. Enough. I think ultimately, AOC is not like secretly a fucking diehard Maoist or anything like that. I think she is at most a social democrat. Okay? A social democrat politician. And therefore, your expectations should match that. Your expectations from AOC should match that. Okay? There is going to be some chauvinistic takes that you hear from her. But ultimately, she is a cut above the rest of the American Congress. So for that reason, unless there's something like that I consider to be completely unimaginably fucking wrong, I am going to manage my criticisms with the expectations that I have. She's posturing like this to appeal to Democratic leadership. She gets clowned on. You're making this a bigger deal than it is. No one's saying she should be voted out tomorrow. Been saying she's Nancy. I love that people are going, okay, the reason why I'm saying the things I'm saying is because half the chat is like, no one's asking her to be a super radical Maoist, Hasan. We're asking her not to do anything harmful. That's dangerous. I agree with you. Except there are people in the chat that are literally also saying, do you think AOC has an AIPAC contact / handler? Been saying she's Nancy Pelosi 2.0. Okay? So no, I'm responding to all of the criticisms that are and people saying that I'm defending her like motherfucking people defend Brandon. Like the comparison to John Fetterman or Joseph Robinette Brandon is so insane because there are two different types of leftists. People who are like completely checked out of the electoral process coming in here and being like, see, I told you can't trust politicians and I already don't. Okay. And people being like, your criticism is not sufficient versus people who are going above and beyond and being crazy. Okay. You have to, no matter what happens, weigh if you're interested in criticizing politicians beyond or criticizing politicians that are ostensibly on your side, right? On a lot of these issues, then you have to criticize them with the appropriate metrics. What? Why are you so afraid to call these outside groups what they actually are? You're doing the same thing to AOC, attempting to please everyone while not acknowledging that some people will evade the top of the hour ad break no matter what. Oh my God, that's 2 in a row now. That's 2 in a fucking row. God damn it. At the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. If you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is fucking subscribe. Frank Ocean is back. Frank Ocean, by the way, famously also used to follow me and then unfollowed me after I said King Jezza when he posted about Jeremy Corbyn. But, you know, since then he's back on the good train, I guess. That's the only thing I've ever fucking sent him in DMs. That's a huge L. Whatever, dude. You should fucking make music again. How about that? But it's fine. He's cool again. Two in a row, dude. I got cooked today. I'm getting cooked today. I gotta get back. I gotta lock in, dude. I gotta fucking lock in, dude. God damn it. Here's the 3-minute ad break now. Oh no, I didn't say King Jezza. I said King shit. And he saw it and then he unfollowed me. Left on scene. Why did you say that? Why did I say that? Because he posted Jeremy Corbyn. You know what? I'm gonna follow him. Watching the new Just Trish, you blew it. They're Team Austin and Cutie now. Okay. Rashida Tlaib has been miles better than AOC on both this issue and pushing back on Biden and his immigration policy. Instead of defending AOC and lowering our expectations, why can't we hold up Rashida as the standard and follow in her footsteps? If you think I don't do that, I don't know what to tell you. That's why I said use your energy wisely and go defend Jamal Bowman when he's getting fucking clobbered by AIPAC. Millions of dollars being posted into his fucking primaries. If your expectations, if you're someone who cares about electing progressive Democrats, instead of fucking yelling about a progressive Democrat endlessly and comparing her to fucking John Fetterman or some shit because she said something objectively wrong, okay, and conflated anti-Semitism with anti-Zionism, go fucking yell at, go defend Jamal Bowman, start smiling and dialing, start fucking knocking on doors if you live in his district, okay? Rashida Tlaib is also not looking to come out on live stream, though. So no, Rashida Tlaib is awesome, and so is Ilhan Omar. I love them. Are you kidding me? And Cori Bush too. The fuck are you guys talking about? These are people that I hold up and promote on a regular basis. I never fucking I never defend politicians. I never promote politicians. There are certain politicians I do support and defend in times of need, I guess. Jamal Bowman being one of them. I've also said that I have criticisms of Jamal Bowman, but it doesn't matter. AOC still important as a starting point for radicalization, even if she has shit takes. I literally started knowing you because of the OG Among Us stream. Yeah. I don't promote politicians. Also, Hasan. Okay, Jank is the only politician I promote. Damn, your Discord hates you, lol. Yes, because the more isolated any community is, the more aggro they're going to be. Okay, that's it. And people don't immediately, no matter how much of a fan someone is of me, they're still going to probably turn around and assume that there's some other cynical purpose as to why I'm making this commentary. Oh, it must be because Hasan has AOC on stream, so he wants to have AOC on stream again, so he's not going super hard. It can't just be like what I'm saying. You know what I mean? The words that are coming out of my fucking mouth are not enough. I'm literally saying this is worthy of criticism, and yet you should probably still keep your energy saved for people who are infinitely worse, which is the broadest majority of politicians. This is the reason why I turned the other way when Bernie Sanders talks about how October 7 was the first shot that started the fucking, started the war or whatever. Okay? If you weren't the streamer, you would get banned from Hoscore for your takes. Once again, you think that being banned from a fucking Discord is like some form of like political suppression because you have horse blinders on. Guess what, dude? If I wasn't a streamer, I would never go on Hoscord. Why the fuck would I be on Discord, dumbass? Fuck. Okay. Did you already show this? Reports that Jamal Bowman told the DSA that he opposed the Iron Dome funding and will soon come out and support a BDS. My fucking goat. Anyway, we'll talk about the AOC thread that you guys wanted me to cover, which is apparently she had like two people that are openly Zionist talking about anti-Semitism. Thread on AOC's disastrous live stream yesterday on anti-Semitism. The live stream begins with AOC introducing Stacey Burdett and Amy Spitalnik, both Zionists, as foremost experts on anti-Semitism, setting the stage for them to define anti-Semitism for everyone. Also notice how AOC hedges to say Israeli government, not Israel, and uses qualifying words as inherently and necessarily. What?
Doing this. In a minute, we're going to be hearing from two of the foremost experts from two of some of the most foremost experts in the country in fighting anti-Semitism in America. And before we get to that panel, though, I want to talk a little bit about why we're doing this, and most importantly, why we're doing it now. Anti-Semitism, hate, and violence against Jews because of their identity is real, and it is dangerous. It is also important to say here in this moment and during that conversation that criticism of the Israeli government is not inherently anti-Semitic, and criticism of Zionism is not automatically anti-Semitic.
Okay. Wait. Okay. What is the fucking...
Also important to say.
What's
here,
wrong with
in this moment and during that conversation, that criticism of the Israeli government is not inherently anti-Semitic, and criticism of Zionism is not automatically anti-Semitic. That
Let's continue. I'm sure it gets worse. There's no way that this is the major criticism that people have.
That being true does not mean that we should not recognize when criticism and when that criticism crosses a line into real harms against our Jewish community.
Okay. AOC introduces Amy Spitalik, who's the CEO of GCPA, a lobbying group. More about that later, to talk about supposed anti-Semitism. So first and foremost, okay, to talk about supposed anti-Semitism on the left, Amy says that anti-Semitism on the left is more painful than Charlottesville, that since 10/7 there's been a lot of anti-Semitism in progressive spaces. So this right here is infinitely worse than this. I don't know why Scarlet Red, who's a chatter and also a prolific tweeter, didn't start off with this, because this shit is fucking nutty, okay? Her statements here, however, as the starting point, are not. Okay, this right here, this entire 59-second clip is not bad at all. It's good. It's very good. Okay, she starts off the conversation perfectly fine. That since 10/7, there's been a lot of anti-Semitism in progressive spaces. List of things she says are anti-Semitic while AOC nods along. Celebration of 10/7, embrace of Hamas, chanting for another 10/7, calling for Israel to be wiped off the face of the earth, targeting Jewish institutions, Zionist institutions, exclusion of Zionists from events, BDS banning Hillel on campus. BDS is not anti-Semitic, but beyond that, plenty of these things can be fucking absolutely anti-Semitic. What the fuck are we talking about? Let me go through it. I want to see what she says. Okay. Some of these things are not like the others. Okay. Come on, guys. I think the indecent part about this is to say BDS is anti-Semitic alongside like calling for Israel to be wiped off the face of the earth. Okay.
The stand-ins for Jews. And it's used ultimately to target not just Jews, but so many globalists or cabals as stand-ins for Jews. And it's used ultimately to target not just Jews, but so many other communities to advance dehumanizing policies and to ultimately undercut our democracy, as we'll talk about. What's harder for us as progressives to recognize or understand is when anti-Semitism shows up and is normalized in our own spaces. And I want to be frank here. There is very real anti-Semitism that is.
Here's how I would have run this. I would have never fucking invited someone who is even remotely Zionist to a conversation like this. And I would 1000% have the person that would speak on this be someone like a JVP person. You know what I mean? That's it. There are a million anti-Zionist Jews in this fucking country, especially in her district, especially in New York. Okay. Anti-Zionist Jews are way more prominent in New York than they are in fucking Los Angeles. And there are plenty of anti-Zionist Jews in Los Angeles as well. But like, why wouldn't you bring up a Jewish Voice for Peace person to speak on these issues who will absolutely fucking cover this with the nuance that it deserves and will not make blanket statements utilizing, the very real way in which people will sometimes absolutely mask criticisms of Israel with actual anti-Semitic sentiment. Okay? That's the real problem here. The real problem here is just simply not having a person, even if it's not JVP, then if not now, exactly. But no, I don't think JVP is too radical for this. I think JVP is perfect for this. Okay? But if not now is another group that is less radical than JVP and still would be better. But if your expectation is that, like, now that she has this person on as the formative expert on anti-Semitism, that she's going to fucking start dunking on her, you're out of your mind.
Is in fact showing up in progressive spaces right now, and it's deeply painful and hurtful to Jews. As has been said, criticism of Israel, Israeli policies, and its government, it's not inherently anti-Semitic. And the majority of people, students, and others showing up to protest are there to speak out for Palestinian rights, not because they intend to be anti-Semitic. But we've seen the line into direct harm against Jews repeatedly crossed in recent months. And over the last 8 months, in certain ways, for me, it's been almost more personally painful to see what's happening in my own progressive community than, for example, what I saw in Charlottesville, because it's happening in my own community.
Yeah, she's not saying it's worse than Charlottesville, okay? She's not. She's saying that it hurts more to see people that she sees as allies say things that she considers anti-Semitic. Now, obviously, that's wrong. It's still wrong, because the things that she considers to be anti-Semitic, which she will explain in a second, are either cynically or hysterically being attributed to anti-Semitism, when some of the things that she's going to mention, as long as that tweet is true, are not anti-Semitic inherently.
We're seeing this manifest in a number of ways. Some of the obvious ways, or I hope obvious ways. Celebration or denial of the October 7th attack, which, as I said, was the deadliest day for the Jewish people since the Holocaust. Celebration or embrace of Hamas as a terrorist organization, labeling their actions creative resistance, chanting things like, "We want another October 7th." Eliminationist rhetoric, calling for Israel or Israelis or Jews to be wiped off the face of the earth. Targeting Jews or Jewish institutions here for the actions of the Israeli government. My own synagogue was targeted in the fall.
Okay, none of the things that she mentioned so far is incorrect, for the record. Straight up. Targeting Jewish institutions, specifically because they're Jewish, is anti-Semitic. There was literally a fucking Yiddish learning center or whatever. There was a Yiddish learning center or whatever that was like fucking painted up and shit. They're not wrong. They just didn't happen. No, you are wrong. They do happen. What are you talking about? I need someone to understand something here, okay? Real anti-Semitic acts occur in times of Israel's offensive campaigns in the West. It happens and it increases. The reason why I criticize the ADL isn't just because they cynically weaponize and dilute real anti-Semitism with anti-Zionism. It's also because they're supposed to be the people that are actually combating anti-Semitism, but because their major goal is to defend the apartheid, they end up weaponizing anti-Zionism and claiming anti-Zionism as anti-Semitic across the board. However, that doesn't change the reality that there are fucking anti-Semitic incidents that occur in times of Israel's offensive campaigns. This is real. I've mentioned this a million times over. I didn't hear the example you gave. Who did it? I don't know. We don't know who did it. But there are an infinite number of fucking Jewish places that get targeted when Israel starts doing Israel shit in Gaza. This is true. Real anti-Semitism does grow in times of Israel's offensive campaigns because Israel presents itself as the Jewish state. Israel claims that their violent actions are inherently being done at the behest of Judaism. This creates a lot of anti-Semitism. This is why we say anti-Zionism is not anti-Semitism, and that Israel's and Zionists who marry Judaism with the actions of Israel are actually inherently anti-Semitic and causing for more people to be anti-Semitic in the Western world. Why do you think anti-Zionist Jews routinely say Israel's actions make us less safe in the West. Okay? And no, it's not just people who are fucking Nazis doing this. No, you're wrong. I've also talked about the complicated nature of anti-Semitism before. There are plenty of people who are not fucking die-in-the-wool Nazis who do develop anti-Semitic opinions. Why? Because that's all they see on television. Why? Like, it's perfectly understandable how this kind of anti-Israel sentiment can so quickly turn into anti-Semitism when Israel is demonstrably doing shit that garners, while also simultaneously claiming that they're doing this for Judaism, garners this kind of negative reaction. Israel is negatively polarizing people against Jewish people. 100%. Do you think that these sentiments are do you think that I express this as like a way to fucking cover my ass? Or do you think I genuinely hold these opinions? That's the real question. You have to recognize this. Which one is currently at its worst right now? Anti-Semitism or Zionism? This is a ridiculous fucking question. Why are we pairing up two different, like, why are we pairing up two different fucking potentially fascist opinions and trying to figure out which level of fascism is worse than the other? What the fuck? That's so insane. Are you saying that, like, oh, well, they're not killing as many, anti-Semites aren't killing Jews at the same fucking clip that, like, Zionists are defending the death and destruction of Palestinians? So one is worse than the other right now? Like, is that what you're saying? Because that's a psychotic fucking, that's a psychotic assumption. Like, what the fuck are we doing? What kind of conversation are we having here? If you think that that is the conversation we should be having, you're fucking lost in the sauce. Calling for Israel to be wiped off the face of the earth is a really fine line, to be fair. If you hear someone say that, you kind of have to press them to determine if they mean apartheid ethno-state or like nuking the whole land and its people. You could argue Rhodesia was wiped off the face of the earth, for example, but the phrase itself is pretty aggro. Yeah, I understand that. And I do think that she is specifically dancing over that line in a way to say, like, oh, people want the end of Israel. People want Israel to end. And when they say that, they mean they want to kill all the Jews. That's not what people mean when they say that, but it doesn't fucking matter. She's specifically tailoring this in a way that is on that fucking line. But that does not mean that anti-Semitism isn't a real bigotry. That does not mean that anti-Semitism isn't on the fucking rise. Real anti-Semitism, not the fucking bullshit, not the cynical weaponization of anti-Semitism that the Apartheid Defense League routinely fucking applies. Okay? Now, the notion that it's like diehard leftists that are fucking attacking synagogues, the insinuation that, like, DSA types are like fucking tagging synagogues is psychotic and wrong. And I think that she is obviously the CEO of the Jewish Council for Public Affairs. Like, she is a lobbyist that is very good at her fucking job. So it is, like I said, a moot point having her on to talk about this instead of someone who is both from a Jewish background and also going to talk about this with the nuance that it deserves is already an L. Okay, that's why I said the starting point of this is just fucking completely busted. And AOC is not going to do a great job because the optics would fry her in this situation. What is she supposed to debate this person? No, this should have never happened to begin with. Like, that's my point. So even if she starts off by saying, like, anti-Zionism is not anti-Semitism, the fact that she brought a person that is going to, teeter on the edges of saying, well, anti-Zionism might not inherently be anti-Semitism, but in many cases is bad. Okay? It's ironic, though, because this is like probably a live stream that she's doing specifically to tell the Democratic Party, like, see, I did what you wanted me to do. And then it's getting a shit ton more play on Twitter and leftist circles way more than and has completely escaped the actual target audience for what this live stream was for, and is causing people to fucking freak out. Like a live stream viewed by like 300 total people is now being blasted. Any anti-Semitic attack could never come from a progressive space. No. Technically, you cannot be progressive if you are anti-Semitic. So yes, the person doing so would not be a progressive person. It goes against progressive principles. Having said that, however, this does not mean that someone who isn't like a member of this community, who's like constantly fucking in tune with like the latest and greatest and what's happening in the world of anti-Semitism and whatnot, like normal people who otherwise consider themselves to be progressive could engage, could get swept away with anti-Semitic fucking tendencies. That's all I'm saying. Why am I saying this? Because normally otherwise progressive people can sometimes find themselves trapped with transphobic opinions. It goes back to the same thing that I was mentioning, which is that we are a byproduct of all of the social conditioning that we see. We respond to stimuli. That's how human beings are. So when you're seeing Israel behaving this way and wrapping their genocidal ambition with the Star of David and masquerading as defenders of Judaism, normal people who otherwise are progressive could absolutely get swept away with anti-Semitic tendencies. Those people can be talked down and easily met at their level, and you can explain to them why their sentiment is wrong. I do it on a daily fucking basis. There's people in here that say some shit from time to time, and as long as they are charitable and genuine in their question that they're asking, I will, try to explain to them that what they're saying is anti-Semitic. But you have to recognize that. You have to understand where this kind of sentiment comes from, okay? Most of the interview was good and informative, but certain parts were very manipulative and bad. They claim that most anti-Zionism and BDS is anti-Semitic at some points. The problem is these two women are not only Zionists, but one is the CEO of a Zionist lobbying group, which lobbied against BDS, and the other is the former VP of government relations for the ADL. Yeah, exactly. These are not people that you should ever have to discuss such a thing if you're a progressive lawmaker. Okay? It's not. Because who's saying it matters in this situation? You could literally have an anti-Zionist Jew say similar things, and it would be framed entirely differently, and it would offer the dignity of the conversation that it deserves, the complexity. Because while the apartheid is not complex, obviously, in the Western world, the way we analyze, the way we look at anti-Zionism is always going to be complex. The way we look at the way we cover not just Israel's actions, but specifically anti-Zionism and anti-Semitism is going to be complex. You have to recognize that there is more nuance to the situation. It's not as black and white. And it also is the reason why I don't engage in black and white thinking when it comes to this sort of situation is specifically because I believe that people can be talked down from certain positions. People can be misguided into thinking anti-Semitic things, for example. This does not mean that they are across the board a bad person, and they can actually change their mind on certain things, especially on this issue, especially if they're otherwise progressive people. Okay?
And I particularly want to take a minute to unpack one major way this is manifesting, because the term Zionist and Zionism is so deeply confusing and so often gets muddied in the public conversation. No two Jewish Americans have the same relationship with Israel. Some have no relationship, but the vast majority of Jewish Americans, about 90% according to recent polls, do have a relationship with Israel, do believe that Israel should exist, that Jews should have a homeland and a place that is deeply tied with our history.
There it is.
People, even if we fundamentally disagree with the Israeli government and its policies. And so to me and the vast majority of
There it is. Okay, so yeah, every time you fucking criticize Zionists, you're criticizing all Jews. Yeah, you are literally, this person, Amy Spitalnik, is literally doing the thing that I was just talking about, which is how Zionists breed anti-Semitic fucking opinions in the Western world. That is inherently an unimaginable harmful thing. You are willingly associating 90% of Jews with the actions of the state of Israel. Normal people that watch that are going to go, what the fuck? Especially if you have never encountered a Jewish person and only know Jewish people from television, okay? And many people in America have not, okay? Because not everyone in America lives in New York or Los Angeles. So obviously, when you have never fucking encountered a Jewish person, you've never met an anti-Zionist Jewish person, for example, you're going to hear that and go, well, okay, this person literally has Jewish in the name of the fucking like lobbying group that she is the CEO of. She has to be the foremost authority. She's saying 90% of Jews love Israel and associate with Israel and associate with Zionism, which is wrong inherently. Never met a Jewish person? Dog, it ain't a rare Pokemon. Bro, your name is Ohio Riz Sigma, okay? Do you understand? There are 15 million Jews on the planet total. What the fuck are you talking about? There are so many fucking places, including in Ohio, where there are hella people who have never encountered a Jewish person in the wild, okay? This goes for any matter of bigoted opinions. There are people who don't encounter black people in the fucking wild, okay? What the fuck are we talking about in the United States of America? Just generally, if this is supposed to reach and educate people who call themselves anti-Zionist, having an anti-Zionist Jew on is more effective just to disarm people's defenses to this actually important topic. If the purpose of this is to appeal to the Democratic Party or more pro-Israel parts of her constituency, then in general, this was the thing to do. Exactly. That's why she most likely did it.
American Jews, that's what Zionism is, despite how muddied the word has gotten in the public conversation.
Like, she's literally saying, oh, having any association with Israel is Zionism. Like, if you have fucking family members in Israel, that's Zionism. You're a Zionist. That's fucking ridiculous, dude. You are, this, in my mind, this is unironically no different than like a Muslim person in the Western world being like, ISIS defends Islam and it's in the name and it's a good thing. And if you are shitting on ISIS, then you are Islamophobic. It is fucking ridiculous. Okay? She's not saying that, no, she's literally, some of you are puritanical lunatics. Is she wrong? Most Jews in the U.S. believe Israel should exist. That's not incorrect. Let the woman talk, for fuck's sake. The word has gotten muddy. She's not saying that. That's absurdly uncharitable, Hasan. Dude, come on. Come on. She is a PR person for Zionism in Israel. Like, it's not. She's very clearly using real existing anti-Semitism in an argument to make it seem like Zionism in the most like charitable terms, she's trying to still conflate Zionism with anti-Zionism with anti-Semitism.
It's a belief that there should be a Jewish homeland. And for me, that goes hand in hand with Palestinian self-determination, two states side by side. And so not all anti-Zionism is inherently anti-Semitic, but a litmus test for Jews, 90% of whom have a relationship with Israel, that says you have to leave that relationship at the door if you want to come into these coalitions. That is.
Yeah, that's crazy. Okay. Hey guys, I'm sorry, but if you want to come into progressive spaces and you literally fucking defend Rhodesia, you're not a progressive. Okay. If you want to come into progressive spaces and you know, all of these people think that like America's war on terror was actually awesome, then you're not a progressive. Like, what the fuck do you mean? Like, well, what are you talking about? Hey, I'm sorry. I'm doing a bodies and spaces. I need to come to the fucking I need to come to the PSL meeting, but I also think that America's actions globally have been good. I need to come into this fucking progressive space, but also simultaneously I'm defending the apartheid regime of South Africa. I have a connection to it. Sorry. You know? I have a connection to apartheid South Africa. Sorry. It's really fucked up and anti-South African of you to... It's anti-white behavior. Yeah, that's ridiculous. That's a ridiculous assessment to make. Anyway, she's whitewashing Zionism. You can either have a democracy or a theocracy. You can't have both. What the hell does a relationship with Israel mean? That's a great question. That is an intentionally vague way to fucking muddy the waters when you are trying to engage in a defense of Zionism. That's what I'm frustrated with, because a relationship with Israel can mean any number of things. I have a relationship with Israel. I have had Israeli chatters on. I've had Israeli Knesset members on. I have a relationship with Israel. Does that mean I'm pro-Israel or a Zionist? No. It's ridiculous. It is a completely fucking ridiculous and a very intentionally vague way to try to say, like, well, 90% of Jews have a relationship with Israel. Okay. What matters is what percentage of Jews under the age of 35, for example, think that Israel's actions are bad? What percentage of Jews under the age of 35, for example, think that there should be a ceasefire? I have a relationship with Israel. I live there, speak Hebrew not well, and I'm anti-Zionist. Exactly. It is ultimately taking advantage of the complexities of the situation. There are fucking anti-Zionist Jews in Israel. Many of them are in the chat right now. All 7 of them. No, I'm just kidding. But seriously, it's so fucking weird. In this context, I think it's pretty clear means has been to Israel or knows people who live in Israel, whether family or friends, which, yeah, I can see 90% of Jews falling in this category. Doesn't mean you support it politically. Exactly. That's why I'm saying it's like very fucking, you know, intentionally vague and being used as a way to defend, Zionism. Yeah, also technically 100% of tax-paying Americans have a relationship with Israel. I'm the #1 defender of Israel in this chat with the amount of fucking taxes that I pay, technically.
And we see it in calls to ban or boycott Zionists, like these lists of Jewish authors or artists that are making the round. We're seeing it during Pride Month, where in certain spaces, Jews have been told.
Yeah, no, I think saying Zionist out of pride is perfectly fucking valid. What the fuck do you mean? And also beyond that, saying that like certain artists are Zionists and that you want to boycott them. Yeah, what the fuck? No, that's bullshit. She played fast and loose there and went Zionist means Jew. Look, there's a genuine complicated discussion to have in Jewish communities about the basic nature of authentic modes of Jewish existence in Zionism. This conflict in Jewish identity between the idea of existence in constant exile versus existence in a national land-related context. That might not be inherently Zionist. I struggle with this too. This shit is super complicated and it sucks. She's cynically using it to malicious purposes here. Yeah. No, I that's what I'm saying. I think that like a lot of these institutions unironically take advantage of the complexity of Jewish identity and then simultaneously fucking use it as a forward, as a shield as a defense mechanism. And that actually, on that pairing of Zionism and Judaism, unironically, creates more resentment towards Jews, which is anti-Semitism. It's really not that complicated. I think right-wingers just make people see that way. No, it's complicated in the sense that, like, no, of course it's complicated. The history of Judaism, makes it complicated. That's why it's a unique. That's why it's a unique devil to tackle. Okay, it's not as black and white as other forms of racism. It's not as black and white as other forms of. It's not as black and white as other forms of bigotry. For sure. Because Jewish history does make it complicated. Jewish history being partnered with the justification for the state of Israel being an ethno-state makes it complicated. It is very cynical, and it's fucked up, and it's gross, and it breeds anti-Semitism, but that doesn't change the reality that, like, the way that people analyze it and the way that people experience it doesn't mean that Hasan blaming Jews for people hating on Jews has got to be the funniest thing. See, this person is fucking absolutely brain broken. Hasan blaming Jews for people hating on Jews has got to be the funniest thing. Did I even for a second say that? No, I didn't. I didn't blame Jews for people hating on Jews. I blamed Israel. Okay? And it's not even just Israel either. Obviously, anti-Semitism has existed for a very long time. Okay? But you tried to make it black and white from the other direction. You, obviously, your fucking idiotic sentiment is not going to work in here. This is not a space where you can get away with shit like that. I don't know a single Jew that does not support Israel, Hasan. And chat, you are delusional thinking there's actually big groups of Jews that are anti-Zionist. Yeah, dude, keep defending ISIS at the behest of Islam, dude. Yeah, it'll surely go in your favor. The fuck is this idiotic take? It's also pretty funny that you're coming in here when there's hella Jews in here that are anti-Zionist. So it's funny to come in here. It's like coming into a JVP meeting and being like, no, none of you are Jews. ISIS is not an elected government. Israel is. Yeah, that's not the fucking own that you think it is, big dog. Okay. Oh, they democratically are doing a genocide in an apartheid state, so it's fine. Is not actually going to be as good of a take, as fire of a take. Democracy in that sort is just simply another shield that you're trying to deploy. Okay. Oh, dude, that's sick, man. I'm glad that they are democratically doing an apartheid over there and democratically doing a genocide over there. That's fucking sick, dude. That certainly won't breed the extra resentment that we were just talking about. Honest question, why should I care if Jews want an ethno-state or not? I feel like this is never addressed. Yeah, well, the reason why I don't address it is because I don't think that Jews want an ethno-state. I don't think any group of people are a monolith, okay? No matter how hard an apartheid regime tries to present it as such. So it doesn't matter. Yeah, so if this guy made it seem like if ISIS voted for their leader, it would be fine, which is very cool. Yeah, you know who else was fucking democratically elected? The Nazi party. So I guess that was chill too. What a fucking ridiculous take. Shut the fuck up, dumbass.
They can't show up as their full Jewish selves. We're seeing it in calls to ban Jewish organizations like Hillels from campuses. Even this weekend, and it's one of its most horrific forms, chants like we saw in DC of, quote, kill another Zionist. Frankly, we saw it in some of the responses to this event. The people who are calling me and Stacy, Zionist scum, not a human, evil and shouldn't live, simply because we're here to have a conversation about anti-Semitism. Mm-hmm. And so when we use
how do you counter people who say anti-Zionist Jews and pro-Palestine protests are being tokenized? I've heard people say it's only like 10% of Jewish people they're being tokenized like black conservatives like Candace Owens. Yeah, it's fucking gross and it's disgusting. Okay? for a multitude of different reasons. One, it's not just 10%. And two, it doesn't matter because Candace Owens is defending white supremacy, okay? A reactionary ideology. Jews who are on the right side of history in terms of Israel's apartheid being considered tokens is ridiculous, especially because if history does have a slant towards progress, everyone else will, remember their actions very differently in this time and what they said back, what they said now, 20 years down the line. Just poking my head in to tell you I still think you are washed up. That's all. Thanks. Okay. What? While children in the ancient markets of an ever-changing Jerusalem, where the whispers of history intertwine with the vibrant hum of today, Jewish artisans craft tales from a shimmering threads of tradition and innovation, their hands weaving stories that stretch from the Torah to the edges of modernity. While promising a coherence that hovers just beyond immediate grasp as the essence of Jewish life dances perpetually on the brink of revelation, always one mitzvah away from a deeper understanding. What? Jewish artisans craft tales from the shimmering... What? You win a viewer back. I will take the L. Good on you. Okay, I'm sorry. What? I just think you're in a deep echo chamber, brother. Just watching LFS clips and you're just so lost. You're like one of the biggest haters out there, dude. Are you all right? I think this is the guy who we had a conversation about. We had a conversation with a while back that was like, you know what? I'm in a mood today. I started disliking you before I started watching him. Don't really watch him anymore. You comparable to Ben Shapiro, who actually at the end, you helped mold my political views across the years, and I'll give you some credit. It is hard to find a list of shit we don't agree on. I got caught up in your assholeness, which I'm very guilty of. I think he just likes the attention. He's back. I think he just like, it's me trying to stunlock your ass again. Yeah, he's just fucking, I thought he was going to actually have a decent take, but nah, he's just bored.
This term Zionist as a pejorative, when we use it.
Yeah, my dad sent me this article which calls Theodore Marone, the Holocaust labor camp survivor who was on the IC panel to recommend arrest, a token Jew. So yeah, fuck tokenism argument at that point. Yeah, it is pretty insane, dude. So, you know, it's like saying white people that stood side by side with black people during the civil rights protests where they were in the minority were being tokenized. Okay. Yeah. Sucks to suck. Okay. They were on the right side of history, and many people will turn around and fucking claim that they were on the right side of history. That's it. 33% of American Jews think Israel's doing a genocide. That's 1/3 of American Jews agree Israel committed genocide in Gaza. Over 51% of American Jews support Biden's decision to withhold arms shipments to Israel, survey finds. That is fucking nutty, dude. I've said this before. Fuck you, HasanAbi. If someone kidnapped any of my family members, I would gladly kill 1,000 people to have them return with absolutely no regret. You are a disgusting human being. Bro, how many of your family members would you kill, though? because Israel has killed so many hostages, you dumb fuck. You are such a stupid, you are so stupid. I mean, not only are you wrong, because that's insane. Killing 1,000 random people and including some of your members of your fucking family is ridiculous. Yeah, Israel rescued 4 hostages and apparently possibly killed 3. So how is that random? I would kill 1,000 of the hostage takers. They're not the hostage takers, you fucking idiot. That's the whole point. You think every Palestinian, including the Palestinian babies, including the Palestinian women, are fucking hostage takers. You're a dumbass. And also, if you have that level of smoke, let me ask you this, okay? Let me seriously ask you this. What would you do if a bunch of people at gunpoint forced you into a fucking prison, moved you away from your homes, raped and killed your fucking ancestors, okay? And then relegated you to second-class citizenship for 75 fucking years? What would you do? Would you have that same smoke? And I think you would have that same level of smoke. This is precisely the reason why so many fucking like prominent Israeli politicians, leaders of Shin Bet, have openly stated that they would, of course, given the opportunity, if they were born on the other side of the fucking fence, they absolutely would join any number of different terrorist groups. Okay? Tell Ciao that many of the residents of border communities disagree with them. Exactly. There were hella people in the Gaza envelope that live in the fucking kibbutzim that immediately after October 7, on October 8, we're talking about the war and against revenge and calling for a political solution. It's so fucking funny that people take this like aggro-ass stance when there's like people that were fresh off of like watching their fucking family members get killed, turning around and being like, this is ridiculous. We have to put an end to this fucking bloodshed. I don't see this as anything other than you would do a million October 7s. Think about how many fucking Palestinians are unjustly in permanent administrative detention, in occupied territory, in fucking in the West Bank. People who are in their 20s are avenging ancestors who died before they were born. That's completely different from living relatives that need avenging. Wait, what? Bro, I think at a certain point you have to recognize that like damn near the entirety of the Palestinian resistance is comprised of people who have been orphaned by Israel. What the fuck are you talking about? It's not just their ancestors, dumbass. It's an ongoing thing. I don't know if you realize that the apartheid is still happening. Okay? I just gave you an example. I gave you an example of how the apartheid works, and you conveniently ignored that. Imagine saying like 75 years of fucking brutal occupation and apartheid is just like, it's actually ancient history. How is that fucking ancient when you're still living in it, dumbass? No need to think. 3,600 are in administrative detention now and 800 in prison without a trial as illegal combatants. Also, chatter, 53.5% of Gaza children had PTSD before the war. Exactly. When I say ancestors, I don't mean 3,000 years ago, okay? Which is ironic because that is the literal argument for many Zionists. You have no leg to stand on, chatter. You got a fucking response to this or what? I'm here, man. I have arrived. I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to this guy, Figgy 20,000. Aren't 50% of the population under 18? You're claiming that Israel has killed more than 2 million people in the last 18 years. You're just wrong about... Wait, what? Unless you're claiming that Israel's killed more than 2 million people in the last 18 years, you're just wrong about all of them being orphans? Do you think the entirety of the Palestinian resistance is actually 2 million people in Gaza? And that every single person has one child? How do you think math works? Okay? If we're talking about just the Al-Qassam brigades, okay? And it's not just Gaza for the record, it's also orphans from motherfucking, other areas where Palestinian refugees live as well. Do you think that this works in like as in every single person has only one parent and that parent was killed? Is that how this works? Or do you think that Palestinian resistance, specifically if we're talking about like Al-Qassam, for example, is comprised of what? 10,000, 20,000 people? Many of which might be fucking brothers from the same parent, having one parent fucking killed or both parents killed? Do you think that that's that crazy? You told me if someone kidnapped any of your family members, you'd gladly kill 1,000 people to have them return. There are more than 3,000 Palestinians in administrative detention, which is unjustifiable, illegal, in occupied territory. Okay? So how many Israelis do you kill in that regard then? Or how many Israelis do you kidnap in that situation? There's a massive difference between avenging a living relative and trying to justify the October raid avenging no one. I didn't do it. You did. I didn't do that. You did. Except you did it with defending Israel. But when the roles are reversed, because you don't personally think Palestinians are human beings, you have no way of understanding that like what you are saying is a justification for October 7th. I never defended it. I never justified it. You did. You did that. You're the one making excuses for the October 7th killings. Then one literally living relative that they rescued on October 7th. Wait, brother, you are literally failing to comprehend. This is a justification for October 7. What you're doing here is a justification for October 7. Okay? This right here. If someone kidnapped any of my family members, I would gladly kill 1,000 people to have them return with absolutely no regret. You are a disgusting human being. Okay? You're doing that. I didn't do that. You did that. Will the chatter get it? No, he will not. He doesn't understand that that goes both ways, but because he thinks that it's totally valid to do that to Palestinian people, or because he's oblivious to the ways in which the Israeli apartheid works, he doesn't fucking understand it. I'm really waiting for when you're going to tell me when Palestine rescued anyone on October 7th. Rescued anyone on October 7th. There was a hostage swap negotiation put in front of the Israeli government on like October 10th. Okay? What do you think that was about? What do you think a hostage swap is? Also, they rescued a ton of Palestinians from Israeli prisons when the ceasefire agreement was implemented for 7 days, and there was hundreds of Palestinians that were released from Israeli prisons. So technically, they did release a shit ton of Palestinians actually from prison. They did a hostage swap. Did you forget? So what happened there? Way more Israeli hostages were released in times of peace and negotiation and the limited ceasefire that took place for 7 days, and Israel has killed more hostages than it has extracted. So what does that say about the violent means in which Israel tries to tackle this situation? It was this kind of sentiment from insane people like this, my grandfather, that made me first question Israel. Are you used to claiming that Israel's executing the prisoners? What do you think that happens to the hostages that stay in Gaza? Am I claiming that Israel's executing prisoners? No, I'm telling you that Israel is killing Israeli hostages by indiscriminately bombing every aspect of Gaza. I'm telling you that. Do you want to know why I'm telling you that? Because I listen to the fucking hostages that actually come back to Israel. And the thing that they almost always say is that they're more afraid of Israeli planes for understandable reasons than anything else. Israel also directly shot and killed 3 hostages point blank. Like, didn't just very publicly. Israel didn't just like kill a shit ton of hostages by indiscriminately bombing places where those hostages were. They also directly shot and killed 3 hostages. One of which was straight up fucking crying in Hebrew with a white flag saying, "Please don't kill me. I'm Israeli. I'm one of the good guys." They straight up shot 3 hostages point blank. So, yeah, maybe you should, I don't know, do a little bit of fucking reading, dumbass. But once again, you are absolutely reaffirming the exact thing that I have mentioned time and time again. Zionists do not care about Israeli Jews. Zionists do not care about the safety and security of Jews even in Israel, let alone Jews in the Western world. It's all about death and destruction. Zionism is a fascist ideology. It is a supremacist ideology. It is one born out of, it is one that justifies death and destruction. The Golda Meir quote rings true. It's another case of projection. Israel will never be safe until Israelis, Zionists, learn to love their children more than they hate Palestinians. Okay? You have done nothing to change my mind that no amount of death toll under 1,000 will change my mind on the cost to save a hostage I will certainly be killing otherwise, and make excuses for October 7th doesn't change that. Yeah, I can't change your mind because there's nothing in there, dumbass. You are not listening to the things that I'm saying. Like, this is not a good thing, okay? You learned a couple things, though. You learned that Israel did shoot hostages point blank. Israeli hostages point blank. So, you know. I've shown you that one, the only method of successful hostage extraction is through peace. I told you that Israel killed 3 hostages in the process of saving 4, and many others in the process of indiscriminately bombing all matter of Palestinian existence in Gaza. Told you that Israel directly shot Israeli Jewish hostages in Gaza, point blank. And that the most successful method of getting hostages out safely is through a ceasefire agreement, which Israel refuses to even deal with. So much so that even now we're having a conversation about how this is all Israel's own personal ceasefire negotiation, supposedly, is not being considered by Israel itself. I wonder why. You look at all those new information, you look at all the facts there, and you still think that at the top of the hour there is no 3-minute ad break. Okay, well, I can't convince you. I can't change your mind. There is a 3-minute ad break at the top of the hour. Okay? There's a 3-minute ad break at the top of the hour no matter what. Unless you subscribe for $5 or for free with Twitch Prime. Anne. Biraz lütfen. Biraz bağırma. Rescued Israeli hostage. Our greatest fear was Israeli planes. Yok. Also, I mean, they literally are killing their prisoners. Like a week ago, the IDF launched an investigation into 48 detainees taken from Gaza, many completely unrelated to Hamas, who have died in detention facilities since October 7, 36, which is in Sde Taiman. If you were correct, then of course I would be all for ceasefire. However, clearly the Israeli government doesn't agree. Wait, what? I am correct. The Israeli government doesn't agree because I am correct that the higher mode of authority here, the higher interest here, is to kill as many Palestinians as possible and to make Gaza a fucking living hell, which they've succeeded in. Anyway, here's the 3-minute ad break now, by the way. Israel's trying to push all citizens or Hamas. Yeah, we got to talk about the elephant in the room. Many Gazan civilians participated in the horrific events of October 7. It is also reported that Gazan civilians held Israeli hostages captive in their homes. The world must condemn this in the strongest terms. Yeah, this is a desperate attempt to be like, no, you don't understand. All Palestinians are Hamas, actually, which is what, you know, the Israeli government believes anyway. It's just not going to work. Anyway. Stable universities, several countries. When asked about support for Israel, the state after the protest, 33% said their support increased, 43% said it remained the same, 23% two-state solution. 60% of respondents considered a two-state solution as the best way to peace, with varying conditions related to demilitarization and recognition of Israel as a Jewish state. Negotiations for peace have been stalled since 2014. But isn't Anadolu and Erdogan propaganda media? All Turkish media is Erdogan propaganda media. It's like Al Jazeera being propaganda for the Qatar government. Doesn't matter. This is Western coverage. Anyway, let's get back to this guy.
To call for
This lady.
bans, boycotts, the elimination. It's ultimately calling for the vast majority of Jewish Americans to be banned or boycotted and eliminated. And that is effectively...
Yeah. That's it. Yeah. When I say BDS is good, I mean like, kill all the American Jews. That's insane. It is pretty crazy. It is pretty crazy to fucking, to like have to deal with this level of hysteria. Okay. Whether it's valid or not. If it's valid, it's hysterical. If it's cynical, then, it's cynical.
a form of anti-Semitism, and what that does is ultimately divide Jews from the very coalitions, the very spaces we all need to be in right now.
And I think the point that you make too about the muddying.
Why is AOC just chilling? What the fuck is she supposed to do? Is she supposed to be like, you're out of your fucking mind, to the CEO of the Jewish Council of Public Affairs that she has on here to talk about fucking anti-Semitism being on the rise? No, this was already a shit job from the start. Okay.
Of this term, and how so many people have
AOC M Ocasio High.
They engage in different definitions of this
No, I'm saying she should not have invited them. That's my overarching point.
term, utilizing it in different ways, and that then creates an opening and a spectrum here.
Exactly.
Amy Spitali continues that exclusion of Zionists by progressive movements is anti-Semitic and dangerous to democracy. AOC does not push back, instead agrees. Yeah, that's ridiculous. But since she did, the least she could do is push back. You guys don't understand. The reason why she's having this fucking conversation is literally so that, she could be like, no. See, I'm I'm doing the right thing. Please don't yell at me and call me an anti-Semite and dump fucking, I don't know, millions of dollars into any number of different races. She should have never done this.
To divide Jews.
I think that she should have had a seminar on anti-Semitism for sure. I mean, that's perfectly valid. Anti-Semitism is a bigotry. Oftentimes, that bigotry, especially when we're not talking about like Israel's actions, that bigotry oftentimes comes from is a canary in the coal mine for fascism in general. And Palestinian Chai. Yeah. It's just like she should have never done this. Should have never done this.
From the very communities, the very pro-democracy coalitions we need to be in solidarity with right now. If our communities are pit against one another, if the vast majority of American Jews are being told they're unwelcome in progressive spaces because we have a connection to Israel or a relationship with Israel, that doesn't just make Jews isolated, unsafe, it makes all of us unsafe, and we'll never be able to come together to advance the sort of inclusive future we need. Ultimately, our safety is inextricably linked and bound up with one another's and with our democracy. And so as anti-Semitism is normalized in all of these ways in our politics, in our media, in all of these spaces we've been talking about, it continues to threaten all communities' rights and safety and undercut our democracy. And so too, in sort of a constant feedback loop, is democracy.
Yeah, it's true, dude. If you don't have Zionists in every space, then democracy is under threat.
Right.
AOC asked Stacey Burdett, who has worked with the United States Holocaust Museum that endorses the RA definition of anti-Semitism and ADL, how to oppose the Netanyahu government without being anti-Semitic. Stacey says that excluding Zionists from space is discrimination in our legal system and normalize the idea of a Jewish ethno-state.
How can someone
I have to pee. Hold on.
Oppose the actions
I'll be back.
of the Netanyahu government while also avoiding anti-Semitism?
Look, if we want to be problem solvers, we have to be able to have respectful, evidence-based conversations that are totally free of identity-based biases. And if you make a judgment or an accusation about Israel that I think is wrong or unfair, I want to challenge you on the merits. I want to challenge your argument on the merits. And I think we can have those conversations. So Israel is a country like ours. It's subject to criticism and protest and tough language that may hurt my ears that people use to hold it accountable. And the parameters around that should be, how would we speak about this country, right? Political protest and criticism are the essence of democracy. And we also need to take care with that expression because we need it for our democracy. I want to just mention a couple of pain points in this moment, because if we can understand the harm some words do to other people, we can be attentive to preventing it. And that's a great beginning that will matter to a lot of people. So I talked about the conspiracy frame. And so whenever we hear about nefarious control behind world events, or now we're talking about the conflict, evil control of government policy by Jewish billionaires or Zionist donors, those are just like the George Soros accusations that Amy described, this evil puppet master, trying to save democracy and support causes he cares about. So if your criticism of Israel is trafficking and stereotypes, you're really in the bigotry zone. I mean, stereotypes kill. That's how the Nazis got the German people to live with this so-called final solution. So we do the work all the time to avoid words that correlate with negative stereotypes, and we need to do that here. Second, empathy and care and inclusion cannot be limited only to Jews who reject Zionism. To me, those are part of my community, friends and colleagues, and progressive Jewish groups are doing more good work than ever fighting anti-Semitism. But still, excluding Jews who believe there should be a Jewish homeland is excluding most Jews for whom it's just a feature of their identity. And that's in our civil rights legal system and our civil.
Yeah. No, definitely. You don't understand. Jews have I love that. This is why I always say Zionism is so anti-Semitic. You don't understand. Inherently, Jews have a bone in their brain that says they have to have an ethno-state. that is like literally constantly doing apartheid and killing people. Like, you don't get it. Okay? You don't get it. Like, we just have to have that. So like, it is an intrinsic value to Judaism. Okay? And therefore, if you say that like this opinion is bad and wrong and has no space in like progressive circles, then you're being anti-Semitic. It's an insane fucking it's an insane statement, dude. Like, what the fuck are you saying? What are you saying? What an insane fucking statement to make. This is very uncharitable. No, it's not. No, it's not. This is very normal and boring. Conspiracy control is genuine anti-Semitic dog whistle. She hasn't said anything that bad. She's not wrong. How is she wrong? She just said there are a lot of Jews who believe in an Israeli state. This is very uncharitable. Okay, dude, I don't know if you're like being intentionally obtuse, because you are missing the forest for the fucking trees. I suspect you are being intentionally obtuse, or maybe you are misguided. Okay? It's blood and soil propaganda. Like, here, I'll run it back again.
Second,
So
you know, empathy and care and inclusion cannot be limited only to Jews who reject Zionism. To me, those are part of my community, friends and colleagues, and progressive Jewish groups are doing more good work than ever fighting anti-Semitism. But still, excluding Jews who believe there should be a Jewish homeland is excluding most Jews for whom it's just a feature of.
do you understand? Excluding Jews who believe that there should be a Jewish homeland. There's only one fucking place that she's talking about, and that is Israel. And that accompanies all of the actions of Israel. Okay? Intentionally vague ways of defining Israel does not change that reality. Okay? We here in this community, at least I, have never stated that there cannot be some kind of connection to Israel or anything like that. I myself have mentioned that there can be connections to Israel. That does not mean you're inherently a Zionist or whatever. Okay? But it is not a part of someone's identity to be like, no, you don't understand. Like, Rhodesia is my identity. Okay? Or the segregation in the South is my identity. That South African whites want an apartheid. That is a part of the Boer identity. And therefore, those who defend these kinds of unjustifiable constructs, those who believe in these unequal constructs, these incredibly violent, oppressive constructs, have to not be excluded. Otherwise, you are the racist, is ridiculous. And the only way you can't comprehend that, or you can't see that, is if you also personally think that there is not like all that much wrong with it. My uncle was born in Rhodesia, then moved to South Africa, then to Israel. He's a real piece of shit. Yeah, I mean, he's just a apartheid enjoyer, dude. The only reason why people do not view this in the same way as like someone who says Southern pride in the Confederacy is not the same as like being racist or whatever is because most people understand whiteness and the Confederacy as a wrong thing, whereas being Jewish is still a marginalized and protected identity in the Western world for understandable reasons, because anti-Semitism is a real problem, which is why cynically using anti-Semitism as a weapon to shield against criticisms of Israel is insane. How is saying Jewish homeland connected to a brutal apartheid? Those two are different things, no? How is saying How is saying Southern pride in the Confederacy is connected to the maintenance and the continuation of slavery and the enslavement of black people? How are these two things the same? Did the Jewish homeland not be created with the purposeful exclusion, systematic exclusion of those who lived there? It's heritage, not hate, brother. That's what it sounds like. Oh, I just want a white homeland. Yeah. It's like saying Lebensraum had nothing to do with Jews or people or Slavs. It was just Nazis that wanted a space to live. Do you get it? What? You act like Japan is great? Why are you acting like apartheid is the same thing as the Confederacy? You act like Japan is great because it's an ethno-state, but turn around to any other example? You have to be trying to debate me at the top of the hour, right? Because I have literally criticized, and I already ran the 3-minute ad break. I've criticized Japan being an ethno-state a million times. The fuck are you talking about? It's like one of their biggest L's. No, I already ran the 3-minute ad break, dummy. 15 minutes ago. Unless you're 43 minutes early to the top of the hour.
Their identity. And that's in our civil rights legal system and our civil society, it's discrimination. And there's a zone in which we don't agree exactly.
It's so funny. It's all, dude, I've heard this kind of insidious liberal Zionist propaganda so many fucking times, dude. It's just like, oh, you don't understand. Israel is a robust democracy where you can criticize Israel, just not like that. Just not like that. It's like, bro, I don't care about like what kind of taxation that the Confederate States were going to implement, okay? Criticism within the acceptable confines of what the Confederates thought was like permissible is not my main point of contention with the Confederacy, okay? It's the maintenance and the preservation of slavery. That is my main point of contention. And with Israel, my main point of contention isn't whether women should be able to read or not, okay? It's the apartheid. That is the big thing that needs to be dismantled first.
Exactly the nature of the overlap between anti-Jewish hate and anti-Israel criticism. We don't have the exact identical frame to characterize it, and Jews disagree on some of these finer points, but we all agree that it's harmful. So let's just call it like eliminationist. Whatever the intent, we're all reading 20 articles a day. It's telling us and teaching us how provocative, scary, and hurtful some language is. Envisioning a world without a Jewish homeland is terrifying for a group of people who've been banished and expelled. And calling every single Jew who yearns for a refuge or a homeland a racist, that causes harm. It's not in service to any future that's.
Yeah, I hate this shit so much, bro. It's like weaponizing the Holocaust to do genocide is so freakish. But it is a foundational plank of Zionism. And, you know, a lot of Zionists do legitimately subscribe to this. It's pretty funny because like Nazis literally used to take advantage of liberals' dumbass tendencies of freedom of speech is one of the foundational planks of American democracy. Like, why won't you let me have my free speech? That's literally what fucking Nazis used to use all the goddamn time. And it's so funny to see. It's so funny to see Zionists like very quickly apply that exact same tactic here.
Safe for Israelis and Palestinians, and it undermines our ability to live in the kind of community of support we want and we need.
I'm raging to act like us American Jews are terrified to not have a Jewish homeland as a cover for genocide makes me physically ill. Yeah. True, but the effect of a non-specific Zionist label is an exclusion of Jews and I suppose evangelicals. I think we need to be more specific about what Zionist is. Is it two-state Zionism? That would make Arafat and Fatah head Zionists. Zionism is simply the maintenance, the creation and the maintenance and the continuation of a demographic majority Jewish Israel ethno-state. That's what it is. That's what it started as, and that's it. It is settler colonialism and a justification for said settler colonialist activities. That is precisely the reason why people routinely want to defend that without saying it on such terms will muddy the waters. What? So even non-Israeli Jews are welcome? Well, what? I don't even know what you're trying to say. What the hell is it? Israelic?
Right down. Speaking out against the war in Gaza with a broad brush, it makes it that much harder to effectively call out real anti-Semitism, and instead it just seeks to divide us. At the same time, as we've talked about here, we've seen the line crossed in too many cases in ways that cause direct harm to Jews, and that ultimately threatens all of us. And so for me, the guiding principle for all of this work is to understand that no one's going anywhere. Jews, Arab Americans, Muslim Americans.
Jay Mershon, excluding people for their politics is not discrimination based in civil rights legislation. It's just being mean. The truly ironic thing is that these people would definitely be the first to screech and cry about Trump supporters being allowed in their Moms for Biden book club meeting. It's the same thing ultimately when you boil it down. It's exclusion based on political ideology, nothing to do with religion. Yeah.
Americans here in the
like Zionism, no matter how hard you try, will never be a marginalized identity. It's not. Jews are, Zionism is not. Zionism is the majority of evangelical Christians in this country. They're evangelical Zionists. There are more evangelical Zionists in this country than there are Jews on the planet, okay? Anti-Zionist, Zionist, whatever. Do you have a professional chef? Yes. Her name is my mom.
The United States, Israelis and Palestinians in the region, all of our futures are inextricably bound up with one another. And in fact, the only future in which I'm safe as a Jewish American woman is one in which my Arab American, Muslim, Black, immigrant, LGBTQ neighbors are safe, and vice versa. And so too is the only future in which Israel and the Israeli people are truly safe. and finally secure, one in which Palestinian children and all people are finally safe and free. And so that requires us to do the hard work to understand how, in disagreeing over policies and protesting vehemently, we don't cross that line into harm, into eliminationist rhetoric, into anti-Semitism, and that we also not allow legitimate concerns and fears about anti-Semitism to be exploited to advance a broader extremist agenda that seeks to pit our communities against one another and undermine our fundamental democracy and our liberal values.
Yeah, the only world where Jews are safe is when Jews' neighbors are safe, except, you know, you must be really critical of Israel then. You must be a anti-Zionist, actually. I can't believe how she just dropped that in this conversation. A commonly shared opinion amongst anti-Zionists is literally what she just said. Look, there were early Zionism adjacent Jews who pushed for a Jewish homeland as a genuinely binational and egalitarian idea. Buber, Arendt, Brit Shalom. Think what you may of them. At the same time, I'm also not so fucking delusional. Think some imaginary alternate essence of Zionism means shit when the way Zionism is manifested for 100 plus years has been ethno-nationalism and colonialism. Existence precedes essence. If Zionism is always manifested like this, then this is Zionism. Yes. Exactly. Which is why I always fucking talk about Einstein. Einstein's sentiment now would be literally called token Jew by Zionists. Einstein, who once was propped up to be the president of Israel. Okay, that Einstein, Albert motherfucking Einstein, literally was saying, like, you can't do a fucking Jewish homeland, guys. You can't do that. We have to live with our Arab neighbors. What the fuck are you doing? You are doing Nazi shit. Calling out the early Haganah, Lehi, and Irgun brigades as terrorists, saying you're being a fascist, bro. Chill with this fucking fascism. What the fuck is that about? They literally, Einstein's sentiment now, if expressed by an American Jew in 2024, is seen as like you're being tokenized. Einstein had a dream for a Jewish safe land. He did not support the ways in which Zionists wanted to achieve it. Exactly. Anyway.
And I mean, that's so well said. And I think it also cuts to a different skill that we have, which is allyship. And that this isn't just like a term that is used in some saccharine way, but that it is a discipline and a practice. I am a woman of color. You are a Jewish woman. Our destinies are bound up. Our protection is bound up in one another. And it's so important that we stand up and defend each other. So, Amy, to you, what does allyship look like to you in this moment? And what are the stakes for our democracy in that allyship right now?
Look, there's so much that is complicated.
I'm sorry, but this is fucking ridiculous. Like, we are in the middle of a genocide, which she correctly has called a genocide. Like, that doesn't mean you should let anti-Semitism run wild, as I am very careful about that sort of thing and will fucking stamp it anywhere I see it. Having said that, however, you are not going to catch me like doing PR for Zionists. Like, that's ridiculous. we're going to defend the identity of Judaism by allowing people to cynically tie it back to an apartheid, a racist apartheid ethno state doing a genocide. And then what? Like, expect people not to fucking listen to that? Expect people not to go, well, what the fuck? What am I supposed to think then? Like, what? You were trying to appeal to the idea that some amount of Jews globally believe Zionism isn't a fascist ethno state. Yes, that's due to the propaganda. You can't just say that at some point. No, most people that believe in the existence of a Jewish homeland don't recognize that that Jewish homeland is placed on top of an indigenous population that is being fucking harmed right now. That doesn't mean that they're correct, or that doesn't mean that I should reflect my criticism of such, my criticism of people who believe that in a way where I'm also doing PR for the way that Zionists want me to talk about the issue. Like, that's crazy. That's why I say it is no different than being like, listen, you have to fucking, you can't be talking about white supremacy, Hasan. That's going to offend white people. That's going to offend white people's sensibilities. Like, you can't do that. Why don't you give up this fucking conversation? Like, see, you're hurting people's feelings. You're hurting white people's feelings when you talk about how the Great Replacement is not real, or how are you going to do a white genocide? Like, yeah, those people are hysterical. What do you want me to do? And they're living in a fucking false reality. I can't abide by the hysterics of an entire group of people, and it's not it's not even like all Jews who believe this anyway, but like, regardless, even if it was, I wouldn't still fucking do it. What people want Zionism to mean to them, if it doesn't match up with what Zionism is, like the reality is, then, you know, we can't have this conversation about what their hypothetical Zionism is, because that's not what it is. You could say, well, Zionism to me means like a secular nation state for everyone living there. Right? Great. But that's not what Zionism is. That's, at that point, that's anti-Zionism.
About this, but for me, this part shouldn't be complicated, right? Being an ally to the Jewish community right now doesn't mean that we're asking you to put an Israeli flag on your front door or support every action of the Israeli government. It means recognizing the very real Jewish pain.
Just the ones that I want you to shut the fuck up about. That, you know, you don't have to put an Israeli flag on your door, but you need to shut the fuck up about this like apartheid genocide shit.
And grief that our community is experiencing following the deadliest day for our people since the Holocaust. Pain and grief that we're still in because there are hostages that remain, because the war is ongoing.
Oh.
It means calling for the hostages to be released alongside the other policy changes that you want to see, recognizing that.
That's so funny. I would love to hear what she has to say about Israel being an apartheid. Like, do you agree that Israel's an apartheid? Do you agree with the Human Rights Watch, Israeli organization B'Tselem, and Amnesty International that Israel's an apartheid? It's that simple. I would just love to hear what you have to say. It is such an easy fucking conversation finisher. Just ask that. Because if you don't, then, you know, we're on entirely different planets. You are not living on planet Earth.
What happened on October 7th was heinous and unacceptable, even as if and as you also oppose Israel's actions in Gaza or the Netanyahu government, or believe that this war needs to end. And so too does the Jewish community need to lean into allyship.
Like, anyway. Additionally, Amy's group JCPA works with the JCRC, which is trying to rewrite K through 12 school books to further dehumanize Palestinians. Here's a video about their work.
Here's the pro-Israel lobby group that's working to change our public schools and textbooks. It's called the Institute for Curriculum Services, a nonprofit organization whose stated goal is improving the accuracy of K through 12 instruction and instructional material on Jews, Judaism, and Jewish history. But if you look a little deeper, it's obvious that one of its central goals is pushing pro-Israel narratives. ICS shapes school curricula in America either by recommending changes to existing curricula or creating its own. Their website says that they operate in all 50 states, and in 2018, they bragged that they were responsible for 11,500 changes in textbooks throughout America. Several teachers in New York City schools sent Breakthrough News photos showing that ICS resources are being used to teach about the genocide, and that teachers themselves are also being subjected to ICS curricula targeted at teachers. Teachers in New York City are protesting the use of ICS curricula, as well as the repression they're facing for speaking out against the genocide, which we'll get to later. In the name of balance, ICS works to edit out any
How you do PR for Ethan Klein, who's a Zionist? You do PR for Ethan Klein, who's a Zionist. How can you tell her not to defend a Zionist when you defend Ethan Klein, who's openly Zionist? Are you okay? Ethan Klein called Israel an apartheid state in, I think, 2021. Okay? While we have been publicly at odds on certain aspects of October 7 or certain aspects of his coverage since October 7, that does not change the reality. Ethan Klein being compared to a person who literally is a part of a complicated lobbying scheme is insane. Okay? Like you're comparing you are comparing Ethan Klein to what the fuck is this woman's group? The CEO of the Jewish Council for Public Affairs, bro. The only reason why you bring that up is specifically because you want to bring the convo back to my friends and colleagues because they care more about the drama than they do about the literal ongoing genocide. That's it. Like, you are so fucking permanently online. AOC's L's have a special way of brain breaking you. Wait, what? No, guys, you can't fucking be serious, right? It's 3 hours and 39 minutes into the broadcast, and I spent the last hour literally fucking complaining about this, like, thing that AOC did, probably to capitulate to, like, the Democratic Party, to make sure that she doesn't get fucking absolutely destroyed, lose her committee positions or whatever. And I still think it was a bad thing that she did and openly fucking ripped into it. And you still think it's not sufficient. Like, if you demand that I hate AOC unconditionally and become a Jimmy Dore style fucking commentator, it's just not going to work, okay? Y'all are dumb as fuck. Look what these Zionists did to Corbyn. He went from leader of the Labor Party to kicked out of the party completely. What have these chatters done to help him? I know. It's just... I mean, Jamal Bowman. Jamal Bowman is a great example. It's like any moment that you fucking spend chirping about AOC right now, beyond like, yeah, it's fucking lame that she did this, and move on. Any moment that you are fucking hyper focusing on AOC instead of trying to defend Jamal Bowman as publicly as possible is a moment where you're losing. Or Cori Bush. Jamal Bowman and Cori Bush are under attack by AIPAC and many other fucking subsidiary lobbying groups under the umbrella of AIPAC for the crime of speaking out against Israel. But you dumb motherfuckers want drama. You want that more than anything else. That's all you want. You want fucking drama. So appeal to AIPAC? Is that what I said? This is great. Comparing anyone who has resentment or disdain for AOC, Bowman and the squad that Jimmy Dore cope ridiculous. Also, Bowman literally capitulated today on Twitter. Yeah, okay, say it then. You hope he loses, okay? You want him to lose. I'm glad that you think that a dude who's having millions, multiple millions of AIPAC dollars shoved up his asshole, Latimer, to win. That would be better. That would be better if he defeated Jamal Bowman. Okay? He capitulated, dude. He did. He capitulated. He's not with the cause. Okay? He needs to be dismantled. He needs to be taken apart and picked apart. Why is it a mutually exclusive thing? Because that's how fucking politics works. And you guys are fucking dumb as shit for not understanding it. If you don't want to do electoralism, that's fine, okay? I routinely talk about how I don't participate in certain fucking conversations because it doesn't matter. I'm trying to apply pressure where it matters. Because that's how it fucking works. Okay? There's two candidates. You're being insane, so we can't criticize any politician unless we're prepared to vote against them. That's not what I'm saying. I spent the fucking past hour... Dude, I'm done. I'm done. You guys are too fucking stupid to understand this conversation. I'm done with this. We're not having this conversation any longer. I literally spent the last fucking hour criticizing AOC. Suck my fucking dick, okay? You're so stupid. You are literally the exact same Philistine fucking brained, filthy little drama farming perverts that you criticize the Destiny community for. That's it. You are. Anyone that's over fucking 40 months of subscription in this fucking community is literally operating on the same boundaries as like the Destiny fandom does, while simultaneously fucking looping back around and thinking that you're above that. You are. You are. Focus your efforts on productive shit, chatters. That is all I'm saying. Okay? It's so stupid. I'm telling you that it is insane, personally, to spend any amount of time beyond just like, yeah, this shit sucks, and move on as far as like AOC doing this thing. Okay? At a time when like people are literally getting ass blasted successfully by AIPAC and other lobbying groups for the crime of speaking out against Israel like Jamal Bowman is right now. Okay? Here it is. Pix 11 poll in New York 16 shows big lead for incumbent's primary challenger George Latimer against Representative Jamal Bowman. He's at 48%. I can't do this. I can't do this any longer. I can't fucking play the song and dance. You guys are dumb as fuck. It's praxis, dude. Constantly fucking chirping about AOC and how she's not sufficiently pro-Palestinian is praxis. The easiest way to get past it is to say she fucked up. Here are my criticisms, but until someone better comes along, she's the best we got here. That's really interesting that you said that, because I've only said that probably 1,000 times over the course of the past literal hour or two. So it does seem like me just saying that is not causing people to fucking move on. Anyway. The way I see this, and AOC is far from like being a fucking Marxist-Leninist vanguardist or whatever the fuck, okay? But the way I see it, it hits too close to fucking home. She is, in many respects, one of the more progressive legislators on a lot of issues, okay? So when everybody fucking hyper-focuses on like literally one of the closer fucking congresspersons that you have to your cause and constantly fucking chirp nonstop, it does feel like we're doing purity spirals, okay? What do you want her to do? Assassinate Benjamin Netanyahu when he fucking comes into, steps foot inside of the congressional halls or some shit? Like, what the fuck? It's so funny because I literally started this conversation talking about how like this community is like unimaginably hostile to any minor disagreement that they foresee. Any slight is like seen as the worst thing that anyone could do, not recognizing that people are, one, led by a multitude of different interests and are imperfect vessels altogether. Okay? No, just don't platform genocide supporter. She's disappointing and embarrassing. Dude, you are fucking insane. If you think that if you're calling AOC a genocide supporter, you are fucking insane. You are literally the most schizophrenic person on the planet right now, okay? That is crazy. As far as people in Congress goes, she has openly called what Israel's doing a genocide. What the fuck are you saying?
The world. So there was no way in the world, especially based on what I've learned over the last few years in Congress, that I was going to support what Israel was doing right now. And when the ceasefire resolution came to my desk, you know, led by my sisters Cori Bush and Rashida Tlaib, of course I signed on as an original co-sponsor. Because the other resolution that they were pushing was a complete AIPAC written resolution. And one of the first lines was, you know, condemn Hamas for this unprovoked attack. And I stopped reading at that point. I'm like, well, if we're calling this an unprovoked attack, that means we're going to ignore 18 human rights organizations calling Israel an apartheid state.
God, he's so fucking sick. I can't believe, dude, Jamal Bowman. Yo, they should literally pack up J Street. I swear to God. J Street is comprised of liberal Zionists. For the most part, it's supposed to be the antithetical, like the anti-AIPAC. But they do something very interesting. J Street takes congresspersons to the West Bank. And sometimes those congresspersons that go to the West Bank literally develop an understandable resentment towards the nation state of Israel in the ways that they conduct their affairs. Jamal Bowman is one of those politicians who went to the West Bank on a J Street on a J Street sponsored trip and came back and was like, dude, that is the most fucked up shit I've ever seen in quite some time. Okay? Now, of course, there are others who also go to the West Bank and don't get that same exact fucking attitude. You know, like, what was it? It wasn't Hakeem Jeffries. There was another fucking, God, I'm forgetting his name now. He blocked me. Richie Torres.
And we're going to ignore 75 years of military occupation, which is illegal, or 700,000 settlers expanding into the West Bank, which is also illegal. Now, I am not justifying the killing of civilians by Hamas on October 7th. There's no justification. It's just an explanation of what the circumstances were that led to October 7th. And I believe then, and I believe now, if you want to end extremism, we need a free Palestine.
Why the fuck is J Street sending people to the West Bank if they aren't trying to radicalize them into anti-Zionism? Because J Street, to be fair, is like a type of liberal Zionism that is genuinely anti-settler violence. Sorry, I'm going to run it back. That's why. They are genuinely and legitimately anti-settler, which is why they take congresspersons to the West Bank for them to see. But when congresspersons from America see that shit, they're like, oh my God, this needs to be dismantled immediately. And I say this as someone who has, you know, a lot of friends who maybe even at certain points in their careers and in their history worked at J Street. Like, when I say they are liberal Zionists who do legitimately hate the West Bank, like who do legitimately have issues with like settler violence, I mean it. They are. They're anti-settler, anti-apartheid are two different things. We're against both here, but some are only against the first, and obviously some are in favor of both. Yeah. AIPAC is pro-apartheid, pro-settler. J Street is anti-settler, but pro-Israel, you know, doing regular Israel shit otherwise. Even the weirdo Sam Harris hates Israel being in the West Bank. Yeah. It's definitely a position that you hear from a lot of people in America, especially like a lot of liberal Zionists in America.
That led to October 7th. And I believe then, and I believe now, if you want to end extremism, we need a free Palestine. So don't.
I still think it's a problem that when censured and attempted to be held accountable by DSA for Zionist votes, Bowman's response was to leave the org. Now he comes back to them when he needs volunteers. It's not a good look. Yeah, dude, you're right. We should leave his ass to dry. I think. You have to analyze why he's getting fucking ass blasted right now. It's not like Latimer was like a profoundly popular candidate. He has tens of millions of dollars in AIPAC and AIPAC subsidiary funders being dumped into his fucking primaries for the specific reasons that he is detailing here. His position on Israel is it's an apartheid. It's ridiculous. That honesty is being met with a fuck ton of money because AIPAC wants this to be a point. You speak out against Israel and you're even in like a remotely precarious position in your district, we will come for you. They don't go after every single squad member. They have tried in the past, and if they fail a couple times, they just give up on it. But they want to make sure that there's a chilling effect. Okay?
Talk to me about, two-state solution where we're not doing anything to build a Palestinian state.
Anyway. Bowman, after suggestion without evidence that Netanyahu wants to move all Palestinians out of Gaza to annex the strip to Israel so don't talk to me about, a two-state solution when we're not doing anything to build a Palestinian state. Jacob. Oh, man. Jacob is another October 7 leaver, I guess. He's not like a community member. I'm joking, but Jacob Kornbluth did a lot of great reporting on the Orthodox community that he's a part of in New York during the COVID restrictions. I've been following him for a while, only to, only to demonstrate his position on Israel not being so open-minded nor progressive. It's so funny. Destiny spent like one day in Israel and is immediately starting to walk back his Zionism law. Getting cussed out in Hebrew, Arabic, and then seeing the West Bank wall in practice the next day will do that, I guess. The Kalandia checkpoint into West Jerusalem. Palestinians will wait and sit here for hours every single day to get into Israel to see their families, conduct business, or pick up medicine. Every Palestinian waiting in line feels the only reason this checkpoint exists. I don't think he's going to. I don't think he's going to actually fucking turn around and be like pro-Palestinian, dude. No shot. No. Anyway. To many people in the chat and online in general, the epitome of letting perfection be the enemy of progress. If you get out there and see how hard it is to move this mountain an inch, you'd lose that impractical myopia. Yeah. Anyway. Oh no, you had D stuff on screen for more than 5 seconds. The incursion is imminent. No, it's actually a fucking 5-head move by me because they're going to come in here right now and get hit with a fucking ad break at the top of the hour. That's right. I guarantee if you read the full tweet, he talks about how it's actually needed for security. I'll place money on it. Yeah. Well, money you can use at the top of the hour ad break to avoid seeing those ads. I think sometimes chatters forget that a lot of people don't have the right opinions right away. Dude, what the fuck? Are you kidding me? You think he's having a genuine hate change of heart? Are you insane? He's been defending vociferously and unconditionally the Israeli genocide and the apartheid for the past 8 months. And it's a position that he picked up after. Some people really think this dude is switching sides. Yeah, no, he's not, bro. No, he's fucking not. No. Just as a friendly reminder, I don't really have a huge emotional investment in one side or the other on any given conflict I study. If you're Israeli and you love me because I come off as impartial and neutral, but only see me debate Palestinians, be ready to be upset the next few days. Yeah, he's just fucking... He's a debate mercenary, brother. That's all it is. And a lot of people are dumb as shit. And they will be like, oh yeah, actually, he's changed his mind now. Yeah. God, people are so fucking unprincipled. They'll literally yell about AOC for like hours on end and then turn around and be like, oh, it seems like Destiny has changed his mind. How good? What? Maybe donate to Boma's campaign with your fucking money, then smart one. I'm not asking a answer for AOC. I'm asking he be honest with himself about her. It's not looking good, bruv. This isn't the first time AOC does this shit. Fuck whatever pressure she can make politically. It's important to focus on AOC because she panders to leftists under this idea that she has our best interest in mind. Like, no, bitch. What? Yeah, dude, no, you're right. You are doing praxis. You are doing praxis. I promise. Hoscord, you're doing praxis. Definitely. People are so fucking stupid. Me when I get a pretend Hasan is tweaking, even though he told us we're gonna get kickback from the DNC checks. Okay, dude. Breaking, Israeli official tells me Israel received Hamas's response. Hamas rejected the proposal for a hostage deal, which was laid out by President Biden in his speech. Wait, what? Immediately after you expand the tweet, he writes, Israel claims it's for security. Also, the checkpoint isn't into West Jerusalem. It's between 2 points of the east, but whatever. Lolo is cooking you?
You put me in a worse mood than I was in earlier.
See, look, right there, that's a good example. You're avoiding the situation by taking a hit off that vape pen.
What the fuck? Why? It does kind of look like I feel called out. Have we watched the show? No. When reading Israeli media, 90% of the time, remember, Israeli officials just mean Bibi. Think Iraq war with Judith Miller stuff, but almost all mainstream reporting. Hamas made changes to the offer's schedule and demanded assurances to end the war. But the framing is crazy here. All Israeli outlets I've seen, Ynet, Walla, Khan, 11, etc., have taken the same line, with the same official saying Hamas rejected the offer. This dude hasn't contacted Haaretz yet for some reason. Oh, the Israeli official, you mean? Yeah, I wonder why.
Al Jazeera, I want to tell you straight away about some breaking news that has just come in. We are told, sources have told Al Jazeera, that Hamas has submitted its response to the U.S. outlined ceasefire proposal. That's coming as Hamas and the Palestinian Islamic Jihad group issued a joint statement expressing readiness to reach a deal. Now, according to sources, they have made some amendments. The amendments include a withdrawal from the entire Gaza Strip, including the Rafah crossing and the Philadelphia corridor. We'll try and get you more details as they come in, and then we'll share them with you. At this juncture, I want to bring in our guest, James Elder. He is a UNICEF spokesperson, and he joins us live from Deir al-Balah in Gaza. James, grateful to have you with us. You're back in Gaza. How would you describe the situation?
Hell on earth, Layla. After what happened over the weekend, to be today in Al-Aqsa Hospital, which was already packed, already beyond capacity last week, and then to have 400 people with these horrendous wounds of war come in the space of an hour. So again today, walking around with a doctor, with these incredible physicians who are doing 24-hour shifts, we're walking over children with these wounds of war on the floor, you know, with head injuries, because the capacity has just been absolutely devastated. It felt like it could have been day one of this horrendous war on children. It is, of course, day 250. And then to leave the hospital, and of course, all we see is rubble. I walked outside, and there is a lady who's in tears because her family home has been destroyed, her husband's killed, and she just wants a tent. Layla, as you and your viewers know, these stories are everywhere, but they're relentless, and that's why we hope this talk of a ceasefire for those people in power who seem, to be honest, utterly disconnected from the suffering of the civilians of Gaza. Hopefully now this is that moment, because people, from what I'm seeing this time around, look like they're just hanging on.
just hanging on. I mean, the atrocities that have been unfolding have been truly shocking. What do you make, as you're witnessing the situation there where you are on the ground and the wrangling over this ceasefire that just continues?
Yeah, it is. I mean, I think, we have to move beyond the words. We have to look at the evidence on the ground, and the evidence on the ground, literally in terms of the rubble, or literally with wounded children in tears on the ground, is there for all to see. The intent here has been the devastation of Gaza. And the devastation of Gaza from schools and universities, the education, to the agriculture, to the learning capacity. It's been ubiquitous. And we see this across now the Gaza Strip. To see 1 million people have had to move from Rafah, exhausted, shell-shocked, to try again and find another home. Believe it or not, there is a shortage now of tents. People are under plastic sheeting. It's 45 degrees. So I think it's very clear what the reality is that people are enduring. Now, of course, they hold on to hope. People have to hold on to hope, Layla. When I meet people again, people I've become friends with, and I say, how are you? Which sounds like such a silly question. Their response is alive. People are grateful for being alive. It is insane that this beautiful society is being reduced to gratitude for being alive. So, yes, the ceasefire needs to look into the eyes of doctors who ask me, how much more evidence does the Western world need? Or children who simply plead to see their parents again. This is what this ceasefire hopefully will bring.
James Elder, UNICEF spokesperson. Sir, thank you so very much. And I want to go now to Imran Khan, who is in the Jordanian capital, Amman, just to get some more on that breaking news that we've been telling you about. Imran, I understand you're joining us on the phone. Can you hear me okay?
45 degrees centigrade is insanely hot. It's like 100 degrees plus, 100 degrees Fahrenheit plus, 113. Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, I've got you.
Imran, so as we've just broke the news that Hamas has submitted its response to the U.S. outlined ceasefire proposal, what are you hearing from your side?
Well, what Hamas sources have told Al Jazeera is they are ready and have submitted a response to the proposed ceasefire deal.
The contrast between this and the words are violence type bullshit from the previous Zionist woman is crazy. Yeah. This is why, listen. This is why I always try to bring the conversation back to like issues that actually matter the most, right? This isn't to say that like anti-Semitism can be easily dismissed or whatever. I'm not saying that at all. But if you are using anti-Semitism as a way to shield and deflect away from the actual point of contention here, you are a bad person. Okay? It is incredibly, unimaginably selfish, unimaginably self-centered. It's just Western chauvinism in display when you behave like this, when you're like, well, tens of thousands of fucking children being ruthlessly slaughtered by this apartheid ethno-state with our tax dollars is one thing, but my feelings being centered in this conversation is a must. That's crazy. If you defend that, then yeah, you are not going to be welcomed in progressive circles, and that's perfectly understandable. That's perfectly valid. Okay? That's insane. It's insane to look at all this death and destruction and be like, well, I have some disagreements with the Israeli state, but ultimately I think it's a good thing. It's a good force. It's a force for good on the planet. It's not. This is why I always ask, do you believe Israel's an apartheid? Do you agree with the 18 international human rights organizations that have declared Israel an apartheid since 2021? Do you agree that Israel's currently conducting a genocidal ethnic cleansing campaign in Gaza? Do you believe your eyes? Do you believe what you see in front of your eyes, or do you find ways to justify it?
To the Qatari and Egyptian mediators. This is a joint statement that they have released. So it's now very clear that they are willing to negotiate. Earlier in the day, we heard from a Hamas official after the resolution news had broken in the Security Council that Hamas were willing to send negotiators. This is now a step forward to that. They've responded to the Egyptians and the Qataris. Hamas are now ready to do something that will get to a ceasefire. The ball is now in Israel's court. Remember the original ceasefire deal that Biden put forward? He always said, this is the Israeli ceasefire deal. Israel was quite surprised by that. And what Israel said was, we are willing to perhaps commit to the first phase of this, which is an original 6-week ceasefire deal, and then the release of captives. But what Antony Blinken has done for the last 4 days is talk about the idea that this is on Hamas. Hamas need to respond. Hamas need to do something. This is on Hamas. Well, this is now Hamas's response. Hamas have quite clearly said they are willing to negotiate. And this...
Literally 2/3 of Israeli localities, roughly 700 to 1,050, are Jewish only. I'm not just referring to the regional council stuff. It is legally not possible for Arabs to buy a house in them. According to the way their township contracts work, many were built on lands forcibly confiscated from Palestinian refugees and / citizens of Israel. But people will say there's no apartheid. Imagine if America built hundreds of localities only for white people while none were built for black people. Oh, wait. Exactly. The only difference is that, like, even in America, you have redlining, right? In America, the American government did all that shit. But as it stands, there's nothing in the fucking paper, with the exception of Oregon, until like a couple of years prior. There's nothing in the legal rule books that says black people can't live here, or that white people can purposely discriminate against black people and stop them from living here. In Israel, it is in the rule book. That is the major difference. So it's even beyond the white supremacy that you see in contemporary American society. That's something that I think is very important. I know you weren't trying to minimize that. I'm just simply stating that, like, if you think the situation is really bad here, or historically was really bad here, like, understand that it is worse in Israel.
Let's see what happens in the next couple of days. Remember, on Wednesday, Antony Blinken is in Doha. There is a press conference happening at 5 p.m. local time with the Emir of Qatar. He's going to have to take in this Hamas response and talk about that at the ceasefire, at the press conference. So right now, it's very breaking news. There's only a few details that we have, but the clear message is from both Palestinian Islamic Jihad and Hamas that they are willing to talk.
They're willing to talk, Imran, but a salient detail here, according to sources, is they have made some amendments. And the amendments include a withdrawal from the entire Gaza Strip, including Rafah crossing and the Philadelphia corridor. Are these non-starters, though, for the Israelis?
Well, Hamas have actually always called for a permanent ceasefire. That was always what they were working towards. All of these are now just negotiating details. Whether they're negotiating right now in public, which is what's happening, or whether they're negotiating in private, Hamas's position has always been very clear. A permanent ceasefire. That's something Israel does not want to do. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has always been very, very clear. We need to destroy Hamas both politically and militarily. Most of his actual generals, most of the Israeli security establishment thinks that that goal may not be able to happen in the way the Prime Minister wants. So although they've been clear on the details, they haven't changed, Hamas haven't changed their position. It's always been about a permanent ceasefire for Hamas.
It's always been about a permanent ceasefire for Hamas. I'm just wondering, in terms of from the Israeli leadership's perspective, specifically Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, if he were to accept a ceasefire, would that essentially spell out the end of his government?
That is a question that Sorry, can you still hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, Imran.
Right. that is a question better put to analysts and people who have an opinion. All I can report is the news to you. And the news, and sorry, I'm pausing slightly because it is a very awkward question to answer. Here's the thing. In Israel, the common thinking is that if there's an end to the war and there is a new election, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu loses. So he continues the war because he wants to stay in power. That is an opinion that many people in Israel hold. I think that's the only way I can answer that question.
Gotcha. No worries. So, Imran, in terms of, up to now, we've heard today from U.S. Secretary of State Blinken, Antony Blinken, but I'm wondering, have we heard from Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu endorsing this resolution that was passed in the UN Security Council?
Well, let me tell you, the response to the UN Security Council resolution was incredibly muted. The only real thing that we heard was actually a statement by the U.S. Secretary of State, Antony Blinken, who turned around and said, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has committed to a ceasefire proposal. Compare that to what happened with the last 3 ceasefire proposals, when Israel went after the United Nations and said the United Nations are anti-Israeli, the United Nations are anti-Semitic. They couldn't do that with this resolution because it was U.S.-led. And even the Israelis would not criticize the U.S. Now, backstage, there was a lot of confusion because President Joe Biden had always said that this was the Israeli proposal that they were putting forward. In Israel, there was a lot of surprise about that because they thought that they would commit to the first stage of it, which is...
Enjoyed Hades too? Fuck Gaza. They are all terrorists. Fuck Gaza. Fuck Gaza. They are all terrorists. Enjoy Hades too. Enjoy Hades. Fuck Gaza. October 7 lever. That's cool. Fuck, we lost another gaming watcher, chat. We got to get this guy back. Hades 2 devs are pro-Palestinian? Oh, yeah. Are you able to follow the money you send to Palestine and see how it's used? Well, considering that we've interviewed one of the major organizations that we're funding, yeah, we are able to. God damn it. Here's Qatar and Egypt announcing that they've received a response from Hamas and the Palestinian factions regarding the truce proposal. The state of Qatar and the Arab Republic of Egypt announced that they've received today a response from the Palestinian Islamic Resistance Movement, Hamas, and the Palestinian factions regarding the most recent proposal for a ceasefire deal and the exchange of prisoners and detainees. The two sides confirmed that their joint mediation efforts with the United States of America will continue until agreement is reached, and that the mediators will examine the response and coordinate with the parties concerned regarding the next steps. Motherfucker said, do you condemn the October 7th attack? Are you a munch? Cap, do you condemn the October 7th attack? Do you condemn my dick in your mom, chatter?
Is a 6-week ceasefire, and then the release of some captives, and then another stage. But what they didn't want is the idea that the third stage would be Israeli troops withdrawing from the Gaza Strip and the rebuilding of Gaza. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has been absolutely clear about this, and I'm going to repeat this again. He wants to destroy Hamas politically and militarily. In his close circles and in the far-right government, the ceasefire deal is being seen as allowing Hamas to survive. And that's a big political problem for the Prime Minister.
Imran Khan reporting. Imran, grateful for your reporting, and thank you.
Now to Imran Khan, who's over.
Do you think announcing publicly that Hamas gave a response before actually parsing the response is a mistake? I feel like opening the floor to speculation is a bad idea. No. I don't think it's a bad idea. I think it's a good idea because Hamas has said that they are open to negotiations as long as there's a permanent end to hostilities since October 8th. So I think that it's a good thing because they probably see that like the American media keeps claiming that Israel, like this is Israel's ceasefire agreement, and Hamas is like fucking up the, like right now, Israel is trying to desperately make it stick that Hamas are the ones who are like ruining the pathway to peace.
In the Jordanian capital, Amman. And Imran, of course, these developments are just coming through to us in the past 45 minutes or so. Talk us through what we know so far about Hamas's response.
Well, what Hamas have told Al Jazeera is there are amendments they want to the ceasefire proposal. Firstly, what they're saying is they want a complete withdrawal from the entire Gaza Strip, and that includes the Rafah crossing and the Philadelphia corridor. The Philadelphia corridor is basically the border between Egypt and the Gaza Strip. Now, that was delivered by Ismail Haniyeh, the political bureau chief of Hamas, all the way to the Prime Minister and Foreign Minister of Qatar and the Egyptian mediators. Hamas have now responded to this. They want to talk, but they have these amendments. It's all about whether Israel now is willing to accept those amendments. The fact that Hamas have responded actually means that there is a movement on these ceasefire talks. These ceasefire talks had actually stalled for a very long time. Antony Blinken, the US Secretary of State, has been in the region, and he has always said during his visit over the last couple of days that this is about Hamas. Hamas need to respond. Hamas, the onus is on Hamas to be able to say yes to the deal. Well, Hamas have now responded. So that kind of goes away now. So Hamas also, about 4 or 5 hours ago, said that they were willing to send negotiators. So Hamas are now playing ball effectively. But Israel has a problem now, and here's the effective problem. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has been absolutely clear about the end game of his war on Gaza. He wants to destroy Hamas both politically and militarily. He hasn't changed that effective plan. But now Hamas have responded. They want to talk. This is going to be very difficult for Israel to actually go, oh, maybe we can't talk about this, because this was an American resolution in the Security Council. So there you go. What we
ceasefire talks in turmoil as Hamas responds to proposal. Talks to bring about a ceasefire and hostage deal could stop the war in Gaza, were thrown into doubt Tuesday evening when Israel characterized the Hamas response to the latest proposal as a rejection. Bro, your job in the media, and I cannot stress this enough, isn't to uncritically report what Israel is saying. Your job in the media, when one side is saying that it's raining and the other side is saying it's sunny out, is not to just say one side is saying it's raining. It's to open the fucking window and look outside. What the fuck? Is it raining outside or is it sunny, motherfucker? You can't turn around and be like, well, the side we trust unconditionally is saying that it's raining outside. So we will not open the window and we will not peek outside. We will not do that. And if you do actually say, hey, look outside, it's actually sunny, you're a fucking liar. You're a genocidal monster. Do not demand I look outside. Hamas has submitted his response to the Qatari mediators, proposing amendments to the Israeli proposal, including a timeline. That's not a fucking amendment. Including a timeline for a permanent ceasefire and complete Israeli withdrawal from Gaza. That is a part of the proposal. You can't be like, hey guys, this proposal means a ceasefire and a permanent end to hostilities. And then Hamas is like, yeah, we like that. Here's a ceasefire and permanent end to hostilities. Can we get a timeline on this, please? They go, whoa, 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 whoa. Whoa. Hold on. We never said there was a timeline and a permanent end to hostilities. Excuse me. Our permanent end to hostilities proposal does not actually mean a permanent end to hostilities. Where'd you get that idea from? Like, even the framing of this is so funny. It's like ceasefire talks in turmoil as Hamas responds to proposal. How is it in fucking turmoil if Hamas is like, yeah, we like it. Here's can you give us a timeline, please, of how we're going to implement this? No! But in a potential sign of how Israel views the proposed amendments, one Israeli official speaking to CNN analyst Barak Ravid described Hamas's response to the original deal as a rejection. Israel received Hamas's response. Hamas rejected the proposal for a hostage deal, which was laid out by President Biden in his speech. They're trying to take advantage of the fact that the American media doesn't really like listening to or reporting on what Hamas officials are saying, which is why I'm saying it's good that Qatari and Egyptian envoys are actually communicating Hamas's desires to speak, because those are state actors that are within the sphere of American influence. So when state actors within American sphere of influence are saying, no, Hamas is actually responding to the proposals, that's a good thing. They have to report on that. If they don't say that, then all you have is basically Twitter accounts posting Hamas telegrams. And Twitter accounts posting Hamas telegrams would be newsworthy in a normal situation, because that is one aspect of their, that is one way that they can communicate their desires. But we know that the American media will never cover that shit. So that's why I say Egypt and Qatar coming out and saying, no, they are responding is a good thing overall. Because they're state actors. This follows a United Nations Security Council vote on Monday approving a U.S.-backed resolution calling for a ceasefire and laying out a plan to end the war. The comprehensive three-stage peace deal, which sets out conditions intended to lead to the eventual release of all remaining hostages in return for a permanent ceasefire and withdrawal of Israeli forces, was first laid out by President Joe Biden May 31st. So is it President Biden's proposal? Is it the Israeli proposal? Is it the Hamas proposal? Why not all of it?
Our world lead. Hamas has responded to the latest proposal for a hostage and ceasefire deal, and Hamas has rejected it. CNN political and foreign policy analyst Barak Ravid is breaking this. Did Hamas, Barak, give any explanation for its rejection?
I love that a part of my job is analyzing the news as it's happening in real time. And there's perhaps no better textbook definitional manufactured consent operation than one unfolding in front of your eyes. Okay? You get to see it in real time. You don't even need to read textbooks any longer. You could just see it happening in real time. Okay? Israeli official Benjamin Netanyahu says Hamas refused the proposal when the Hamas side of the proposal is, as you can see in the byline, or when you parse through the fucking weird headline, is simply saying that they want a timeline for a permanent ceasefire and complete Israeli withdrawal from Gaza, which is the proposal. Simply asking for a timeline means Hamas actually rejected the proposal, actually. It's also funny because Israel cannot stop itself from immediately contradicting this sentiment. So it doesn't even matter, because in the next 24 hours, you will hear from many different Knesset members of Likud and also Knesset members from Benjamin Netanyahu's coalition come out and be like, fuck no, we're not doing a ceasefire. That's anti-Semitic. So no matter how hard these motherfuckers try to manufacture consent, they can't end up doing it successfully because Israel keeps chirping. Why would Hamas respond to a proposal with the same proposal? Or did I read that wrong? They're not responding to a proposal. They're saying, we like the proposal. We think this proposal is good. They've literally not said anything other than that. They keep saying, we like this proposal. We think it's good. Can you please give us assurances and a timeline on how we're going to do this proposal? That is perfectly valid and within the boundaries of a proposal. Imagine that you're purchasing a car. It's a little bit like a negotiation, okay? And the guy selling you the car says, okay, you give me the money and I give you the car, okay? The dealership says, you give us the money, we give you the car. And then you turn around and you go, okay, I'm going to give you the money. I'm getting the money together. Can I please get a timeline on when the car will be delivered? And the dealership goes, we never said we were going to give you the car. Give us the money. Give us the money now. There is no car. And then other people that are working in the dealership go, fuck you. You don't get a car. You give us the money right now. We're going to take the fucking car from you too. We're going to take your current car, actually. As a matter of fact, the car you drove in here on. We're taking that too. There's no car. What do you mean car? Give me the money now, bitch. Give me the money now, right now. Would you feel like that is valid? No, you wouldn't. But that's exactly what's going on with this Israeli proposal for a ceasefire and a permanent end to hostilities. And you are anti-Semitic for even demanding a car from the dealership. How dare you? How dare you?
Hi, Jake. So first, Hamas did not say that it rejected the deal. Hamas said that it gave a response to the Qatari and Egyptian mediators, that it gave several comments and remarks on parts of the Israeli proposal.
Getting corrected by Barak Ravid is ridiculous, by the way.
Israel, the Israeli government, Israeli officials are the ones saying that after they received Hamas's response and analyzed it, they treat it as a rejection. I think we still need to hear from the mediators and most importantly, from the White House that...
Think of the contrast between the Al Jazeera reporting and the Israeli media. The Ynet headline is, Israel received Hamas's answer. They rejected the Biden outline. The whole proposal was changed. Barak Ravid does this shit voluntarily. I guess the CNN analysis is pretty skilled at Israeli propaganda. Like, New York Times published a piece interviewing Sdei Taiman detainees, and only way down in the article they mentioned how the detainees were anally raped with hot iron rods. Yeah. New York Times buried the lead of Sdei Taiman detainees being raped anally by hot iron rods at the end of their fucking coverage. Yeah, I didn't hear about that, chat. Did it? You? I didn't even cover the New York Times article because like it's the shit that we've talked about already. So I thought it wasn't necessary to like recover the same thing. The craziest part about State Taman is that Israeli activists have been aware of this torture concentration camp for months. Israeli outlets have covered it for months. Israeli human rights organizations have been working actively to dismantle State Taman for months. This is not like a new story. I have covered it for the past 5 months. So I thought like when the New York Times is covering it, it's like, all right, you know, this is like the 11th time that we're covering it. Who gives a shit? Turns out there are still people who are unaware. Inside the base, where Israel has detained thousands of Gazans, since Israel invaded Gaza, Sde Taman military base is filled with blindfolded, handcuffed detainees held without charge or legal representation. All right, let's take a look. Where is it? Where is the rod? Mr. Barker considered a form of torture, saying it was so painful that blood began to trickle from inside of his ear. Roughly 4 days after his arrival, Mr. Barker was called in for interrogation. Like others who spoke to the Times, he remembers being brought to a separate enclosure. Where is it's at the end of the article, but hold on. Oh, here it is. Mr. Al-Hamlawi, the senior nurse, said a female officer had ordered 2 soldiers to lift him up and press his rectum against a metal stick that was fixed on the ground. Mr. Al-Hamlawi said the stick penetrated his rectum for roughly 5 seconds, causing it to bleed and leaving him with unbearable pain. This is where the article mentions the anal rape. Oh, you can't see it here. Look how far down it is. This is called burying the lead. A leaked draft of the UNRWA report detailed an interview that gave a similar account. It cited a 41-year-old detainee who said that interrogators made me sit on something like a hot metal stick and it felt like fire. And also said that another detainee died after they put an electric stick up his anus. Mr. Al-Hamlawi recalled being forced in a chair wired with electricity. He said he was shocked so often that after initially urinating uncontrollably, he then stopped urinating for several days. Mr. Al-Hamlawi said he too had been forced to wear nothing but a diaper to stop him from soiling the floor. Bro, it's a Nazi concentration camp. That's what it is, okay? Also, Israel has been torturing Palestinian detainees. This is not new information, for the record. They've been doing this. I guess like the reason why I come across as almost callous when I'm in my indifference to this coverage is because I have covered this quite a bit. I've talked about this for not only years, because other human rights organizations have brought it up, including but not limited to Palestinian detainee human rights groups that have been declared terrorist organizations by Israel for their coverage on the matter. Cool to see CNN and MSNBC get back to the fundamentals of manufacturing consent. Yeah.
Or is this the on-ramp to a permanent
Okay, but wait, this is literally fucking, what's his face? Daniel Levy. This is probably, I'm actually kind of shocked that he's on MSNBC with Joanne Reed. Joanne Reed has been pretty fucking good on Israel, as a matter of fact. So this is probably very good coverage, for the record. This is not bad at all. He's a Democracy Now! Regular. He is a former hostage negotiator. He's a former Israeli negotiator that's been a part of the peace process in general. He's a fucking Democracy Now! Guy. He goes on Democracy Now! all the time.
Supported a deal. Gantz, who was the minister in the war cabinet, he quit the war cabinet. Prime Minister Netanyahu's coalition allies, members of his own Likud party in the cabinet, in parliament, have all said unequivocally This will not stop. And the bizarre piece here is that the US administration.
Co-founder of J Street. Well, yeah, there's the that's why I don't have a lot of smoke for J Street in general, because within the confines of like acceptable politics, J Street does a lot of good overall. October 7th, post October 7th, they also had like that same kind of fucking brain disease a little bit, and were like chirping. And then a lot of their old J Street donors and old J Street founders immediately put them back in line. J Street is baby shit compared to AIPAC? No, J Street is like very specifically designed as a liberal PAC, a liberal special interest group for Israel. Don't know if you covered this, but it's so fucking disgusting.
To really talk honestly about the definition of civilian casualties. 4 hostages rescued and 270 Palestinian civilians killed. We need to start to look at that word civilians when the hostages would be.
Oh, branding and marketing expert, dude. Yeah, he's branding the civilians as terrorists. Such great branding. Thank you, sir.
Being held by a Palestinian journalist, a civilian, and a Palestinian doctor, a civilian. These are not civilians. These are Hamas ambassadors. And yes, there are innocent civilians, but I think back to also the hundreds and thousands of rabid Gazans as they drag their corpse through Gaza, cheering, hysterical with glee and joy. And it's just, once again, the media coverage is, and these were 4 hostages that were taken on a day that 1,200 Israelis were slaughtered, maimed, decapitated, killed in the most gruesome way. And I don't know if Americans had 4 hostages that were taken and we had a rescue mission, and yes, there were 270 casualties, and many of those Palestinian casualties are deep sympathizers of Hamas, would the coverage be the same way? Would anybody be criticizing the rescue mission, or would it be truly
65 children? That's the number. 65 children. But hey, have we figured out their sympathies? Are they aligning with Hamas? Are they not sufficiently anti-Hamas? Who's to know? Yeah, there are reports of by the way, you can tell when the fucking Hasbara operation is just churning, because you start noticing the exact same fucking takes on the National Post. Or you start seeing the Israeli government's own Twitter account say, let's talk about the elephant in the room. And let's talk about the Palestinian civilians and the role that they played on October 7th. How the fuck can this be said by such a big outlet without any repercussions? Because we are a genocidal nation, okay? We are a settler colonial nation that was built on the foundations of genocide. And Israel is our settler colonial project in the Middle East. There is no amount of cruelty that the United States of America and its supposedly free media will not go along with, as long as it corresponds to our State Department interests. Okay? Why Muslims terrorists? What? This think shit? What? Rain and soil. Love Hitler. Why Muslims terrorists think this think shit? Bro, you're so deflated. What do you want me to do, man? What do you want me to do? I see it with my own 2 fucking eyes. Like, I don't know what to do. This is not my first fucking foray into this conversation. This is every day. Literally every fucking day for the past 8, almost 9 months. Every fucking day with this shit, man. Every fucking day. It's just lies, genocide denial, and then defense of why actually a genocide must occur. My sister reposted one of the freed hostages saying there are no innocents in Gaza. So I asked, if you want to eliminate Hamas, are there no innocents? You acknowledge you want to kill all 2 million Gazas? You can't believe all three. Have to eliminate Hamas. Plus, there are no innocents. Don't want to kill 2 million Gazans. Yeah. In any other case, this would get covered by international outlets and put on website front pages, but this shit is intentionally done by editorial boards to prevent that. We just saw Bassem Tamimi, leader of the popular nonviolent struggle in Palestinian village of Nabi Salih, truly an incredible person, leave his 13th time in administrative detention after 6 months. He looked broken. I saw the photos. Likely tortured. This is where they're sending most of the Sedate Taman detainees now, by the way. Some people yelled at you for saying that a baby can be a settler, but still a civilian and should not be killed. But the Zionists are now unironically saying that Palestinian babies are not civilians. Where's the outrage over this? They are saying things way worse than what they got mad at you for. Yes, but I don't know if you understand. Yeah, this is the difference. Starved and tortured. These before and after photos reveal the transformation of Palestinian Bassem Tamimi from the village of Nabi Saleh following his release from 8 months in Israeli occupation prisons. It's wild because these prisons are not under constant bombardment or not under constant threat. And you look at the difference between you look at the difference of the Israeli hostages in the hands of the Palestinian forces and the conditions that they're in, all things considered, when they're constantly under an endless bombing campaign, when there's like limitations to how much food and water they can get, you recognize that one side has all the power and chooses to treat their detainees, their hostages, and the other side has none of the fucking power and yet still does their very best to at least protect their leverage. This is a Ryan Grimm retweet. In its initial article regarding the newly rescued hostages, the Times of Israel reported that their captives cared about their well-being and even baked a cake for his birthday. Today, they falsely claimed that they were beaten almost daily. Let's review how we know it's false. The initial article describes the positive statements by the hostages as possible Stockholm Syndrome, a phenomenon where captives sometimes have positive feelings towards their captors. Note, we have yet to see Palestinians released by the IDF exhibiting this behavior. Jan said this is a cynical gesture. His captors made him a cake for his birthday. The new article contradicts the initial claim by the captives were beaten almost every day, but that article appears to be misquoting the source. It relies on which it cited daily abuse and included mental or other types such as harsh conditions in that classification. Dr. Itai Pesach of the Sheba Medical Center outside of Tel Aviv told CNN that the hostages suffered almost daily abuse and that their time in captivity was a harsh experience. Every hour, both physical, mental, and other types. And that is something that is beyond comprehension, Pesach said. Dr. Pesach specifically refers to the conditions of the hostages as having an outward appearance of being in good shape, suggesting no physical bruises or wounds, and refers to the biggest issue now being a low-protein diet while in captivity. I'm swapping my fucking pads. Dr. Pesach specifically refers to the condition of the hostages having outward appearance of being in good shape. Furthermore, when discussing their overall state, the doctor never uses the word beating, makes zero mention of beatings, instead citing psychological stress, malnutrition, and medical neglect, space limitations, and even lack of sunlight as the stressors for health. The source of the story is actually an article originally released by CNN who ran with a headline that mentioned beaten while in captivity, not including the almost daily language, but with no substantiation via quotes from the doctors as such claim. Doctors treating rescued Israeli hostages says they were beaten in captivity. No doubt the hostages went through an extremely difficult set of conditions while held for the last 8 months. An accurate understanding of such is important. We call on Times of Israel to correct the misleading headlines and provide substantiation for such claims. The left photo from Bassem is like 6 years ago. I can't. It's a paywalled. Rescued hostages said suffering from malnutrition, leaning on each other for support. Yeah. It is kind of wild that they fucking put this up, by the way, because like they're not suffering from malnutrition because like Hamas is refusing to give them food. They're suffering from malnutrition because Israel is refusing to let food into the Gaza Strip. So that is yet another way that like Israel is killing their own fucking hostages, as we have talked about quite a bit. Okay. Oh.
White House spokesman John Kirby said that the White House is still analyzing and studying the Hamas response. So Hamas is saying it just gave a few comments. Israel is saying Hamas rejected the deal. The White House still hasn't said.
Yeah, the White House will also repeat the Israeli line as they have done so since day one. By the way. Noah Argamani was released from the hospital today and talked with the head of Shin Bet, Ronan Bar. The whole interview is interesting, but pay attention to what she said in the undertitle here. Noah Argamani met with the mother of her abducted partner in Gaza. She told her family, "I didn't think it would take so long." Her partner, Avinatan Or, is still being held captive by Hamas. Noah told the head of the Shin Bet, "I heard on the radio that Israel opposes the end of the war. It broke me." She told her family, "They gave me a little food. They forced me to clean their house. I heard on the radio that Israel opposes the end of the war. It broke me." I'm just saying. She's literally, isn't she straight up an IDF member too? So that makes no sense whatsoever. Wait, what? No. What makes no sense is you thinking that this is going to be a valid way to fucking debate me at the top of the hour online. Okay? No, it's not. It's not going to be a good one. Okay? It's not. I'm sick and tired of this bullshit. Yeah, exactly. You got caught. Put your hands up. Swing and a miss. This Turkish chatter I now recognize immediately as a debater, a serial offender. Here's the 3-minute ad break now, by the way.
Anything of substance, I think we should wait and hear more what the White House says, what the Qataris say, and what the Egyptians say.
So U.S. officials say that they believe Hamas leader Yahya Sinwar feels as though he has the upper hand in the negotiations. This after a Wall Street Journal report that says that messages that they've seen from Sinwar show that he believes Hamas is benefiting from the civilian death toll of Palestine.
This narrative is so fucking stupid, dude. If that's the case, why the fuck have they put forward 39 different ceasefire proposals? 39. If that's the case, then why is Israel doing one of two things? Okay, either A, stopping the bombing campaign that makes them look bad, okay, or B, following through on one of the many ceasefire proposals that have been put forward. I don't understand this argument. Follow the argument to its logical conclusion, and you will realize that this is purely genocidal rhetoric. It's so fucking stupid. It's literally like, oh, well, Hamas is actually benefiting greatly from Israel's cruelty. Okay, then don't be cruel. And all of a sudden, Hamas will not be able to benefit? Like, what the fuck? But Israel has to be cruel.
Palestinians in Gaza, is that similar to what you're hearing from officials in Israel and the United States and elsewhere?
So the Israelis said for a long time that, Sinwar, that there's a big gap between Sinwar and Hamas leadership, Hamas's political leadership in Qatar, that Sinwar was much more hard line. And what I heard from U.S. officials in the last few weeks is that because Sinwar thinks that as the war goes on, Israel will be more under pressure and the U.S. will put more pressure on Israel, this is why they try to mobilize the international community to support President Biden's speech, including the Security Council resolution that passed yesterday, that the Biden administration thought that if Sinwar cares so much about the international pressure on Israel, maybe when he sees the Security Council resolution, he'll have second thoughts on where the international pressure is directed. Maybe he'll understand that he's also under pressure and not only the Israelis.
All right, Barak Ravid, thanks so much for that reporting. Last night in New York City, outside
Hamas.
We're seeing now is Hamas responding, Israel now having to go back and say, well, how much of that response can we deal with? So it's going to be a very difficult negotiation for the Americans, for the Qataris, and for the Egyptian mediators. But the fact that it's actually happened is incredibly important.
And Imran, let's talk about this. Well, it amounts to essentially a pushback from Hamas, the demand for a complete withdrawal, as you mentioned, of Israeli forces from Gaza. How does that sit politically, do you think, with Netanyahu, a demand like that, given the pressure that he's under from the far right?
Well, the far-right part of his government have always been very clear. Go in, flatten Gaza, and destroy Hamas.
Wait, what is this? Accepting 1 week. Oh, this is... I thought for a second that we had... I thought HasanAbi had posted the new video. I got excited. Nope.
That's something the Prime Minister has said publicly. We need to destroy Hamas politically and militarily. So the fact that Hamas are now saying, well, you need to withdraw from the entire Gaza Strip, including Rafah and the Philadelphia corridor, is not going to sit well. There's a political consideration here. 64 seats of the Israeli Knesset, that's all it takes for Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu to remain in power. As long as he has those 64 seats in the Knesset, he can actually stay in power and resist American pressure, international pressure, because the coalition internally within the government is still holding. The minute he starts to kind of weaken that coalition by saying, okay, so maybe we withdraw our troops, if that's what it takes to get a ceasefire, maybe that's what it takes to get our captives out, that's going to have an impact on the political future of this. We're in this weird position, Aniv, where domestic politics, domestic desire to stay in power in Israel is actually influencing foreign policy. That's what's going on right now. Netanyahu has the coalition, and the coalition is backing him. But he's under so much international pressure. The Americans have just pushed forward a resolution in the UN Security Council that's legally binding. The Irish, the Spanish, and other countries have recognized Palestine as a state. There's the ICG ruling, there's the ICC ruling. There's all of this international pressure upon him, but he can resist it because he has the domestic votes that he needs to stay in power. That's really the problem that the international community faces, because he's still in power, and this is something that he can resist. But the Americans are very clear. They've been pushing this ceasefire plan for a long time now, and Hamas have responded, and the American response, the American position was always, well, Hamas need to respond. Well, now they've responded.
All right, for now,
This morning, we're seeing the moment Israeli commandos burst through the door of an apartment in central Gaza. In a back room, they find 3 terrified male hostages, calling out their names. And then rushing them on.
I'm shocked that they didn't kill him on sight, by the way, for not looking sufficiently Israeli enough. You know what I mean?
Under fire through a grove to make their escape. The 4th hostage, Noah Argamani, rescued from a different building. The IDF says they were held in family homes under armed guard. Hospital officials tell us they're in good health, but have a long recovery ahead.
This is super clip chimped, I know.
First, I can tell you they suffer from malnutrition. They were given very, very little amount of food.
But while
damn, bro, how'd that happen? How'd that fucking happen? I wonder.
In New York, pro-Palestinian demonstrators gathered outside an exhibit.
It's like, that is literally akin to being like, and they were very fearful of bombs being dropped on them by Hamas. Like, it's like, yeah, dude, it was Hamas bombing them, bombing their positions, and they were very afraid.
Commemorating those killed at the Nova Music Festival, the U.S. says the best way to end the suffering in Gaza and bring all the hostages home is through the ceasefire plan laid out by President Biden. Last night, the UN Security Council voting to support that plan, which the U.S. says Israel has accepted, but Hamas has not.
Everyone's vote is in, except for one vote, and that's Hamas.
But if negotiations fail, U.S. officials tell NBC News the administration has discussed making a unilateral deal with Hamas to free the American hostages. The parents of Hirsch Goldberg Poland say they'd welcome that effort.
120 people to still be in captivity is absolutely unacceptable.
But with no deal yet, Gaza still in mourning. This woman's 2 sons among 60 children the Hamas-run health ministry says were killed by Israeli fire during the hostage raid, out of 270 people killed in total. Israel says Hamas deliberately holds hostages in civilian areas.
Oh, thank God Israel says that. Israel also keeps bombing the civilian areas deliberately. So even holding the hostages there is not stopping Israel's appetite for blood. Okay, so the Wall Street Journal on this is a horrible framing. If you read carefully, however, there's a picture that emerges of Sinwar who knows that even though a permanent ceasefire would be the best option, the war does increase their support broadly and shifts the scales of international public opinion. This is the same thing I've been trying to tell Israelis since day one. One, Hamas would prefer the war to end, but otherwise they'll take the political strengthening your bombing has given them. Yeah, if they didn't want the fucking war to end, they would not be putting forward ceasefire negotiations. Obviously, their first goal is to end the carnage. But like I said, there's another key role that Israel is playing here. What do you mean Israel says that? They literally found the hostages surrounded by civilians. Brother, don't you think that if the hostages are being held in civilian facilities, which by the way, they are in certain, when certain positions are bombed, they move the hostages, okay? From house to house regularly with regular frequency, okay? There's not much options remaining when everything is reduced to rubble. That's number one. Where are they supposed to put the fucking hostages, man? What are we doing here? Are we going to act like there's rules of war that Israel is following? Like, the fuck are you talking about? Of course, not every one of the hostages are constantly in a fucking tunnel system. So that's a defense of surrounding them by civilians? No, you fucking idiot. If you know that they're surrounded by civilians, you don't blow up the fucking civilians. You're not understanding what I'm saying. They have killed their own fucking hostages, dumb fuck. My point is, Israel says that Hamas is deliberately putting them in civilian areas. There's no other areas in Gaza, for the record. And secondly, it doesn't even fucking matter because it doesn't stop Israel from blowing up all matter of civilian infrastructure anyway. What is a hostage situation? Like, what is a hostage situation supposed to look like? Why is there a hostage negotiator? Like, why is that a position in the fucking police force? I don't really understand. Why are people trained on hostage negotiations? What we are supposed to do in that situation, if there's any kind of hostage negotiation, is to blow up the entire block. Hello? And then further, take it one step further and go to the families of the fucking hostages and kill them too. Fuck it. YOLO, you know? The fuck do you mean? Is this a police action? Pretty sure it's a war. No, it's not a war, dumbass. It's a genocide, okay? It's an ethnic cleansing campaign. That's what it is. It's not a war. Is this a police action? What is the difference between a fucking police action and a war, dumb fuck? It's one state actor operating like they are the enforcers. The only reason why this resembles a police action or should resemble a police action is because it is being conducted as a belligerent occupier upon a fucking group of individuals that you have occupied for 76 fucking years. Yes, if Israel followed the rules of engagement and Israel followed international rights, international humanitarian rights, it would be conducted as a police operation. But it is not being conducted as a police operation and an ethnic cleansing campaign. That's the problem. Genocide, where 1.8% of the population dies in a war they started, while 10x times smaller. Yeah, dude, genocide. You, by that definitional logic, no genocide against fucking, no Serbian genocide, no Armenian genocide. Sorry, the entire population didn't die. It doesn't matter. There's genocidal intent and then there's genocidal action. When will you stop? Will you call something a genocide? Was it the Holocaust when the final solution came to be and like 6 million Jews were killed? Is that when you were like, okay, now I'm comfortable calling it a genocide? Or was it already a genocide in the beginning? What reason do we have to even make definitions for genocide if it's not in order to stop the genocide from occurring? Serbian 25%, Armenian was 70%, Serbian 25%. How many people died? The fuck do you mean? The Yazidis, ISIS did a genocide on the Yazidis. That was 5,000 people. Okay? Exactly. 8,000 in Srebrenica, which is literally 8,000. What the fuck? By your own definition, Israel has gone above and beyond 8,000. Israel's killed almost twice the number of children. Israel's doing a fucking baby genocide. ISIS killed 5,000 Yazidis. That was considered a genocide. The fuck do you mean? Yeah, dude. Until every single Jewish person dies, the Holocaust is not technically a genocide. It's not the argument you want to fucking make because it's idiotic. There is no reason to ever even conduct genocide studies or Holocaust studies at all if dumbasses like you are going to be like, well, it's technically not a genocide until after the fact. Lol, nope, they were trying to kill them all. Well, I guess they failed. Only 25%. Yeah, they were defeated. Yeah, inshallah, one day Israel will be defeated as well. And then your dumbass will probably turn around and be like, yeah, I guess it was a genocide. Oops. Unlikely given nukes. Oh, okay. So if it's a fucking nuclear armed state doing genocide, then it's fine. Got it. Thank you. Okay. The argument is so awesome. Israel as our ally cannot be stopped because they'll nuke us. Like, what the fuck are you saying? No, just the defeat. Yeah, okay. Israel will nuke the planet. Okay, the Samson option, right? Good argument, man. Thank you. Yeah. Percentage of the population matters. Genocidal intent no longer is important in the legal definition of genocide. Apartheid South Africa had nukes too, yeah, but their apartheid was dismantled. So what's up with that? To be fair, Israel doesn't recognize Srebrenica as a genocide. Yeah, I know why they don't recognize the Armenian genocide as a genocide either, because obviously, lol, they weren't defeated. They voted to end it. Yeah, I wonder how they voted to end it though. Perhaps a shit ton of international pressure had something to do with it. Perhaps, I don't know, a boycott, divestments, and sanctions package coming for South Africa, as long as they maintained their apartheid regime, played a pivotal role in getting the South African population to vote in the direction of abolishing the apartheid. Maybe that was a significant reason. Okay. I like that you very quickly gave up on the defense of genocide position and immediately went to, well, Israel will nuke the world if they try to stop them from conducting their genocide, which isn't a genocide at all. Very cool thing you did there. I noticed. No, I'm still right on the genocide. No, you're not. And history will not look fondly upon you. The idea that like, oh, they haven't hit the high score yet, so technically it's not a genocide is an idiotic one. It would render the definition of genocide completely useless. Genocide is still an attempt to destroy a race. Genocide can also factor into ethnic displacement, which Israel has done many of already. Okay? Remember that. You dumb fuck. I love the argument, dude. 37,000 people slaughtered. Pretty much 50% of the entire Gaza Strip decimated, right? Well, technically, they're not trying to fucking displace the ethnicity. Nope, the UN states it isn't. That's fucking bullshit. You are wrong. To constitute genocide, there must be a proven intent on the part of the perpetrators to physically destroy a national, ethnic, or racial or religious group. Cultural destruction does not suffice, nor does an intention to simply disperse a group. The ICJ has declared that Israel's genocidal intent is at least sufficient enough to warrant an investigation. Okay. So I guess the Armenian genocide would not be a genocide, by the way, under your understanding of the UN definitions. In the present convention, genocide means any of the following acts committed with intent to destroy in whole or in part a national, ethnical, racial, or religious group. In part, by the way. In part. In whole or in part. A, killing members of the group, causing serious bodily or mental harm to members of the group, deliberately inflicting on the group conditions of life calculated to bring about its physical destruction in whole or in part, such as not rendering sufficient aid to the civilian population, which Israel is doing all of this. It's kind of funny because Israel looks at the Genocide Convention, okay, according to the United Nations, and goes, that's my checklist of what I should be doing to the Palestinians. Imposing measures intended to prevent births within the group, forcibly transferring children of the group to another group. UN's own rights expert finds reasonable grounds genocide is being committed in Gaza. This is Francesca Albanese, by the way, speaking at the UN Human Rights Council in Geneva, where she presented her latest report entitled Anatomy of a Genocide during an interactive dialogue with member states. Following nearly 6 months, now it's been 3 months since then, by the way, of unrelenting Israeli assault on occupied Gaza, it is my solemn duty to report on the worst that humanity is capable of and to present my findings. There are reasonable grounds to believe that the threshold indicating the commission of a crime of genocide has been met. Now, this is the part where you say, it doesn't matter, actually, the UN is Hamas. Lol, no, it didn't. As the Supreme Court Justice said in an interview, wait, what? You cannot physically misunderstand the ICJ this fucking hard. What Supreme Court justice are you referencing? Are you talking about an ICJ judge that you are most likely fucking misunderstanding? The ICJ Supreme Court Justice says it wasn't a ruling on plausibility. Oh. Notice how we have moved, by the way, from the UN definition of a genocide. In present, the Convention of Genocide means any of the following acts committed with the intent to destroy, in whole or in part, a national, ethnical, racial, or religious group. Notice how we fucking conveniently ignored that part? To physically destroy a national, ethnical, racial, or religious group. It's weird that you, in part, why are you so confused by destroy? It's just so odd because you seemingly refrain from talking about the in part. And when I talked about the Nakba, okay, this still absolutely fucking suffices for that. They've actually done this specifically to Yemeni children as well in Israel, but that's besides the point. We're not even going to get to that. Why are you so confused by destroy? And in what part in part means if you like? You can read what in part means if you like. Lol, read the bottom of the page. The intent is the most difficult element to determine. To constitute genocide, there must be a proven intent in the part of the perpetrators to physically destroy a national, ethnical, racial, or religious group. Cultural destruction does not suffice, nor does an intention to simply disperse a group. It is special intent, or dolus specialis, that makes the crime of genocide so unique. According to those who successfully prosecuted the Serbian genocide, there is dolus specialis, special intent, in the Israeli case, by the way. Importantly, the victims of genocide are deliberately targeted, not randomly, because of their real or perceived membership of one of the four groups protected under the convention, which excludes political groups, for example. This means that the targeted destruction must be the group as such and not its members as individuals. Genocide can also be committed against only part of the group as long as that part is identifiable, including within a geographically limited area or substantial. I'm confused as to where you're coming from. What is the, do you think this suits your argument? Chatter's an idiot. It was a ruling on plausibility that it was plausible the Palestinians' right to be protected from genocide was being infringed, calling for the investigation into whether or not Israel is violating it. Yeah. Like, I don't get it. Where's the chatter's username? I forgot. What is the chatter's username? Oh, this is what he's sending. Oh, ICJ. UN Watch. ICJ didn't decide on a claim of genocide was plausible, nor there are plausible cases of genocide.
I'm no lawyer, and many people watching and listening will not be lawyers, but would it be fair to say that the key point that you made your initial order and ruling upon was whether or not there was a plausible case that should be taken on by the court of genocide in the case of Israel's actions in...
By the way, do you have a response to the other thing? Or what happened there? You got timed out for 10 seconds because you sent a link without being a subscriber. Yeah, UN Watch.
Gaza after October 7, and you quite clearly decided that there was a plausible case. Is it right to say that's at the heart of what you decided?
You know, I'm glad I have a chance to address that because the court's test for deciding whether to impose measures uses the idea of plausibility, but the test is the plausibility of the rights that are asserted by the applicant, in this case, South Africa. So the court decided that the Palestinians had a plausible right to be protected from genocide and that South Africa had the right to present that claim in the court. it then looked at the facts as well, but it did not decide, and this is something where I'm correcting what's often said in the media, it didn't decide that the claim of genocide was plausible. It did emphasize in the order that there was a risk of irreparable harm to the Palestinian right to be protected from genocide. But
so they're saying that they have a plausible right to be protected from genocide. That's what they're saying, not that Israel is plausibly conducting a genocidal campaign. Well, good thing the ICJ is since then, and not Joan Donahue, who I don't think is any longer a part of, or is she still the president? The American legal scholar. No, she's a former president, but I think, wait, hold on. No, she. No, I think it's now Sarah Cleveland, who is the ICJ judge. She was at the time of ruling.
the shorthand that often appears, which is that there's a plausible case of genocide, isn't what the court decided.
No, I think you wrote it wrong. More correctly, the Palestinians' right not to be genocided is plausibly being infringed. I get what you mean, but I think some syntax might have been off. I like that this is all that the defenders of Israel's genocide have, is that a semantics argument that is like supposed to be borne out, is supposed to be the big distinction, when literally, oof, to those saying former she was the chief during the ruling, no, changed a few months back. Yeah, in February, she was succeeded by Sarah Cleveland, who is now the ICJ judge. She's no longer the president, but she was during the time of the deliberations. You are correct. Now, having said that, however, by the way, oof is such a fucking telltale sign. I know where these talking points are coming from. No, she is not irrelevant, especially contextually, especially for this ruling. She's talking about a ruling that she presided on. Okay, so technically her opinion is not rendered useless in this circumstance, unless you're talking about newer rulings that have, or newer declarations that have come from the ICJ, which have demanded a ceasefire in Rafah, for example, an enforcement of U.S. red lines in Rafah, or what everybody understands were supposed to be U.S. red lines in Rafah. So obviously, consistently still pointing to the ICJ as like definitionally Israel not conducting a genocide is silly. Now, obviously, having said that, however, my personal assessment on this matter, I'm not relying on simply the International Criminal Court nor the International Court of Justice when I talk about Israel conducting a genocide, because ultimately, I still think Israel is conducting a genocide regardless. We can have this conversation on those boundaries if you would like to, but it doesn't really change the dynamic. Israel has openly shown their interest in wiping out the Gaza Strip, ridding the Gaza Strip of the Palestinian population. Okay? Whether they are doing it slowly while still taking into considerations international allegiances that they rely on, like, for example, the United States of America, which is giving it the ammunition to be able to conduct this genocidal campaign, so they can't just fucking kill every single person. Gotta say, big fan of you off Fear and a YouTube prior to November, while I'm here in pre-ban. No, I understand, brother. I know you're an October 7 leaver yourself, because you personally cannot come to terms with the fact that the country that you want to defend is an apartheid state. You have no smoke for that either, I suspect. Unless you're one of those weird people who thinks that Israel is not conducting a genocide, but it is definitely an apartheid state. Big fan. For the record, this argument specifically, as far as like it was only 8,000 people in Srebrenica, So that's a genocide, but 36,000 in Gaza, that's not a genocide, is ridiculous, considering that there have been far smaller numbers of entire ethnic populations being cleansed. Okay? I don't know if you're a fan of mine or you're a fan of watching me through another content creator's stream, considering your talking points are virtually identical to another content creator. But this argument doesn't stand on its own legs. Obviously, the entire reason for why we have both genocide studies and also a definition for genocide is specifically so we can stop genocide from, being concluded. Okay? The other part of this equation is the other part of, I understand the apartheid arguments, but it's just long military occupation. Oh, yeah. So you have a definition for that as well. Got it. Okay. Long military occupation. Yeah. Just like South Africa was a long military occupation. Separate but equal. Segregation was separate but equal. What the fuck did the black people want? It was just simply separate but equal. Calm down. Do you notice how you end up on the wrong side of every fucking argument when you exhaust all of your all of your opinions logically to its end point? You consistently arrive at the wrong side of history every single time. Yeah. Russia is simply doing a long military operation in Ukraine. And it's not a war. It's not a war. It's not an illegal occupation. It's simply a long military occupation. So when I say it like that, it's fine. Yeah, the Warsaw Ghetto was simply a long military occupation. I ask you, chatter, what is your comfortable percentage of Palestinians that need to be slaughtered before you consider it to be a genocide? Also, you already gave the game away when you said Israel is just doing a long military occupation. It is not a long military occupation. It is an apartheid regime. Obviously, the apartheid needs to be enforced somehow, and that enforcement comes from a long military occupation. This is how you know who's on the right side of history. Destiny gets it. Someone's conscience is awakening. Soon he'll be a Christian nationalist. Decolonialization is just anti-white racism dressed up in stupid academic terms. I've never in my life seen someone who champions this term use it to describe an activity of any non-Western country. That's awesome. I mean, he's not wrong. Decolonialization is anti-white inherently. I think dude is getting a specific massacre within the Bosnian genocide. The Srebrenica massacre was 25% of the population, but the largest genocide was 33,000 killed with 1.2 million displaced. I'm not good at math, but that's a lower percentage than Gaza. Bro gave you a number Smallest recognized genocide comes in about 20% of the population, so about 400,000, I guess. Dude, you are insane. That's insane. Brother. First of all, no, that's when the genocide is ended. Okay? That's when it's concluded, for the record. So the reason for why, that's so crazy that you would just openly and willingly admit that. Stop calling him brother. This guy needs to be beat with a stick. Don't worry. After he is done defending genocide, he's going to turn around and be like, your chatters are being mean to me. Being mean to me for what? Your chatters are promoting violence against me simply for existing and openly. So it hasn't happened yet? No, you fucking idiot. There is a difference between an ethnic cleansing happening right now and an ethnic cleansing campaign concluding. What the fuck are you talking about? This is a fundamental, for someone who was making a semantics argument earlier, you seemingly are unaware. When I say Israel is perpetrating an ethnic cleansing campaign, I mean they have genocidal intent and they're demonstrating their willingness to kill a shit ton of fucking civilians. Okay? And also starving them as well. Refusing to render aid in accordance with human rights. There's no fucking way you legitimately believe this. Like, once at 399,999 deaths, you're like, nope, not a genocide yet. Is that what you're saying? Technically, there's more fucking Palestinians out there, too. There's 5 million under Israeli occupation. Like, do you think the Holocaust became a genocide after the final solution? Or do you think it was already working towards that? Yeah, you aren't eating your dinner until you finish at least 20% of it. Because the argument you're currently making is identical to being like, the argument you're making is what a German would make to be like, well, it doesn't matter actually, because we haven't killed all the Jews yet, so technically it's not a genocide. Ask him to show where it says that you have to adjust deaths per percentage of the population to count as genocide. No, of course it's not adjusted per capita. No, he's just simply, I asked him what percentage he'd be comfortable with, not what percentage would be declared a genocide, for the record. I know it's a genocide and he knows that it's being perpetrated at the moment. Okay? At 400,000, it's still not a definite genocide, but it would be the point you could probably consider it. Oh, you could, oh shit. So if Israel killed 400,000 Palestinians, you still wouldn't consider it a genocide. You still wouldn't definitionally say it's a genocide, but you start probably claiming that it is. Got it. Listen. $15 million Jews, or 12 million Jews at the time before the Holocaust, right? It was maybe definitionally, the Holocaust was maybe definitionally considered a genocide at what? 20% of the population? That's when you were like, oh, okay. Do you think that's when it was appropriate to call it a genocide? Is that what you're saying? The world population is increased. Therefore, you have to kill tons of people to equal a certain percentage of the equal of genocide. Screw the UN's definition. No, I mean, it doesn't matter. No, because the Germans were stopped. Who's stopping Israel? Hopefully, if considering that most of the population doesn't have your fucking psychopathic framework in mind, hopefully America eventually. But once again, you're literally saying might is right politics. That's it. That, like, when we're having a conversation about what Israel is doing being unjust, what Israel's doing is being genocidal, you play fast and loose. This is something that I see from a lot of Destiny dick riders who will literally quickly disperse of the notion of the international definitions of certain things and international humanitarian human rights law immediately to be like, well, nobody can stop Israel. That's not a good argument. You know what I mean? Something doesn't need to be considered fascist or wrong simply on the metrics of whether they can stop it or not, okay? That's the issue. Because, like, the argument here is that if the Germans hadn't stopped, then it wouldn't be a genocide, is what you're saying. Which is very weird. Like, so this is akin to exactly what the Nazis believe. Like, neo-Nazis right now, this is what they believe. They believe that, like, history is written by the victors, might is right politics, and therefore, what Germany did would not constitute a genocide if they had won. $16 million times 20 is 3.2 million. So the Holocaust wasn't a genocide till 1942. Yeah. Chatter is misunderstanding that line. The line is saying it is high absolute number of targeted individuals or a high percentage of a tiny population. That's the point of that sentence, not that low percentage of a larger population isn't genocide. Anyway. The number of individuals targeted is 100%. They're all being denied food. Yeah, there's the other aspect of it as well. It's not like Israel is intentionally avoiding civilian casualties or anything like that. Israel is also deliberately targeting 100% of the civilian population of Gaza by not rendering them aid, which is precisely the reason why even those who literally went against the ICJ ruling early on, like the Holocaust survivor who started the Human Rights Watch, turned around and said Israel's collective punishment upon the civilian population of Gaza, refusing to render humanitarian aid to the civilian population of Gaza, and creating a famine condition in northern Gaza, with the intent of starving an entire population in Gaza, amounts to genocide, because that is collective punishment. So all you can do in this situation is go dance around the terminology and try to make it seem like what Israel is doing is not genocide under legal designation, but you're still wrong. It's wrong, and it's also completely immoral. Why is it always a motherfucker who haven't read anything? That's not true. These people don't read. It's not that they don't read anything. It's that they only read things that they can use to massage a narrative. That's it. And that's what he's doing here. He's saying that's when it became clear they were attempting to physically wipe them out. Oh my God. I mean, this is... Only after 3 million Jews were killed that the intent became clear to you? They search for ammo, not truth or conflict resolution. Are you okay? According to the chatter, the Rwanda genocide, the Rohingya genocide, and the Darfur genocide are not genocide because they all resulted in the death of less than 20% of the targeted populations. How is it that like those who defend Israel almost so consistently say some of the most unhinged fascist shit? Yeah, these guys should have just kept the death numbers always to like a limited 19% of the population, 19.9% of the population. The population of Bosniaks in 1991 was 1.9 million, not 32,000. The population of Srebrenica. Holocaust start date is 1941. Thousands dead irregularly before that. The intention was there since 1935, Nuremberg laws. Yeah, but that chatter is saying that the only thing that matters is like post 1942. You know what I mean? When they hit that perfect number. Okay? That was the issue with Nazi Germany, according to this chatter, was that they hit above the 20% barrier that he set up. You know what I mean? It's just, it hit they got too ambitious and hit the genocide cutoff. Because ultimately, yeah, Japan killed 7.5% of the Chinese population during World War II. According to that chatter, that wasn't genocidal either. No, you don't understand. You don't understand. That wasn't genocide either because they were... the Japanese, which are now our allies, against the Chinese, which are our mortal enemies. So obviously, all of that, you know, all of the medical experiments and stuff like that, it's just like, it's not. Yeah. If Germany had only done 19% ethnic cleansing to the Jewish population, they would have just had the perfect long military occupation of Eastern Europe. So silly that Germany just got too ambitious for its own good. Why do people say that chatter is misunderstanding? He's understanding just fine. Some people really are bad people and should be hit with a stick like that one chatter said. No, I don't. I think this person is just very, very callous in his indifference to human life. He just doesn't care, and he cares more about like potentially winning an argument and wanting to present himself as the smartest guy in any room. This is an archetype of a typical online guy. Usually, you can find them in Reddit. Now, of course, there are infinitely more knowledgeable and, you know, significantly more moral people that will look to what he's trying to do here and trying to say here and go, dude, you are insane. But there are certainly circles where he can thrive. But, you know, this is the old school 4chan stereotype. The good thing is you most likely will not see this person anywhere other than online. They don't really spend a lot of time outdoors, and most of the time are immediately cast aside by their friend group, only pushing their isolation and alienation further, leaving them to dive further and further into the online circles that they operate in. So it's sad. Hopefully he won't be this way in the future. Maybe he'll grow out of it. But, you know, it's the type of person that wears that kind of, wears that like pariah status on their sleeve as like it's a marker for success. Like, people simply don't understand me because I'm brilliant. No, people just can't stand you because you're, you know, demonstrating that you have an interest in defending very obviously an unimaginable amount of violence and bloodshed. And you're doing it in a very annoying way as well. But, you know, as people become more and more online, you can kind of get away with not ever getting that social interaction from real human beings in the real world. Let's get to Hunter Biden.
Good morning. We're coming on the air because there.
I'm a Fang. This is crazy. Sounds like projection to me. Me? You think I'm projecting? That I'm secretly like a genocide defender and am considered annoying by my group of friends? Well, one thing that's very fortunate for all of you, I guess, in this argument, or certainly fortunate for me, is that you know my social affairs are in broad daylight. You do say some pretty cringe stuff sometimes, man, for real. I think it seems like I struck a nerve here.
There is breaking news at this hour. A guilty verdict in Hunter Biden's federal gun trial in Wilmington, Delaware. The president's son facing 3 felony counts, accused of lying at a federal form about drug use when he bought a gun in 2018, saying he was not a drug user, and prosecutors arguing he illegally had that gun for 11 days. After deliberating for about an hour on the first day about...
Lock him up. Lock him up.
2 hours today, they have found him guilty on all 3 charges. Count 1, making a false statement in the purchase of a firearm. Guilty of count 2, making a false statement related to information required to be kept by a federal licensed firearms dealer. And guilty on count 3, possessing a firearm by a person who is an unlawful user or addicted to a controlled substance. So again, the breaking news at this hour, Hunter Biden found guilty on all 3 felony charges. Let's get right to Terry Moran outside the courthouse. Terry?
That's right, David. You've got it. All 3 counts, guilty as charged. About 3 hours of deliberation. 1 hour yesterday, 2 hours today. The jurors got to work, and they came through with this verdict. Each of these counts required the jurors to take into account what Hunter's defense was here, which was basically that while he had abused drugs, as he confessed in his memoir, Beautiful Things, as the jurors heard plenty of evidence about, at that time, Hunter Biden said since he didn't testify, but his lawyer presented evidence that he did not feel that he was actually abusing drugs at that time and therefore was not guilty of these crimes. The jurors rejected that, guilty on all 3 counts. Hunter Biden arrived in court just before the jury was brought in and read the verdict.
Terry, let me ask you about the show of support in the front rows of that.
I think there's nothing funnier than this trial causing Republicans to be like, listen, if you're inebriated, you can't own a gun. Pussy. Federal gun laws are there for good reason. That's right. We need more gun control in this country. I've said this before, but Hunter Biden being prosecuted and being found guilty of a thing that like every Republican has done at a certain point. It might not be crack cocaine, okay? But certainly like certainly either shooting a gun or owning a gun, lying on forms when you are attempting to purchase a gun. Like this is a staple of right-wing fundamentals. This is like, if he had also been found guilty of being like a deadbeat dad that doesn't pay child support, this would literally be like the most right-wing thing that you can get caught doing.
That courtroom, as we know, the First Lady, Jill Biden, they're supporting her son every day but one in this trial. Multiple members of the family and friends close to Hunter Biden, all there. We know in the closing arguments, the prosecution, well aware of that image right there in front of the jurors, saying of family members, the First Lady, the friends who had gathered, essentially, that does not matter here.
Biden made an abrupt visit to Delaware to hug Hunter. You can feel the emotion in this photo taken this afternoon. On a human level, the conviction is his only surviving son. Has to be gutting for Joe Biden. Jesus Christ. Aaron loves Brandon so much. It is like, oh my God, dude. You can feel the emotion. It's like, yeah, dude, he's a dad. Like, he probably doesn't love the idea that his son is going to go to jail. It's his turn, Hunter for president. I agree. I think Hunter Biden should run from prison.
That's exactly what they said, David. None of that matters. Pointing at the Biden family, at the First Lady, who was here almost every day, took a whirlwind trip to France to join the president for the D-Day commemorations, and came right back to be with her son. And
did he get convicted of doing drugs? No, he fucking wrote about it in his memoir. He wrote about doing drugs in his memoir while he simultaneously was like getting a gun, and lied about it while getting a fucking gun. So yeah, no shit. Now, let's be real. This would not be happening if Hunter Biden wasn't Joseph Robinette Biden's son, or if Joseph Robinette Biden hadn't been the president. Okay? Ultimately, though, lock him up, I say.
Yet it was part of the closing argument of prosecutors there. Prosecutors saying no one is above the law, no matter what their name is, no matter who is in court.
And Terry, the defense, Hunter Biden's defense team had tried to argue in closing arguments that the prosecution...
Yeah, there are also photos where he smokes crack and then flags people with a gun. So cool.
While they had ample evidence that Hunter Biden was a drug user, that the window of time...
Yeah, false statement in the purchase of a firearm, false statement related to the information required to be kept by federal firearms licensed dealer, count 3, possession of a firearm by a person who's an unlawful user of or addicted to a controlled substance.
Directly surrounding the purchase of the gun, the defense had argued the prosecution had not made the case that he was using drugs in that, that window of time, that very small window of time, but apparently the jury didn't buy that.
They didn't buy it, and in part, David, because of the law that the judge read to them. The judge, as is customary, as is part of the process, reads the jurors the law that they will apply to the facts that they heard in this case. And part of that law was that drug use for the purpose of this law did not have to occur on the day that Hunter Biden bought the weapon. And
I think there is no funnier karmic justice for a man who has literally done so much to, one, criminalize drug addiction, and two, create an infinitely worse penal punishment structure for specifically the American black and brown population than having your own only remaining son who hasn't fucking died go to prison for those two things being violated here. Okay? It's just like, I am a big Hunter Biden fan. As you guys know, he is a big hog. He wants strippers to unionize. He's being punished for those things, for the record. He's being punished for being awesome and having a big old dick. And also being Joe Biden's son. But, you know, it is a little bit of a karmic justice there, isn't it?
and check that federal form, that it could be evidence of a pattern of drug abuse or drug addiction around that. And that certainly was clear in this case. So the defense was fighting an uphill battle, not only really against the facts, but against the law as the judge gave it to the jurors here. Now, I should say that in court, the defense, as is customary, right after the conviction was announced, renewed an appeal for an acquittal from the judge in order to preserve an appeal, and gave notice essentially that they will appeal this case.
So what happens now, Terry, legally to Hunter Biden?
This free Hunter Biden walkout Friday, June 14th, 1:30 p.m. Spread the message. That's what happens to Hunter. We're doing a walkout, folks. The power move is Trump becoming president, then he pardons Hunter Biden. Yeah, that's not going to happen. He will definitely he'll throw fucking Joe Biden's bitch ass in prison too.
Sentencing next. And these are very serious federal crimes. These are crimes that carry very heavy prison sentences, 10 years each for the false statement and 5 years for the illegal possession of the weapon. Now, that is highly unlikely to be applied to Hunter Biden, anything like that in this case. Experts tell us that for a first offender like him, someone who did not use the gun at all, he just kind of bought it and stuck it in his car, there's no evidence that he was going to use it in any kind of a crime. It would be highly unlikely for Hunter Biden to see prison time. But these are, as I say, very serious charges.
No, lock him up. 25 years, baby. 25 fucking years, okay? He needs to spend the rest of his life behind bars.
It may well be that prosecutors will ask for some prison time, given the nature of the charges and given what others might face.
Back to you with this news.
Send his ass. Send his ass to Gitmo.
Still breaking, Hunter Biden found guilty on all charges in his federal case over misleading on a gun form. It's big news. It's big news for the man sitting in the Oval Office, the President of the United States, Joe Biden, his father. And with that, we'll bring in White House correspondent Jillian Turner. She's at the White House. What's happening there, Jillian?
Hi, Kaylee. Well, President Biden, as you mentioned,
Dude, this is so funny. They're literally doing the same thing that CNN and MSNBC was doing for the Trump trial. Bro, look at this. Yo, I love this country. We are so fucking stupid, bro. They are doing the exact same thing MSNBC was doing. Now, obviously, with like Trump, he was the former president. Like, with Hunter Biden, it's the president's son. It's a little different, but, you know, he's really about to go to prison for this shit. It'd be really funny if he did. Lock him up. That's what I say.
Is here at the White House. We are actually expecting to hear from him, see him publicly on camera at 1:30 when he is headlining a gun violence.
Dude, this is awesome. Like, pure resentment, pure party resentment is going to cause the motherfucking criminal justice system to start, like, addressing criminals on either side of the political spectrum for just pure resentment against the other side. Like, can you imagine we just start arresting CEOs and shit? When the Republicans are in power, Democrat CEOs go to jail. When Democrats are in power, Republican CEOs go to jail. Like, fuck. Don't threaten me with a good time, man. I'm fucking on board with this shit. From prison abolitionist to capital punishment in 1 week. It's funny that Biden spoke at a gun safety conference after the verdict. Yeah. I mean, Hunter is kind of harsh in his vibes a little bit. His pappy's vibes. Like, dude. What? What the fuck? U.S. President Joe Biden just threatened his citizens with the use of
They want us
F-15s.
to take on government if we get out of line, which they're talking again about. Well, guess what? They need F-15s. They don't need a rifle.
U.S. President Joe Biden just threatened his citizens with the use of F-15s. I mean, he's right. Like, that's basically a meme. Maybe he didn't even do a good job of saying what he was trying to say, but he ain't wrong. You got F-15s? No? Then shut the fuck up about rising up against the tyrannical government, bitch. The government is tyrannical already, dumbass. Fuck you mean? Have you... I haven't seen your ass rising up. Can't even rise up against the top of the hour ad break. Which you don't need an F-15 for, to be fair. All you need is a $5 a month subscription or a free one in the form of a Twitch Prime. That's how you can rise up against the top of the hour ad break and defeat it. And no longer see those ads. Here's the 3-minute ad break now.
Prevention event, big event across
Park and watch.
town.
Thank you for the
So we
5.
are
Get the subs.
anticipating there is at least a chance he may address the verdict just handed down to his son. In the interim, we have a brand new statement issued by Ian Sams on behalf of the president himself. It says, as I said last week, I am the president, but I am also a dad. Jill and I love our son, and we are so proud of the man he is today. So many families who have had loved ones battle addiction understand the feeling of pride seeing someone you love come out the other side and be so strong and resilient in recovery. As I also said last week, I will accept the outcome of this case and will continue to respect the judicial process as Hunter considers an appeal. Jill and I will always be there for Hunter and the rest of our family with our love and support. Nothing will ever change that. It's notable, Kaylee, that in one breath in this statement, the president says he respects essentially the outcome in this case and then mentions the fact that Hunter's team is considering an appeal. It's also interesting that they mention an appeal at all at this particular moment, given we have not heard that from Hunter's own defense team. So it would seem that the White House is the first to put out an official comment confirming that Hunter is at least considering appealing the decision here. We have heard from the president at a couple of key moments on his son in the past. You may remember very famously back in 2020, he told Peter Doocy that his son had done nothing wrong. We have heard a couple of times in the last few months from Karine Jean-Pierre in the White House press briefing that the president has no plans to pardon his son. Nobody at the White House has just commented on record as to whether or not the president may consider commuting his son's sentence, something that we are now sort of standing by to try and learn as quickly.
Yeah, the reason why this is pretty funny is because, but surely, Hasan, unlike Trump's situation, this can happen to anyone. This is an edge case, right? No, that's the funniest part. This literally could happen to many Republicans. So, like, many Republicans are not going to be running for president and simultaneously trying to pay hush money to a porn star that they had sex with, okay? Because they feel like the porn star is going to come out and it's going to hurt their chances of being elected. But almost every one of the Republicans celebrating this shit could also be swept away under identical terms. Like the Trump thing, they're not coming after me, they're coming after you, and I'm just in the way is bullshit. But for the Hunter Biden situation, the people, be careful what you wish for, man. You wouldn't want that shit coming after you, big dog. Oh my God, dude. American prison population would increase so dramatically. What were the charges? Lying on a fucking federal gun, lying on a gun purchasing form and being in possession of a weapon while being addicted to or using a substance that is illegal. Matt Gaetz agreed with you. The Hunter Biden gun conviction is kind of dumb, to be honest. Oh my God. But dude, Trump literally arred a woman, supposedly another one that was a minor at the time. Yeah, but those things are not prosecuted in this situation. Trump is not convicted or guilty of that, at least in a criminal court. That would be something that threatens Republicans in general and could happen to Republicans as well.
Quickly as possible here. So again, we're probably going to be hearing from the president in about an hour from now if he is running on schedule. He is going to be speaking here in D.C. at a national gun violence prevention event. We will be keeping a close eye on that to see whether he addresses this verdict himself. We also have the White House press briefing coming up at 2:30. We anticipate a lot of questions at the podium from Karine today about this verdict. Back to you, Kaylee.
Will the president commute Hunter's sentence? That is a great question for the White House briefing room. So we will see if it is asked. Judge, you mentioned, we heard appeal there, and Julian highlighted the president's mentioning appeal, but you note some of these grounds of appeal have already been tried and rejected.
Well, one of the things that Hunter did was in December of this year, his lawyers filed a motion arguing that the gun case charge should be dismissed because possession of a firearm by a controlled substance addict is unconstitutional under the Second Amendment, citing that 2022 Supreme Court case, which, of course, is the New York Bruin case. And the Third Circuit denied that. Now, whether or not the Supreme Court this year comes out and says, we're going to take a look at that and decide whether or not something is rooted in history and tradition, which is a basis to continue it as a constitutional right, it exists there. But as Jonathan Turley said, and I think that we need to remember this, because going forward, everyone's going to say the Supreme Court still hasn't ruled on whether a drug addict can have a gun. This guy has been convicted of lying on a federal ATF.
Dude, there's nothing. Dude, this is so funny. Yo, she's literally, you are nailing so many of your watchers right now. It's fucking nutty how you cannot lie on a federal form when purchasing a weapon. Yo, that's so sick. That's funny as fuck. It's like, dude, if this was a Republican being convicted under similar charges, they'd be like, the communist Biden regime is coming after all of your weapons. They want to kill you. They want you unarmed, waiting with a butter knife to be raped by migrant roving bands of criminals. When it's Hunter Biden, they're like, yeah, we have to kill him. Capital punishment is the only way that this freak will make sure that he is not a harm to the broader public. He has lied one time. He can lie again. Last week, they were talking about our prisons obsolete. Last week, they were talking about Angela Davis ass shit. Like, oh, well, should we even? What are crimes anyway? What are crimes anyway, Really? I'm asking seriously. Why could we limit the freedoms of a human being, another human being? Are we God? It goes against the very nature of man to be shackled in this way. We have to free everyone from prison. And now now it's the Hunter Biden trial, and they're like, we need to kill him.
Form. So whether or not the Supreme Court goes forward and says, we're going to give everybody the right to have a gun, even a drug addict, which I find a little hard to buy right now, he still is different from the normal category of individual.
Yeah, the funny thing about what Judge Janine just said about SCOTUS isn't taking up the issue about whether a drug addict can own a gun. They are taking up the issue as to whether a convicted domestic abuser can. Yeah, that is currently something that the Supreme Court is looking at. And very likely their answer is going to be the Second Amendment is more powerful than restricting arms sales to convicted domestic abusers. And another funny aspect, I thought the judicial system was rigged. What happened? Well, sometimes it's good because it punishes our enemies.
So he is a convicted felon who has lied for that purpose.
You know, Kevin, we are less than 1 hour from President Biden giving remarks. Again, about an hour from when he learned his son is convicted. Take us, you've been in Biden world. What is happening now?
Well, certainly, I think the president is feeling the anguish right now of this decision, and we talked about this during the break. That this is a father that's worried about his son and relapsing, but he's also a president of the United States who has focused for a number of years, going back to his time in the Senate, on passing legislation that's going to stop gun violence in the streets, restrict the size of magazines, some of these assault weapons that are out there. So I think you can have two of these things be happening at the same time: a love of a father, a support of a father, a worry of a father. Hallie Biden threw out that gun not because she was worried about Hunter, using it in violence. She was worried about him taking his own life. And that now, there are more gun deaths by suicide in this country.
Bro, these are my lines. I say these words, not you. You're Fox News. Hello? Excuse me? What is happening right now? Oh my God. I'm fucking losing my mind right now. What the fuck? Yo! Yo! We are a nation of laws and order, and we need gun control now. Gun violence is not simply a matter of violence that happens on the streets. Gun violence can also be accurately pointed to with our high suicide rate is not a thing that I would ever hear from anyone on Fox News. They stole my flow bar for bar. What the fuck is going on, dude? Maybe the MAGA conservatives are right, dude. They're woke. These guys are woke now.
Then by murder for the first time in a long time. So I think you can still see the White House talking about the scourge of gun violence now with this as the backdrop.
So, Kevin, how do you know that? Because when Hallie Biden both testified and the Washington Post did a really deep dive, she was looking for drug paraphernalia when she went through that truck. And she was shocked to find a gun and just knew it was trouble. And when you look at their text messages, she's not saying, I threw it away because I thought you'd kill yourself. She said, you need to get to rehab. And he said, this is not a game. Tell me where you hid it. And of course, she'd taken it to a grocery store shopping center and put it in a trash bin. So I've not heard what you just said.
Wait, that's how she disposed of the gun? That's how she disposed of the gun? By putting it in a grocery store trash bin? Are you fucking insane? Bro, what the fuck is happening, dude? These people are crazy. Dude, Americans are so broken. I swear to gun. I swear to gun. Oh my God, I'm so American. I said, I swear to gun. Bro, this is not a fucking toy, okay? You can't just dispose of this by throwing it in the fucking trash, brother. What the fuck? Yo. That is crazy, bro. That is fucking crazy. I swear to gun. Free gun, baby. Widow of Beau Biden tells jurors in Hunter Biden's gun trial that she threw firearm in a trash can. The widow of Hunter Biden's brother has just told jurors in his federal gun charge about the moment she found the revolver in his truck. The purchase of the Colt revolver by Hunter Biden and Hallie Biden's frenzied disposal of it are the fulcrum of the case against him. He's been charged with 3 felonies, lying to a federally licensed gun dealer, making a false claim on the application by saying he was not a drug user, and illegally having the gun for 11 days. Wait, didn't Hunter Biden smash his brother's widow? Yes, that's the godly thing to do. I don't understand why you guys are upset that Hunter Biden nutted inside of his fucking brother's widow, okay? His dead brother's wife. That is literally in the Bible, bro. That's not even a joke. That is straight up biblical shit, okay? That's in the Bible. I'm not even joking. That is unironically in the Bible. Yeah, Onan got, is it Onan? I forget what the dude's name is, but he got smited by God for not nutting in his dead brother's wife. Like, you can't even pull and pray. You can't even pull out. You have to nut inside of her. You have to fuck her, and you have to nut inside of your dead brother's wife, like straight up. God will punish you if you do not nut inside. You have to literally hold on for dear life. A lot of people dispose of guns that way. It seems pretty normal. Dude, this guy, I always look for this person's chats to come up with the absolute stupidest question. Okay? One of my favorite, low-key, one of my favorite chatters. A lot of people dispose of guns that way. It seems pretty normal as long as the gun has no ammo in it, Hasan. Dude, what the fuck is wrong with you? You could just go purchase ammo and now you have a fully loaded gun, free gun. What state are you talking about? Maybe California is different. How about, oh my God, of course you're in Ohio. Bro. This is worse than throwing it in the river, okay? Even that is a bad way to dispose of a gun. But I cannot believe I am now in favor of at least telling people to throw the gun in the river as opposed to putting it in the trash bin where someone can easily find it. Like, I never thought throwing a gun in the river would be a better way to dispose of a gun. What should you do if you have a gun you don't want? Take it to the fucking law enforcement authorities. What the fuck do you mean? How are you in possession of a gun you don't want? Take it to the fucking police, man. What are you doing? No, here's what you're supposed to do, okay? You see the serial number here? You just scratch it out, okay? You take one of those, like, you take a hard object and you scratch out the serial number, okay? Then you post it on the Facebook Marketplace. You post it on the Facebook Marketplace as, hey, I found this thing. I don't know if it's a toy or not. And if that doesn't work, you really trust the cops? What are you saying? This is one of the few instances where law enforcement is, yes, where you are supposed to take the weapon. What good is police? What the fuck? I'm from Ohio. This is not a good counter. Don't actually scratch out the serial number because you will go to jail for tampering with a firearm serial number. Yes, I'm obviously joking. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. If you find a gun you have to call law enforcement and you have to tell them that you found a gun. Okay? What the fuck? What is happening, dude? Motherfuckers be like, wow, now you trust the police. What about oh wow, you mean to tell me that police have buyback plans? Where there's like gun buyback schemes where I could just like take the gun there and they give me money? I don't trust them. Why are we arming the police, Hasan? Take the gun to a gun store. They have many of them in Ohio. Yeah, Ohio is a PvP unlocked state, okay? Guns are free in rivers.
Ooh, looks like something on there, you guys. What we got here?
Magnet fishing.
Oh, no. No, 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 no. Oh, oh, yo. Yo, you guys.
That's a murder weapon. Bro is holding a murder weapon, okay? That is literally legendary pull. That is a murder weapon. You are in possession now of a murder weapon, okay? Oh my God. Oh my fucking God.
Just found a flipping gun. Oh my gosh.
Wait, someone actually found a gun? Then comes Edward Banner, an elderly dumpster diver rummaging through the shop's trash searching for recyclables. The 80-year-old Navy veteran stumbled upon Hunter's gun and took his discovery home with him. He reportedly stashed a revolver in a rolled-up sock tucked inside his General Motors lunchbox until a Delaware State Police lieutenant ultimately recovered it. And now you understand why you should not dispose of a weapon by throwing it in the trash. Oh my God, here's security video of Haley Biden returning to the store and frantically looking for the gun that's now gone. At this point, she filed a police report and Hunter was considered a victim of firearm theft. Oh my Lord, what are they doing? Oh, Mr. Everard is helping me find my gun. Oh shit. Pictures and videos of Hunter Biden smoking crack while nude were among the visuals prosecutors presented to the jury on a projector screen. Oops. Hunter's ex-lover Zoe Keston, an online cam girl who goes by the social media moniker Weed Slut 420, testified against him. The two met when she performed a private session for him at New York's #1 strip club, the Vivid Cabaret. Here they are bathing together. The prosecution showed pictures of Hunter Biden's ex-girlfriend Zoe Keston took him of smoking crack while the two were on a luxury spending spree, lighting up in high-end hotels across Los Angeles and New York. On the witness stand, Keston explained that a chore boy, a scouring pad that filters a crack pipe, can be seen in the background, as well as the chopsticks, which are used to scrape out the remaining residue. He's so fucking cool, dude. I mean, dude, look at this. And his fingernails are painted. What? The wrong kid died? What are you talking about, dude? Hunter Biden is the fucking man. I believe you see two bad bitches. That's crack residue? Dude, Hunter Biden is so fucking cool. Look at the fucking bender he went on. Holy shit. Choice. Salsa con queso, Tostitos. That's good dip. I fucking love that cheese dip shit, dude. Look at this. I can be sober, but I'll always be an addict. Hunter Biden texts Zoe Keston. The defense claims that this text sounds like a step in Alcoholics Anonymous type recovery program and not an admission of guilt. Hunter's legal team is relying on the argument that he didn't knowingly lie in the federal form. He truly believed he was sober at the time of the gun sale. Oh my God. He's wearing an Adidas Addicted shirt. God, he's so fucking dope. The prosecution played portions of Hunter Biden's audiobook narration of his memoir, Beautiful Things. In court, Hunter heard himself admit he bought crack cocaine on the streets of the nation's capital and embarked on a cross-country crack-fueled odyssey, smoking crack every hour of the day with his around-the-clock use of crack, sometimes shortening to as often as every 15 minutes. I was doing nothing but drinking and drugging, Hunter wrote. We got to listen to this.
Where's Hunter? As I began writing this book from the relative calm of my home office in November 2019, then there is this. I'm also an alcoholic and a drug addict. I've bought crack cocaine on the streets of Washington, D.C., and cooked up my own inside a hotel bungalow in Los Angeles. I've been so desperate for a drink that I couldn't make the one-block walk between a liquor store and my apartment without uncapping the bottle to take a swig. In the last 5 years alone, my 2 decades-long marriage has dissolved. Guns have been put in my face, and at one point, I dropped clean off the grid, living in $59 a night Super 8 motels off I-95 while scaring my family even more than myself. Chapter 8. Into the Desert. In October 2016, I set out on a crack-fueled cross-country odyssey. That wasn't my...
Bro, you cannot arrest this man. You cannot prosecute this man. He's so sick.
My plan. The plan was to get well. Until a couple of months earlier, I'd limited my crack use to once every 3 days. I believed I could quit it on my own, whenever I wanted, before it devolved into a full-time disorder. I was driving back and forth between D.C. and Delaware to see Hallie and her kids, our relationship still just a shared grief oasis, and tried to keep my drug use hidden. But I also was traveling for work constantly, mostly to generate new clients and trying to keep existing ones. My drug use accelerated in tandem with my stress. Smoking crack cocaine every 3 days soon became smoking every 2 days, then every other day, then every hour of every day. While still fairly new to the around-the-clock use of crack and still learning how to be a functional abuser at that enhanced scale of addiction, still learning how to excuse myself in the middle of meetings every 20 or 30 minutes to light up in the men's room, I knew I needed to do something before it spun out of control. At least that's what I told myself. My first call off the plane was to a drug connection. I took an Uber to my car, which I'd stored in the garage of someone who managed a place I had stayed at. Side note, this being an LA friend at that time, he had tried to sell the car. I went straight from there to pick up some crack. The next month and a half is a drug-befuddled blur. That's not a dodge or a lapse in memory. Everything that followed my return to LA was a genuine dictionary definition blur of complete and utter debauchery. I was doing nothing but drinking and drugging.
Among Hunter Biden's texts with drug dealers that the prosecution pulled for presentation to the jury, he told Haley Biden that he was with Bernard, who hangs at 7-Eleven, and waiting behind the Wilmington Blue Rock Stadium for a drug dealer named Mookie the day he acquired the gun. I was sleeping on a car smoking crack at a street corner in downtown Wilmington, Hunter texted the next day. Bank statements show that more than $150,000 in cash was withdrawn from Hunter Biden's assortment of accounts over a 3-month period around the time he purchased the gun. What the fuck? Dude, that is so much cocaine. That is so... Oh my God. There's no way that's just for drugs, right? That's like... Holy fuck, that's so much crack you can make out of that cocaine. He was doing... So how is he not dead? Hunter's ex, Zoe Keston, testified that a good amount of the cash was spent on buying drugs. She said that Hunter had her withdraw cash on his behalf, and he remotely requested a temporary PIN code that allowed anyone access to his account, even drug dealers themselves. Some of the accounts accessed for cash include Owasco LLC, Owasco PC. In a separate tax evasion case, Hunter is accused of using Owasco PC to evade taxes, specifically that he subverted the payroll tax and withholding process of his own company by withdrawing millions from the corporate account outside of his typical payroll and tax withholding process. During the rebuttal today, the prosecution entered into evidence Hunter Biden's mid-October 2018 text with more presumed drug dealers named Junior and Q. His go-to meetings was the 7-Eleven at the intersection of Green Hill and Lancaster Ave. For those of you who want to buy crack, that's where you get it. If that sounds familiar, Hunter had told Haley Biden he was with Bernard, who hangs at 7-Eleven. Is this Hunter is the one doing corruption in Ukraine? Yeah, even on that front, he was like awesome. His corruption in Ukraine was just like lying to a corrupt gas company in Ukraine that he had access to the vice president when he clearly didn't, and said that giving him hundreds of thousands of dollars for lobbying would open up doors for them in Washington, D.C., which it did not. So... yeah, he got Burisma to fucking hire a crackhead. Cokehead presidential son or crackhead presidential son? Crackhead. Don't rich people have fancy drug dealers? Why go to 7-Eleven? Because he was addicted, bro. He wasn't like a weekend warrior doing coke every now and then. He was doing crack. At that point, it's like you need a lot of quantities. You are doing a lot of it. He was baking his own crack, man. He was cooking up in the LA crack motels. Wow. The proletarian choice of drug. Make sure we talk about Joe Biden's stance on crack. Oh, yeah, here. Let's hear what Joe Brandon had to say about this.
Entitled to engage in such statements, but let's look at the facts. Since 1986, Congress has passed over 230 new or expanded penalties for drug and criminal offenses in this United States. 230 new penalties. And these penalties range from an automatic 5 years in jail for any person caught with a rock of crack cocaine, a piece of crack cocaine as small as a quarter. I don't have a quarter with me, but if you visualize what one looks like, yeah, I do have a quarter. If you have a piece of crack cocaine, no bigger than this quarter that I'm holding in my hand, 1/4 of $1. We passed a law through the leadership of Senator Thurmond and myself and others, a law that said...
Senator Strom Thurmond, by the way, like he co-authored this with, you know, a segregationist. Just pointing to that real quick. You know, just so you understand.
If you're caught with that, you go to jail for 5 years. You get no probation. You get nothing other than 5 years in jail. Judge doesn't have a choice. Now, the fact of the matter is, we've gone from there all the way up to saying, under the leadership of Senator Thurmond, and I'd like to suggest that I take some small credit for it myself as well, and others, the presiding officer, that there is now a death penalty. And we passed it a couple years ago.
That's right. Kill Hunter Biden. Throw the book at him. He's a super predator.
If you are a major drug dealer involved in the trafficking of drugs and murder results in your activities, you go to death. And
that's cool, man. To be fair, that was a bill that he wrote to systematically target African Americans during the war on drugs, not for Hunter. Oh, shit, you're right. You're right. That's correct. Bro, Hunter made crack, so when are we killing him? That's what I'm saying, dude. What's happening?
Said about the concern that Hunter might kill himself. I can tell you that it led to a problem with crime.
Certainly.
And maybe she had seen that forecast, but she was...
That's awesome. They're talking about an unlawful disposal of a firearm as like additional crimes, which it is. But once again, shocking to me that this kind of commentary about responsible gun ownership is coming from Fox News.
Was digging hard through that truck for drug paraphernalia.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, that's how she found the gun in the first place. I'm sure, and I've seen interviews that Hallie has given about the mental state of Hunter at the time, and her worry that he might use that gun on himself or some self-inflicted situation with that firearm.
Hey everyone, I'm Emily Campagno.
Hello, everyone. I'm Dana Perino, along with Judge Jeanine Pirro, Richard Fowler, Jesse Waters, and Greg Gutfeld. It's 5 o'clock in New York City, and this is The Five. And we have brand new images of President Biden from just moments ago, embracing his now convicted son, Hunter. The president...
They deserve it. This is a moment where Republicans get to celebrate, okay? They're posterizing this. This is the reverse side of the Aaron Rupar sentiment that we watched earlier. Oh, it's so good.
Blowing up his entire schedule, rushing back to Delaware to be with him. Hunter Biden found guilty on all 3 counts in his gun trial. The verdict still sending shockwaves throughout the White House, with Karine Jean-Pierre even canceling today's press brief. That's something she rarely does. Hunter is now facing up to 25 years in prison, but it is unlikely that he will get the maximum since it is his first offense. And it all happened so fast this morning, as Judge Jeanine will tell you. And the First Lady, Jill Biden, she was not even physically in the court yet to hear it being read aloud. She arrived just afterwards. President Biden says he will respect his son's conviction. But talk about irony. After the trial revealed that Hunter's revolver was dumped into a trash can, the president spoke at a gun violence prevention summit where he called for harsher gun control laws and for Americans to safely store their firearms.
By the way, it's time we establish universal background checks and require the safe storage of firearms. We should hold families responsible if they don't provide those locks on those guns. Who in God's name needs a magazine which can hold 200 shells? If you need 12 to 100 bullets in a gun, in a magazine, you're the lousiest shot I've ever heard. And by the way, if they want to think to take on government if we get out of line, which they're talking again about, well, guess what? They need F-15s. They don't need a rifle.
So one of the Hunter Biden jurors speaking out about the historic deliberations, he says the Biden name did not play a role.
Biden was on trial. And he was just like anybody else, you know. Nobody's above the law, you know, no matter who you are. And so that did not play a factor in my decision. It was not politically motivated. If you want to know that, politics played no part in this whatsoever.
Right, Jesse, we have not heard from you today. Love to get your thoughts as to what happened.
Well, it gave me a little boost of confidence in the American.
Wait, why is this news? Come on, bro. The president's son getting fucking convicted on gun charges? Like, that's newsworthy. It would be newsworthy if it was Trump. It'd be newsworthy across the board. It's newsworthy now. That much I understand. Like, it's very funny also. No, I meant the jurors saying they weren't biased. Like, okay, what should be the... Well, I guess the reason why they're saying that is because I'm sure they'll answer it. I'm sure they'll talk about how, like, but in the Trump case, they were being partial.
Legal system, although they still have a lot of work to do to win me back.
Oh.
It's kind of like watching an Eagles game and the refs throw 20 flags on us in the first half and then finally throw one flag on the other team.
Oh, he's an Eagles fan too. Of course he's an Eagles fan. Oh my God, you fucking horse manure devourer, you. Oh my God, classic, bro.
It's still not a fair game. Remember, Biden's prosecutors tried to sweep this under the rug last year and have this guy not go to jail at all and have lifetime immunity until the judge was like, say what? And now he might have to serve some prison. He might have to actually serve prison on this and the taxes. He should have listened to Nancy Reagan. She said, say no to drugs. And a lot of these foreigners targeted Hunter Biden, not just because he was the son of the president, but because he was a crackhead. And he's been compromised by the Chinese, the Russians, the Romanians, the Mexicans. Pretty much everybody wanted a piece. And because he was an addict, he was willing to take risks and do.
Yes, by the way, this is a federal gun case, so Biden could technically pardon him, which I doubt he will do. Actually, you know what? That'd be kind of cool if he did. He'd be like, yeah, guess what, bitch? I'm above the law. I am the law. I'm putting my opposition in jail and I'm taking my crackhead son out.
Things you wouldn't normally do because he needed the money for the family, but he also needed money for his habit. And he lived in a world of spies, suspicious wires, sex trafficking, diamonds, burner phones, wiretaps. This guy was on like an 8-year heater. Lucky he didn't kill himself. Lucky he didn't have the gun picked up by a kid who shot himself.
Wait, now they're fucking worried about guns? I thought guns don't kill people. People kill people. Wait, what? Wait, I'm sorry. Hold on. I know I've heard their fucking asses talk about how guns on their own are perfectly fine.
Lucky the gun wasn't taken by a criminal and used in a murder and had the gun go back to him. But for a long time, Dana, this guy... It was like an orgy of opportunists. He was using his dad. His dad was using him. The Chinese were using him. He was using the Chinese. And the CIA and the FBI were using him to spy on the Chinese. And he's never had any consequences his whole life. If you look back at the naval discharge, that was not a dishonorable discharge. That was an administrative discharge. He got popped again for cocaine in Stone Harbor, New Jersey. That got swept under the rug. The Sugar Brother rolls around. All of a sudden, people are interested in his art. So this is the first time he's actually had to pay the consequences, and this could not come at a worse time. Joe Biden's poll numbers are terrible. He's freezing up at Juneteenth parties. Trump's outraising him. The Sugar Brothers tapped out. He's never even seen Navy, his daughter. So happy Father's Day, Hunter Biden. This is what happens when you raise a son like this.
Wait, dude, you can't be coming at him for being a deadbeat dad too, bro. You're literally just shitting. What's next? Are you going to fucking talk about his tax evasion? This is like the Republican triple Monty, okay? Tax evasion, lying to fucking purchase a firearm, and being a deadbeat dad is literally, that is the Republican trifecta. There is going to be a certain point where the watchers of the five are going to be like, hold up, is he talking shit about me? What's going on?
You have to raise virtuous young men, or else they're going to come back and bite you. That is the lesson here.
Judge, do you think he'll do jail time?
You know, under the federal guidelines, there's no requirement that the judge impose jail time. But of course, it's up to the judge. I think the judge will take into consideration that in a case that was as direct and as clear as this was, that he could have taken responsibility, showed remorse, and pled guilty. And he would have gotten, in the sentencing guidelines, the way the feds do it, he could have gotten an extra 2 points for doing that. I'm not suggesting he's being punished for going to trial, but he could have received a benefit. But I think that this was a lesson in a couple of things. I think it was a lesson to Abby Lowell, who's an excellent attorney, and all of us have said that at this table, who so overplayed his hand that the jury was insulted. That, you know, for the first time we heard, well, maybe he was really an alcohol addict, you know, that it maybe not a crack addict. And maybe that text to Mookie was all about his meeting another girl and not a druggie to buy some more crack cocaine. And maybe he was at that 7-Eleven to buy coffee and a donut. And, you know, maybe he really didn't know that he was an addict. And yet the curious thing is that Hunter, in the statement that he issued after his conviction, he says recovery is possible by the grace of God. I'm blessed to experience.
Yeah, I love that the attorney that goes after Hunter Biden is an excellent attorney, and the attorney that goes after Trump is a political hack, obviously. Yeah, duh, because one is doing justice, the other one's going after a loud and proud American for loving America too hard. Yeah.
It's that gift one day at a time, essentially admitting that he's an addict. And as Zoe, the girlfriend, said, he knew that once you're an addict, whether you're sober or not, you're always an addict. I think
it's odd for Janine Perot to just be fucking talking about addiction, okay? I'm just saying, like, this person, this is probably one of the few sober moments that she's ever appeared on air. Like, what the fuck are we talking about?
that Joe giving a statement early on, right after the conviction, kind of saved him from having to address it at this speech this afternoon and this gun event. But there were certain things that were so hypocritical. His saying we've got to keep guns out of the dangerous hands. Well, your son had it in a in a car, and his girlfriend dumped it out in a garbage can a block from a school. And he says that we have to make sure that gun storage is a priority. You know, this is a family in hypocrisy. On the one hand, they show this united front in the courthouse every day. And even starting with jury selection, you know, we're a family that's joined together to support Hunter, and yet they were a dysfunctional family at best, given the fact that so many of the women were affected by what Hunter did. And in the end, this jury of ordinary people from Delaware were not intimidated by that family. And they recognized that this was a clear-cut case and that clearly no one's above the law.
Yes. Greg,
yeah.
Give you the floor.
Well, first, I just wanted to talk about that moment where Joe claims you don't need a rifle because we got F-15s. It's like, that's not the first or second time he said this, which is proof either that no one has told him it's a bad idea to boast that you can bomb Americans, or they did it and he doesn't retain that information. You know, but he says, we got F-15s, you don't need a rifle. It's not about need. It's about rights, the rights to self-defense. You know, and maybe built into that, there's a time that you have to go up against a corrupt.
I just don't understand it. Like, I don't think Greg Buttfeld is like a gun guy. You know what I mean? This is one of those things where I don't think any of these guys are gun guys. they live in New York or Connecticut and fly into New York or drive into New York to fucking film their Fox 5. Like they're not gun guys at all. It's just like I'm more of a fucking gun guy than Bud Felt.
Government, or in his word, a government that's out of line. But this is the same people that smear Trump as authoritarian. Trump has never boasted about, I can bomb you to Americans. And remember, these are the guys that called January 6th an insurrection. All right. And now they're just saying, you guys have rifles. You mean nothing to us. This guy shouldn't be president of the Taylor Swift fan club. My sense is that Hunter's going to jail so Joe doesn't have to.
Trump literally sent federal agents to assassinate someone and then flexed about how he sent the marshals to assassinate someone. Like that was what he did.
Disarming a sober citizen based exclusively on past drug use. And that is unjust based on the Second Amendment because there is nothing in there about that. So that's my thought.
Okay, Richard, final word?
For sure. So last week, I participated in jury duty for 2 days while we were going through the selection process. And, you know...
You got rejected?
I sure did. But what I learned and the people that I met there were regular people who...
This is the new liberal on the panel, huh?
Who had to take the day off from work or 2 days off from work in my case, and the people who were in my voir dire process's case. And they really were committed to this process. They answered the questions fairly, they answered them honestly. And so this is just to Jesse's point, like you have more confidence in the system today. I was reassured that the system worked, and the idea that you could have a rigged jury was almost practically impossible. There were 60 of us that were part of this process. And so what you saw today were 12 people, and you saw one of those jurors speak out, and you have 12 people who come to make a decision, as the judge said, we were talking about this a couple of weeks ago, and they're trying to get it right. And so anybody who disparages everyday citizens who go down and do this process, somebody who participated in it, don't do that, because these are everyday Americans who are participating in their responsibility as a voter and as a citizen. And so they made the right decision here because that's what they're supposed to do. And now we're going to have to see what happens. Barring an appeal, it's very likely that he will have some sort of punishment. And I think it's important to remember that he is not, like I said yesterday, he's not running for office. He's not hired in any part of the Biden administration or at the DNC or at the Biden campaign. And now this is a family that's going to have to deal with.
Our first election forecast of the campaign season with our ABC News partner 538 is here. And our ABC News political director, Rick Klein, is here to break down the numbers for us. Nice to see you, Rick. Good morning.
Yeah, good morning, Rebecca. So let's start with the...
Before we get to that, let's take a look at what Biden's up to.
She knows so long as she was denied, our freedom can never be secured. She knows so long as she was denied, our freedom can never be secured.
Bro! Oh, it's so good. God damn. What is that smell, girl? You smell terrible. Is that your breath? What's so stinky? You got stinky breath? Don't wag your tail at me like that. Really interesting clip of Hunter Biden's audiobook, and yet this is who you're voting for? Brother, I'm voting for Hunter Biden. Okay, that's who I'm voting for. That's right. I'm voting for Hunter Biden. I've decided America needs a crack cocaine user. Putting 2 sins after 11 beers. Oh my God. Oh my God, he's still not moving. Please start moving. Oh, thank God he moved. Bro, y'all remember when you motherfuckers were trying to tell me that he doesn't look that old? Like there were motherfuckers in here. Even Megaphonics and Mind Drive. Okay, two libbed up ass chatters. Okay. Bro, he just looks. He's so dunzo, dude. RNC banger, I'm afraid. What is this? This mysterious orange drink is the only thing keeping crooked Joe Biden from falling asleep into a deep slumber. Yikes. Huh? Ne? Caller. Orada var başka. He's drinking adrenochrome, Jack. That's baby spinal fluid, untapped, unvarnished. He's got that. It's a chug jug, straight from the source. Say about me, baby. You think he'll make it to the election? Yes. They will prop him up like a motherfucking corpse. I mean, there's nothing left, dude. What are we supposed to do? What's going to happen? You know? Weekend at Brandon's, baby. They really don't want to settle for Kamala that bad. I think Kamala would get cooked too. It's probably on the basket, Mom. I mean, there's plenty of others. No, it's not in here. I don't have release in here. I either place it on one of the chairs usually, or you threw it on the wicker basket, either by the garage door or by the door. My mom's taking Kai out. Me after taking NyQuil and watching Two Girls EDC. What the fuck is Two Girls EDC? Me after taking NyQuil and watching the top of the hour ad break come and pass. And not using this as an opportunity to fucking debate me to hit a fucking 3-minute ad break at the top of the hour. 9/11.
Mayday, mayday. They're hitting the North Tower.
I don't know, Mom. Anne her yerde leash var evde. I called it. Yeah, I also called the 3-minute ad break at the top of the hour. Evet.
With the 538 polling average. And you can see it's a dead heat. Trump up by about a point nationally. That is a slightly smaller lead than he held right before the guilty verdicts. But basically, it's been where the race has been for a long time. But now, for the first time, check out the 538 forecast. They simulated hundreds of possible outcomes. And you can see it's even possible there's a landslide on one side or the other, although that's not likely. As of this morning, 538 sees a 53 in 100 chance of a Biden victory. It's basically a coin flip. Now, the forecast is different than a polling average.
You guys want to, where do you guys think it was? The leash. Exactly where I said it was. In the wicker basket. Which is where she put it. For the record. By the door.
because it takes into account other factors like perceptions of the economy, and it tries to account for how much the race can change between now and November. And how is it so close? Well, check out the 7 biggest battleground states. President Biden, a very slight favorite, a small lead in the upper Midwest states, the so-called blue wall. Trump right now, a narrow advantage in several of the Sun Belt battleground states. And here's the thing, even small shifts by voters can have some big, big impacts. This is the simulation where if the election were to land on turnout and vote choice, just like it did in 2020 when Biden won. But let's assume for a second that youth turnout drops by about 10 points, and you see third-party candidates getting a little more support. You see the electoral landscape shift just based on that alone, a very real possibility. Trump then favored to win. And another scenario, if you see a shift in Black and Latino voters, 10 points more to Trump, again, something the Biden team is worried about, you get a map that looks like this, Trump winning by an even bigger margin. And one more note on all of this, third-party candidates, the 538 forecast sees no realistic chance that any third-party candidate wins, but they could definitely matter. In fact, 538 sees a 2 in 3 chance that Bobby Kennedy and others will get more votes than the difference between Trump and Biden in critical battlegrounds. That is a potential for someone to play spoiler, though it is not clear in which direction,
Rick,
guys.
if you go back a few screens, that one where you had the polling averages in the battleground states, that one right there.
Yeah.
In that outcome, actually, it's a 269-269 tie with Nebraska's 1 congressional district deciding.
That's right. Right now, favored for Biden. That would be the decider as 270 if he's able to carry that. The one in Maine going to Trump. It is that close.
Dude, they're going to prop this up as the third-party spoiler election. By the way, they're going to say that third-party candidates ruined the election for Biden. 538 forecast 2020 had Biden winning at 75% likely to win. He's doing so much worse compared to 2020. Yeah, I don't know. I just like. PSL about the ruin Biden. Yep. Gloria Riva, baby. Or my fucking king, my goat, RFK Jr. Oh, yeah, I mean, this is a person yelling at Neterai Card at people being like, you're not a Jew. The chick on TikTok who dropped the M-bomb and then tripled down on it lives in Wilmington, North Carolina, and was just canned from her job. Oh, no. We at Rofi of the Carolinas want to address a recent incident that has caused concern among our stakeholders. A newly hired employee made inflammatory remarks on social media that do not align with the values and beliefs of our company. Yeah, the racist white woman lost her job. I mean, it doesn't matter. She's just trying to get a fucking media career out of it, so that's why she did it. We already talked about how the car crash made John Fetterman more fucking right-wing. I'm not going to talk about congestion pricing. I'm not going to talk about the UAW. Oh, I wanted to talk about this. So here, let's talk about what the fuck's going on with the Young Thug trial, because there's some crazy updates here. Shouts out to Thugger Daily for keeping us up to date on the latest of the Young Thug trial.
I'm not the only one here. There's quite a few other lawyers that want to be present in the court. There's about 20, 25.
The challenge is I have space allocations, as I told you. So
Dog and pony show up in this bitch.
Every attorney with a pulse and access to Twitter, including me, has been losing their damn minds over what happened yesterday at Young Thug's trial. The fact that he threw him in contempt is the least of this judge's problems, which is kind of crazy because that was also insane. There have been no clear explanations for people who aren't attorneys online for why exactly what happened yesterday is grounds alone for this entire thing to be a mistrial. Why the judge is corrupt as hell, the prosecution's colluding, everyone is up in arms, but I'm gonna explain it to you now, okay? Amazing. This is Young Thug. His real name is Jeffrey Lamar Williams. He was arrested in November 2022, along with a bunch of other people on a slew of RICO charges, drug, gun, and gang-related charges. The prosecution's case is based on this theme. They're claiming that Young Thug and 2 other people
So make sure to be careful on your sources for this trial. I recommend the Thuggington Post. You're right. There's a lot of Young Thug related fan accounts out there, and some of them are committing journalistic malpractice. Some of them are very reliable sources in media. Thank you so much for making sure that we're only covering the non-biased, objective Young Thug fan accounts that have been dialed in on the Thugger trial.
Co-founded a violent criminal street gang called Young Slime Life, YSL, and that it's associated with the National Bloods gang. They're claiming that he made the YSL name popular through his songs, etc., etc. No one cares. In one of the indictments against him, they're alleging that he committed 191 acts that essentially furthered this conspiracy to RICO the house and do all this gang activity, okay? One of those acts includes, which is important, includes the allegation that Young Thug rented a silver Infiniti sedan that was used in the killing of a rival gang member named Donovan Nut Thomas. This is Kenneth Copeland, one of the star witnesses for the prosecution. He was sworn in on Friday and was supposed to, because he has to deal with the prosecution, testify in exchange for complete immunity. Okay, when that happens, you can't just plead the fifth and have your cake and eat it too. Okay, you do need to testify. And on Friday, he was pleading the fifth, okay, the whole time. So he was held in contempt over the weekend, but by Monday, he appeared to have a change of heart. During his testimony, take a short lunch break at court. After the lunch break, Brian Steele, Young Thug's attorney, stands up and is like, "We just learned something over lunch. What in the hell?" As this tweet summarizes,
Thugger Daily. Okay, this is a reliable source. I know that she's getting it from an unbiased source. Thugger Daily has been covering this trial endlessly, okay? And honestly, it's great. It's basically like the Law and Order channel, but for Young Thug only. This is the Megan Cuniff of the Young Thug trial, okay? Young Thug's lawyer has evidence of coercion and witness intimidation by judge and the state. The judge wants to know how he found out, but Steele isn't ratting. The judge threatened Steele with jail. Woody also apparently admitted he's the one who killed Nut. Corruption.
Brian Steele stands up and says, "Hi, Judge Glanville. I learned over the lunch break from someone that there was an ex parte meeting," and I'll teach you what that means, okay, between you, the judge, the prosecutor, the sworn witness, and the witness's attorney, without any of the defense attorneys present or notified about it. That is not allowed. Ex parte communications are communications that a judge has with one party's attorney or party and not the other one, okay? They're seen as the biggest no-no. That's why we have it in writing. This is Georgia's Judicial Code of Conduct, okay? Ex parte communications, right? You say here, judges shall not, no chance, initiate, permit, or consider ex parte communications or consider other communications made to them outside the presence of the parties or their lawyers concerning a pending proceeding or impending matter. Doesn't that sound like this? Yes, it does, okay? Even no matter what was said in the chambers, which I'll get to, which is crazy, even if they just talked about their Jimmy John's order, all right, in chambers, still beyond not okay, and grounds for a mistrial, arguably, all right? Judge Glanville.
That's right. Free my man's mistrial now.
Bill did not notify any of the defense attorneys. He didn't do any of this, and he didn't invite them to the conversation.
And if you want to see the OG clip here, let's watch this real quick so you can see the crime. The real crime is not one that they're accusing Young Thug of, which he definitely didn't do, but instead the collusion between the judge and the prosecutor.
The record. Well, I'm going forward. What I was told was that Mr. Copeland said, and you haven't answered my question yet. I'm not going to answer that question. You're not? No, I will not answer that question. Why will you not answer that question? Because I want to make sure that what I say is accurate, and I'm not trying to get anybody else. I'm asking you, how did you get this information? I'm not telling the court. What I'm saying is based upon information. Okay, well, listen, if you don't tell me how you got this information, then you and I are going to have some problems. We can have this. I got problems right now. Okay, I know. Look, I don't want to know about your problems, okay, at this point in time. All I'm asking you at this point in time is, how did you come upon this information? Look, if the case gets reviewed, the record's going to be available for.
This is pretty crazy. I've been following Thugger Daily for a minute. The DA's evidence has just been Instagram pictures and gang experts with shitty slideshows. They have nothing on them. I thought this was kind of, bro, okay, I don't mean to be that guy, but didn't Young Thug literally rent a car that was used in the drive-by shooting of Nut, and that the car was rented with his like name? You know, I mean, Free Thug. Like, the problem is that RICO charges paired up with like using rap lyrics. I think a lot of people have made jokes about it and been like, lol, rap snitches, lol, you know, basically revealing their crimes and yada yada. I think overall, and I've said this from the jump, is that's ridiculous. RICO already is like ridiculous to apply in a fucking record label situation. And I know everybody uses the MF Doom lyrics, like I said, but ultimately I think it's fucking insane to use free speech, rap lyrics, artistic expression, specifically in this situation. Like I don't understand why that is even remotely allowed. But anyway, that's neither here nor there. If their entire cases specifically designed around RICO, which is already like a fairly loose connection, and the consideration that like his record label is a gang, which is also ridiculous. And then beyond that, the only evidence they have is rap lyrics, then that's ridiculous. It's bullshit. But I thought that they had some pretty solid evidence as far as tying Young Thug to a certain degree to a crime.
For our appellate court and for whatever reason. But it's disturbing that how somehow you have surreptitiously gotten information in regards to the court's private ex parte conversation with a party. I mean,
a witness who was sworn in Friday. The court's telling, this is what I was told. If this is not true, not true. This court handed Mr. Copeland.
Tell me how you got the information.
Listen, whatever you want to do.
Tell me how you got the information, then we can go ahead and go forward.
I'm not going to say that. What I'm going to say is this. I was told, and I hope this concerns the court.
It concerns me that you have proprietary information.
Why is it
or
proprietary?
Information that you should not be having that was ex parte.
Why?
With a party.
Why?
State of Georgia.
How about the witness? How about Mr. Copeland, who supposedly announced he's not testifying and he'll sit for 2 years, and then supposedly this honorable court, or excuse me, let me rephrase that. This court supposedly said, I can hold you until the end of this trial. Ms. Hilton supposedly said, actually, all of the defendants and then all 26 people are disposed of. If that's true, what this is coercion, witness intimidation, ex parte communications that we have a constant.
Bro, what the fuck are they doing in Georgia? Like, what are they doing down there? By the way, this is also Fonnie Willis. So, like, wasn't this also Fonnie Willis? Originally? It's like, what the fuck are they doing down there? What is happening? And she fucked up the bag for the Trump trial. Like, I'm so mad. I'm actually so mad about Fonnie. Like, you couldn't just like keep it in your pants. You couldn't. You had to give him, like, the thing is, the Trump camp was going to look for anything that they could fucking tangibly get their hands on. They were going to use that to push this goddamn case beyond the election date. Okay? And then you turned around and you gave him something. Like, I will never forgive. And it's not even because, like, I think this trial would have brought down Donald Trump or anything. Like, you fucked my content, Fonnie. You fucked my content. You had the RICO for Trump, dead to rights, and you had to go and throw it around. You had to fucking fumble the bag in the process and deny us a televised court proceeding in a state court for a former president. A state court, which means that he couldn't even get pardoned unless he went to Brian Kemp, the governor, who he fucking hates. Like, it was so perfectly poetic. And it fucked everything up, dude. There is no dick that is that good, okay? No dick that is good enough to fuck up the bag this way. Oh.
Constitutional right to be present for. So I understand that you're upset towards me, but I don't know what I did.
Mr. Steele, I still want to know, how did you come upon this information? Who told you?
What I want to know is, why wasn't I there? Why,
sir? I'm going to hold you in contempt if you don't tell me who tell me who this information was.
I don't want to be held in contempt. Well, I'm not answering that question. That's attorney-client privilege information. I am not
attorney-client privilege. Unless you were in my chambers, that's the only way you can figure out.
I tell you what,
I'm going to give you 5 minutes. If you don't tell me if you don't tell me who it is, I'm going to put you in.
There you go, dude. Young Thug's attorney, Brian Steele, has been sentenced to 10 weekends, 20 days in jail. He asked if he could serve his time with the Young Thug. If his appeal fails, the judge agreed. Look at my lawyer dog, finna have a long-lasting friendship based on trust and mutual respect. Dude, this man is a real one, okay? Also, see, Kirko giving a fucking, giving the nod to Thugger Daily, which is the most reliable Young Thug and YSL RICO court case updates page, okay? ThuggerDaily@gmail.com. It's pretty funny. It's pretty funny because they literally, like, he's not even denying. He's just like, how did you find out that I did this? He's basically admitting to it, which is pretty funny. Anyway, let's get back to it now that you know.
Because duh, if they would have been invited, they would have objected to it. They apparently had a conversation in his chambers that morning that somehow led to the witness now testifying. And Brian Steele says, and confronts the judge with, he learned that during that meeting that they weren't invited to, which is not allowed, the judge, after the witness basically says, yeah, I'm not testifying, hold me for 2 years, whatever, the judge tells him, well, I can hold you, if you don't testify, in jail for as long as I want until these other 26 defendants already have their cases tried. Basically coercing, intimidating the witness to testify. The judge. And it gets worse. Apparently during that meeting, the witness confessed to being the one to murder Nut, a rival gang member who Young Thug is accused of renting a car in order to help in his murder, whatever. That is exculpatory Brady evidence, what we call it, okay? That confession is evidence that tends to prove the innocence of Young Thug in that scenario. And again, it has to be disclosed under the law. To the defense attorneys, it was not disclosed. There are layers to the corruption and tomfoolery going on here. In response, as any clearly innocent person does, judge doesn't deny that that happened. He just yells at him and says, how did you get your information? Who's your source? I'm very concerned.
Throw the judge in jail. That's right. Throw him in jail and free Thug.
And you haven't answered my question yet. I'm not going to answer that question. You're not? No, I will not answer that question. Why will you not answer that question? Because I want to make sure that what I say is accurate. I'm not trying to get anybody else. I'm asking you, how did you get this information?
Throw the judge in jail. Make Young Thug the new judge. There you go. Justice served.
I'm not telling the court. What I'm saying is based on information. Okay, well, listen, if you don't tell me how you got this information, then
something as
how did you come upon this information? Look.
Imagine you're accused of something as serious as witness tampering in an active pending trial. And your response isn't to deny the allegations, it is to badger the attorney about who his source is. And in doing so, throughout, you can watch the video, it's very clear that he's hinting at the fact that, yeah, all that did for sure happen. What? Brian Steele refuses to tell him. Of course he does. Brian Steele says, this is a violation of my client's constitutional rights because he has a constitutional right to be there for every phase of the trial, and he wasn't there in that back room, so that's a violation. So many rules being broken here, it's not even funny. So Judge Glanville has no grounds to force Brian Steele to tell him who the source is, but that's what he's sticking on. Pursuant to Rule 1.6 of the Rules of Professional Conduct, which is what all of us attorneys are bound to follow, okay, we have to. Everything you learn through the course of your representation of a client is confidential, meaning you cannot disclose it without a court order subpoena. It's not a thing, okay? It's not a thing. The court cannot just say, the judge cannot just say, you tell me who your source is, and I have to tell you who the source is, pursuant to, I don't know, basic ethics, but also, let's get to the root of the problem here. The source doesn't fucking matter when the information is correct. You can find all of the crazy quotes by this man, okay, during this exchange. He just keeps saying, you need to tell me, or I'm going to put you in contempt, and he's like, no, I'll let you have 5 minutes to think about it before I hold you in contempt. And he's like, I don't need 5 minutes, actually. I'm not telling you. There are two different types of contempt: civil contempt and criminal contempt. They're different, not based on, oh, it's a criminal trial, so it must be criminal. No, it's based on the purpose of the contempt order. Civil contempt is where you are trying to coerce compliance with a court order. Criminal contempt is to punish conduct, okay, like something that happened in the courtroom. Summary, criminal contempt in that sense, but it's a crime, okay? So you are afforded all of the due process rights that anyone accused of a crime are afforded, and it has to be proven beyond a reasonable doubt. This buffoon of a judge, pardon my French, doesn't know the difference between any of the contempts, and no one apparently told him on Google when he clearly Googled it during his 5-minute break. That was 2 hours, okay? He just keeps repeating, this is criminal contempt, this is summary criminal contempt, and everyone's like, no, it is not. It's literally not, because you're saying that he can get out of jail if he tells you what the name of his source is. So that would be civil contempt because you're trying to coerce compliance with a court order, which has to be lawful in the first place. And this isn't really a court order, it's just him yelling at him about something. You get it. Criminal contempt is where you are punishing behavior, okay? So he has to be disrupting or preventing justice from happening in the courtroom. If anything, he's the only one trying to have it happen. Fuck. So he is arrested, okay? Put into jail. Immediately, 25 defense attorneys, okay? And the president of the Georgia bar, defense attorney bar, I'm sorry if I'm saying that wrong, comes in, okay? Her name is Ashley Merchant, and she comes in his defense, like to represent him. And she hands the judge's ass to him in a very professional, correct way, and basically explains the difference between civil contempt and criminal contempt to him, the importance between the two, and says he's entitled to a hearing, okay? Notice, opportunity to be heard, counsel, all of that. And he says, no, he's not. No, this is sua sponte criminal contempt. He doesn't have a right to appeal this. No, he won't get a written order. Buzzer. Wrong. He is entitled to appeal it. He is entitled to a written order, a very specific written order. There's so many things. Essentially, the summary of it is he's sentenced to 20 days on the weekends to serve in jail, okay, for criminal contempt. And he asked, can I serve it with my client?
Isn't this literally Trump's team, by the way? Like in Georgia? Let's see. He's hiring Steven Sado. Never mind. Trump brought attorney Steven Sado to helm his defense against racketeering charges of Fulton County.
Who told him this? That's all.
Yo, watch this shit. The way this lawyer is getting his ass. Judge Glanville is scrambling. The woman is the president of the Georgia Criminal Defense Attorneys Association. She brought 20, count them, 20 lawyers to back her up.
I'm not asking this to release or otherwise tell any conversations, but I just want him to tell me that.
And Judge, so that's what you want, but that does not conflate to a contempt. Your desire for him to answer your question does not mean that you have the power to hold him in contempt.
So you can come into court, Mr. Merchant, and not answer a question
he
in the court and not be found held?
He replaced Drew Findling with Steven Sado. Drew Findling was I think he was he Gucci Mane's lawyer? Trump fires Atlanta lawyer swapping with lawyer who rep Gucci Mane. Oh, Trump fires Atlanta attorney swapping lawyer who rep Gucci Mane for Gunnas. So he had Gucci Mane's lawyer, Findling, and then he swapped him for Gunna's lawyer, who is Drew Findling, who was representing Gucci Mane, Offset, and others, and is often called a $1 billion lawyer for Steve Sado, who has worked with Rick Ross and recently got Gunna out of prison. So he went with Gunna's lawyer instead. And I think, hold on. Yeah, Ashley Merchant is the head of the Defense Attorneys Guild or whatever, is the leader. The woman who's speaking on stage is the lawyer who led the effort to oust Fani Willis. She's the one who cooked Fani Willis. An Atlanta lawyer representing one of Donald J. Trump's co-defendants claimed vindication on Friday for her efforts to have Fani T. Willis, the Fulton County District Attorney, tossed off the Georgia election interference case. Yeah. So, just something to consider. Cooking this judge right now.
If it's a question that the court is not permitted to ask, yes.
Okay, well, this is a question the court's permitted to ask.
Bro, I knew as soon as as soon as DJ Academics was like, I love Fani Willis, that's my girl, I was like, oh shit, we're so fucking cooked. Remember when we were having a conversation, me and DJ Academics? And he was like excited that Fani Willis was, tossing out these Ricos like it was candy.
And it's our position, if we had a hearing, we could explain to the court why he is not required. First of all, the court
Yeah, he called her the queen. He's a Queen Fani Willis.
accused him of eavesdropping. That is a crime. He has a Fifth Amendment privilege against answering those questions. Rule 1.6 protects all confidential information that is gained not from your client, but in representation of your client. He has the ability to protect that information. But we don't even need to get there because he can't be held in contempt, and you can't threaten him with contempt for presenting a motion in good faith. He presented a motion in good faith that he believed there were ex parte communications. You are a witness to that because it's my understanding that you were part of those ex parte communications. They can't be ex parte if you weren't part of them, by nature.
Okay. Well.
You have to be involved. Therefore, you have to be a witness. So you are a witness. You cannot also
But you got the information. But here's the thing. You got the information allegedly from an improper methodology. I'm not saying that he eavesdropped. Okay. I said that one of the things is it's either one of two ways. He either eavesdropped, which I don't believe he did at all. I don't believe that for a minute. But I do believe that somebody did tell him what was the sum and substance of the court's conversations, and that would not be permissible.
Judge, let's just back up for a second. He makes a motion because he has reason to believe that there were ex parte communications made. The court has a duty, if there are ex parte communications made, to alert counsel. He shouldn't have had to learn it from wherever he learned it.
I think that he caused that particular circumstance. I think that he had a conversation.
I'm not gonna lie, I fucking love lawyers when they do shit like this. It's just, you really need one on your fucking corner. You really need one like this on your corner. I love this shit.
in the same cell as him, as Young Thug, so that we can prepare our case? And the judge said, sure. Sure. And as he's being led in cuffs out of the courtroom, he's making all these motions. He did everything he possibly could and was such a G about it. And the moment, like the millisecond that the judge, issued his shitty, horribly written bullshit order of contempt that has no foundation in law or logic, his wife, Colette Steele, is representing him, because they're both attorneys, on his appeal, immediately files the notice of appeal. It's not appealable. We just did. We just did. And today, they have just continued the witness's testimony and continued trial as if nothing has happened. So appeal's gonna go through hopefully quickly. I want to fly to Georgia and shake Brian Steele's hand and all of those attorneys who pulled up to the courthouse in support of Brian Steele. They are a crew and they protect their own, and they're not going to let this shit happen to Brian Steele without a fight. I'm proud to be an attorney on this side, and I hope that Judge Glanville gets what he deserves.
Defense attorneys are fucking... They're awesome. But, I mean, they're also monsters in the way that, like Jayoma or whatever... That fucking guy who's like constantly being like, oh, here's my client. What did you do? And then the client's like, I raped 11 babies. And he's like, and what did you get? He's like, I'm walking home a free man. And I'm like, bro, you should not admit that. You know what I mean? It's like, what? That guy should not be roaming the streets, dude. I mean, do you know what I'm talking about? Chatters are probably oblivious to what I'm talking about. Where is it? Jayoma Law. Here, let me show you this motherfucker. He used to be a stripper. I mean, he's awesome in many respects. Wait, what the fuck? What the fuck is going on? Stop. Oh my God, it's so loud. We know it's a TikTok guy. Yeah, this guy.
ID. Who's the best lawyer? Jayoma. And why am I the best lawyer? Because he made my case go away. And what were you charged with? Aggravated sexual assault. Under a kid. Of a child, right? Of a child. And how old was the child?
Bro, he said of a child, right? How old was the child?
4. And did you do any type of jail time? No, I didn't. And are you happy with the results? Yes, I am.
Bro, that's like... Dude, you're a villain, man. You're a villain. Like, you're a villain.
ID.
I'm sorry. You're a fucking villain.
Don't snitch on yourself. Do not snitch on yourself.
Do you regret defending any of your clients?
Never. It's always an honor to do that.
What if you had a client that went on to commit mass murder?
Then they do that. Then they call me.
Okay, so have you ever had any moral dilemmas in your head of like, man, what if I release a supervillain with some great defense?
No, not at all. I see every person who comes across my table as a person who needs help.
Okay.
And I don't look at their personal issues, their religion, their past sins. They just need help, just like...
He says serial murderer? That's a repeat customer, bro. That's good for business. That's what he said.
How a doctor helps somebody who needs knee surgery.
I'm in for the kill right now. He smells blood in the water. He's going in for the not guilty right now. He will acquit.
This might legitimately be the biggest villain of 2024. Jayoma, the criminal defense attorney. Just so you see that I'm not exaggerating at all.
Bro, I've seen these videos. Like, it's crazy, okay? This dude is literally a fucking demon. Okay? This dude is literally a demon. Beat his meat in public. Dude, he is a menace, bro.
Oh, just look at some of the stuff that he's gotten dismissed for his clients. SA on a 4-year-old. SA on a minor. Assault on a pregnant woman. Assault on family member.
Assault on a pregnant woman. That one is like particularly... I think the assault of family member is a particularly gruesome one because he's just like laughing. I've seen one of those videos. Oh, this one. This one is insane, bro.
And why am I the best lawyer?
Got my case dismissed.
And what were you charged with?
Assault on a pregnant person.
And how much prison time are you looking at?
10 years, bro.
What did they accuse you of doing?
Punching and slapping my baby mama.
Okay. And are you happy with the results?
Hell, fucking yeah.
All right. And is there anything else you want to add?
Man, hire this man, bro. Did that. Hire this man.
I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna lie. It's like, bro. Listen, no, it's not even the other guy. They were accused. We don't know if they did it. Come on, dog. Okay, there's another one that. Okay, if this one didn't do it, which is fine. There's one that will do it for you. I think it might be this one.
Who's the best lawyer?
Ciao.
And why am I the best lawyer?
Because you got my case dismissed.
And what were you charged with?
Man, I was charged with assault family member.
And how much jail time are you looking at?
1 year.
And what were you accused of doing?
Man,
Bro. Look at the way he reacts, bro. We know nothing about these cases. I just hope in my heart, I hope that this is fake, okay? I really hope that he's just getting people to like fake lie about potential alleged crimes, and he's just not actually.
Man, for biting a girl, punching her, threatening to kill her, and putting a gun on her.
All right. And are you happy with the results?
Hell yeah.
And is there anything else you want to add?
Man, I thought I wasn't going to be able to get out of this, man. This man, he's the man. Y'all need to trust him.
Oh my God. He posted the, oh my God. Okay, well. Never mind, dude. To come to the side of my defense bar homies, the worst feeling ever is giving up on a person fully believing they're guilty and finding out later that they were innocent. Bro. Listen, I have no problem with everyone getting proper counsel, okay? It's one of the beauties. It's one of the beauties of this country that gets a lot of things wrong, okay? Getting good counsel is something that everyone deserves. But like, and the American criminal justice system is fucked up. Okay? But maybe not. But maybe don't flex so hard, man. It's like it's awesome. Like what Lolo does in many instances as a public defender is he is literally helping out some of the poorest, most fucked over people, you know, homeless people and shit, people that do not have money for counsel. He's going there and he's helping them through this process so that they can go see their children. Like, you know what I mean? It's like Christmas and there's a dude who's like homeless or whatever, or like fucking dead ass broke, who's, you know, he's wrapped up, fair jumper, shit like that. This guy's out here. This guy's out here fucking. I'm sorry, dude. He's just smiling, bro. Come on.
What were you accused of doing?
Man, for biting a girl, punching her, threatening to kill her, and putting a gun on her.
All right. And
oh, no way. He got the pregnant guy again?
All right, L. Back again. Who's the best lawyer?
Gioma.
And why am I the best lawyer?
Back again?
You got my case dismissed.
And what were you charged with?
Violating protective order and threatening to kill my baby mama.
Is that what they accuse you of doing?
Yeah.
All right. Are you happy with the results?
Hell yeah.
And is there anything else you want to add?
Hey, hire this man, bro. I'm letting y'all know.
Bro. That's a repeat customer, bro. What the fuck? No, wait. Can he get a hat trick? Dude. Something a lot of people on TikTok don't get is that Gioma gets these cases dismissed almost always because cops didn't follow proper procedures during the arrest, Miranda rights and stuff, or interrogations. Is fucked up, but this is the only way to punish cops for not following the rules. We already know they will bend and break the laws to extract confessions or enter property when they aren't allowed to. No, I know. But also, this is violating a protective order. He got this guy off before for assaulting his pregnant baby mama. No, isn't that the one? The One Piece one? Wait, what? This?
I don't fuck with you, creep. Bitch, I got my G. Why is they eyeing a V? I got my 30 on me. Can't run this on regular beam. He said he's sorry, like, what do you mean?
Oh. I switched my major from law studies to poli-sci and international relations because of you and Gioma making me consider going back to it. I mean, look, like I said, you want a dude like this in your corner, okay? You want a dude like this in your corner, but I'm just gonna say once again, you know, it's a little bit. How do I explain it? It's a little bit much when you're maybe flexing a little too hard. Like the other guy is just like getting DUI. Like the lawyers on TikTok meta started with like lawyers being like, I got my client off DUI charges or whatever. You know what I mean? And there was no point when I saw a lawyer being like, what did you do? And then the client went, sexual assault on a minor. And then the lawyer went, how old was the minor? And the client went, 4 years old. Okay, that's like what are we doing at that point? You know what I mean? That's fucking insane, bro.
Who's the best lawyer?
Gioma,
And why am I the best lawyer?
because he got my case dismissed.
And what were you charged with?
Theft,
And how much jail time are you looking at?
1 year.
All right, and are you happy with the results?
Very.
Okay, like respect, theft. Okay, that's awesome. Great, that's great.
What did they accuse you of doing?
Stealing from the mall.
All right, is there anything else you want to add?
Go for him.
Yeah, like great. That's awesome. Okay, very cool. Love that. Yeah, this one is like the most devastating one because he's just like smiling through it all. You know what I mean? What is this?
Who's the best lawyer?
Gioma.
And why am I the best lawyer?
You got my case dismissed.
And what were you charged with?
Possession of cocaine.
And how many grams?
4.
And how much prison
Okay,
time?
respect. Like that's fair.
Looking at
10 years.
And are you happy with the results?
Absolutely ecstatic. I knew I didn't do it, and you proved to the world.
Yeah, respect. Like this shit is fine. You know what I mean?
Who's the best lawyer?
¿Quién es el mejor abogado?
You.
Chayo.
And why am I the best lawyer?
Porque es el mejor.
de la cárcel.
Because you took me out from jail.
And what are your criminal charges?
Que eran tus cargos criminales.
3 muertes y 6 irregulares.
3 deaths and 3 illegal.
So 3 separate murder?
3 cargos separados.
3 cargos separados.
Okay. And did you have to pay for anything to get out of jail?
¿Tenías que pagar algo
No.
para salir?
No.
Okay. Would you recommend me to your friends and family?
¿Me recomendarías con tus amigos y familia?
Sí, con todos mis familia y mis amigos.
Okay. Are you happy that you're free and able to celebrate the holidays with your family?
¿Estás contento porque saliste y disfrutar los días festejos con tu familia?
Sí, estoy bien feliz de estar con mi madre.
Okay.
Is there anything else you want to say to the camera?
¿Quieres decir alguna otra cosa?
Es el mejor abogado que puede haber. Okay. Mom, is there anything?
Wait, 3 murders? Charges: 3 counts of murder, 6 counts of smuggling of persons? Bro, if Jayoma gets wind of the fucking Israel prosecutions, both in the ICC and the ICJ, it's Jover. Okay? This motherfucker's gonna get Israel off. Okay? Oh my lord. Dude, what the fuck?
Anything else you want to add?
Yes. He is the best lawyer. He is. You can trust him. Aquí en Laredo, he's the best lawyer.
Okay.
Guaranteed. 100%. Best one.
Okay. And for my Spanish-speaking audience out there, would you like to say something to them in Espanol?
En español, les digo, es el mejor abogado que podemos conseguir aquí en Laredo. Es el mejor que puedes y garantizado por madre que soy, que es el mejor abogado, confianza, consejos, todo. Es muy buen abogado.
Okay. Thank you.
How does he do it? Have you considered maybe he only works with innocent clients? First of all clients are innocent until proven guilty in a court of law, okay? That's number 1. Number 2, I just don't understand how many fucking procedural errors these goddamn cops are committing in the process of investigating a fucking triple homicide. Like, what the fuck were they doing? That this dude got off he doesn't even speak English, which is in a racist ass American criminal justice system. Like, he's already taken so many L's. Okay? Like, that is fucking nutty. Like, that must have been the most insane situation. Yeah, I saw the fucking consultation. I actually sent that to Lolo. The Tyler Oliveira, I saw the clip of the Tyler Oliveira YouTube video where he like literally consults a client. And I guess that's like technically not illegal. Like, well, that's Cappy. Literally the consultation with someone who admit to hitting their wife, and Jerome goes, bro, from now on, the story is you were defending yourself. She tried to hit you. Yeah, on camera, he says that, which is fucking crazy. He's out on pretrial detention. His case is still pending. Oh, he didn't get off on the murders. He just got out without bail until trial. Oh, okay. Well, what? He got out on without bail for a triple homicide? That's so impressive still. What the fuck? That's some Lalo Salamanca shit, bro. What the fuck? That's still crazy. Bro, 3 triple homicide. That's nutty. Triple homicide for a non-English speaking client, mind you. In a Texas criminal court. It's probably, if it was 6 people smuggling charges and 3 homicides, I assume it was like in the process of bringing them over the border or something. But it's like, that's wild. Where is the... This one's
All right,
funny.
who's the best lawyer?
Mr. J. Homer.
And why am I the best lawyer?
Because he got me a not guilty verdict.
And how long did it take for the jury to reach that verdict?
About 15 minutes.
All right. And what were you charged with?
Indecent exposure, playing with my junk in front of a lady.
Okay. And are you happy with the results?
I'm ecstatic about it.
And how much jail time are you looking at?
I was looking at a whole year of jail time, but Mr. J. Homer here, he got me off that hook.
And you were looking to be on the sex offender registry?
And looking to be on that sex offender alert.
All right.
Bro, I'm sorry. He said beating my mate in front of a lady. Okay. Yo, he did that shit. You will never convince me that he did not do that shit. Okay. Sorry. No. Bro, he said beating my mate in front of a lady. He did that shit. No shot. Bro, that's guilty as fuck. Okay. Ain't no fucking way, bro. Ain't no fucking way, bro. Jayoma got me off in more ways than one. Come on now. Bro, he literally said beating my mate in front of a lady. Playing with my junk.
And he got me off that too.
All right. Is there anything else you want to add?
I had a whole lot of children. And if I had been on that sex offender list, I was going to have to go out in the woods somewhere. I wouldn't have been able to live with my people.
What? Okay. But you're happy for not.
But I'm just ecstatic. I'm happy. And I thank you, Mr. Jahoma. Thank you very much, sir.
No problem.
All right.
That's my meat beating hand. Bro, I have a whole lot of children. He's releasing all of Gotham City's greatest villains. I'm shaking your hand with my meat beating hand. Listen, I'm just a gooner. What is this?
Jayoma.
And why am I the best lawyer?
Because you got my case dismissed.
And what were you charged with?
Assault family member.
And how much jail time were you looking at?
1 year jail time.
And what were you accused of doing?
My stepdaughter was recording me that I punched my wife and I punch in her chest, and also I take her through the hairs and I take him outside the house.
Okay. And kicking in the chest?
Yeah.
Okay. And are you happy with the results?
Yeah, I am very happy for the result.
Okay. And is there anything else you want to add?
Yeah, he's the best liar, and I'm very happy for the result. And I was very nervous. I was very upset because maybe I'm going jail, but I'm very happy for now that my case is dismissed.
Bro, what
Today,
the fuck?
I'm going to be going over Jayoma Google reviews to see just how good of a lawyer he really is. Starting off strong, we have Jayoma got my 346-year sentence with...
Okay, these are memes. Come on. Yo, if I was one of these people, I would not be doing this. Why get off when the world basically sees you tell everyone you're accused of these things? Bro, it's because he probably gets a discount.
Jayoma.
And why am I the best lawyer?
Because you got my case completely dismissed.
And what were you charged with?
Sexual assault of a child.
And what were you accused of doing?
Sleeping with a 16-year-old girl.
And how much prison time are you looking at?
20 years.
And are you happy with the results?
Absolutely, 100% happy.
And is there anything else you want to add?
Man, hey, Jayoma the best lawyer. Y'all hire him. He's the most aggressive lawyer I ever had.
Stop him, bro. I can't stop him. He's unstoppable, bro. He's unstoppable, bro. You can't stop him. You can stop the top of the hour ad break, but you can't stop Jayoma. Bro, he was smiling when he said 16-year-old, dude. He was smiling, bro. He was like, yep, sleeping with a 16-year-old. What the fuck? That's crazy. He has merch, bro. No shot. Dude, fuck the merge. Let me see if I can find the video of him like literally telling a client what to say. Let's see. Man, Susie B, thank you for the 5. Get the subs.
Has a client ever hit? You don't gotta say who, but has a client ever basically be like, "Yo, Jay, I did."
Oh,
that.
he's already connected with Kig, it seems. So we know who's gonna be their fucking lawyer. Oh,
Has
is this the
anyone
one?
ever confessed to you that they've committed murder?
Yeah. The allegations are that you had a girlfriend and that you punched her 3 times when she told you to exit. Not only that, but the cops said that they saw bruises on her left eye, they saw blood all over her face, and real lacerations. So what I want to tell you is, there's no cameras in this shit, right? Nobody's recording this, right? Right, to your recollection, nobody's recording it. There's no other witnesses, right? It's her word against your word, right? Okay, so you know what really happened? She attacked you.
Is this an average day?
Average day.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, in
These are
Harris
grinders.
In Harris County.
Wait, he literally can't do that? I mean, he's technically helping his okay. The legal way in which he's doing this is he's technically helping like he's walking through his client. He can do that, by the way. He can. He's offering legal counsel to his client and like he's basically saying like, this is your recollection. Like you can be you're basically recounting your own experiences. That's all he's doing. This is the guy that will free Tate on God. You are absolutely allowed to coach your client. No, it's subornation of perjury, illegal. Well, if he gets off, it ain't fucking perjury, big dog. Yeah, he paid for law school while being a stripper.
I'm here with
Jayoma.
Where are we at?
Torrance Corner Pocket in Houston, Texas.
Why are we here?
Because I used to be a male stripper over here, and this is what funded Jayoma Law Firm from the paper.
When I found out about this, I actually liked him a lot more. He's dope as fuck. Like, actually, I mean, he's a demon for the 4-year-old thing, but like, yeah, he's dope. He literally paid for his law. He paid for his fucking law degree by stripping, dude. He's awesome.
To the fax machines, to the internet, and I'm very appreciative of the entire community. I'm very appreciative of everybody accepting me and giving me the opportunity to do so. Every dollar that came through this actual strip club funded everything that we have, and I love it.
And what were your clients' favorite move on the pole?
Getting the ass smack, me being aggressive with them, like pulling their hair, pushing them down, throwing them around. That's just what I do.
And now that we're off the court, can we get a quick drip check? Can you spin?
If you're advocating for people to be able to get off theft charges, don't tell your audience to admit guilt to their lawyer. Yeah. I mean, as far as I understand, clients sometimes will say things that may or may not put them in questionable territory as far as admission of guilt. That's it. In a conversation, luckily attorney-client privilege, just don't snitch on yourself. Your lawyer, your defense attorney, is supposed to guide you through the treacherous nature of the court process.
What do y'all think?
Comment below. Peace, Joe.
It is illegal for your lawyer to tell you to lie. Don't tell your lawyer you did it. Yeah. clients sometimes misremember a lot of the key details of events surrounding their traumatic experiences. So as your lawyer is supposed to put your best foot forward, your defense attorney is supposed to guide you. They can't tell you to lie. Of course, that would be illegal. But they can technically make sure that your truthful confession of events that transpired is as much on your side as possible, as favorable in the eyes of a jury, especially enough to at least create reasonable doubt of your guilty conviction. Because remember, guilty conviction, when you're being judged by a jury pool of your peers, a guilty conviction, that carries a big punishment. You know, you're going to have your freedoms taken away. Your life is ruined for the rest of your fucking life. You know? So you want the police and the court to do everything correctly in order to ensure that the people that are being punished are the right people. That's all I'm saying.
Why are we here?
Because I used to be a male stripper over here.
What were your clients' favorite move on the pole?
Getting the ass smacked, me being aggressive with them, like pulling their hair, pushing them down, throwing them around.
The Jayoma thirst talks are insane, though. He's just like dabbing up predators and shit. Anyway, I already ran the top of the hour ad break. What is this?
I want to let these prosecutors know, like, hey man, you're gonna see my name on this case. It's coming. It's coming. Who's the best lawyer? Jayoma. And why am I the best?
Because you made my case go away.
And what were you charged with?
Aggravated sexual assault.
They didn't even show the other part where he goes, how old was the kid? And the client goes, 4 years old.
All right, D. Who's the best lawyer?
Jayoma.
And why am I the best lawyer?
Because he made my case go away.
And what were you charged with?
Aggravated sexual assault. Under a kid.
Of a child, right?
Of a child.
And how old was the child?
4.
And did you do any type of jail time?
No, I didn't.
And are you happy with the results?
Yes, I am.
This is like pure venom against being an abolitionist. I just don't understand why this person literally volunteered to do this TikTok. You know what I mean? Bro really isn't keeping the streets safe. Okay, let's be real. It's not like cops are keeping the fucking streets safe or the criminal justice system is keeping the streets safe. But yeah, he probably puts that as a part of like the payment rendered or some shit. I don't know. He probably doesn't warn the clients. No, bro, are you kidding me? Client facing over 100 years. What?
Who's the best lawyer?
Jayoma.
And why am I the best lawyer?
He got my case dismissed.
What were you charged with?
Possession of controlled substance. Of 155 grams of codeine with promethazine.
And what was the other charge?
The other charge was fraudulent prescription.
Fraudulent possession of
Prescription, yeah.
And how many counts?
That was 13 counts.
All right. And how much prison time are you looking on?
Over 100 years.
And how much prison time are you looking on the promethazine codeine?
20 years.
And how much prison time are you looking at the scripts?
20 years for each prescription.
And there's how many?
That's 13, so that's over 100 years in prison.
All right. And are you happy with the results?
Happy, man. If y'all need anything, go to Jayoma. He's gonna get you right. He's gonna beat your case, dismiss, and you don't even have to worry about nothing.
put the fucking news report. Coffee City Police report. Nabbing Houston area duo with codeine prescriptions. God damn. God damn, son. He used to be a good guy who hurt him.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is the guy who changed my life. He helped me choose from whether I was going to be a prosecutor or a criminal defense attorney, and he was wrongfully convicted of a crime when he didn't do it. And I ran into him today in court.
Bro, imagine this. Oh my God, I just realized that there's an alternative universe out there where he's a prosecutor. Oh my God. Okay, no. I would much rather have him as a defense on the defense side. Oh my God. Can you imagine him, this fucking demon, as a prosecutor? Bro, everyone in Texas would be in jail. Literally, perma jail. They would make Texas into one big supermax prison. He would be fucking jailing. He'd be jailing the judge by the end of the fucking court proceedings. Bro, oh my God. Okay, see, you have to think about it like that. That fucking demon could have been a prosecutor, bro. No shot. No fucking shot. Thank God he's a defense attorney. Please. Literally think about how bad shit would be. We live in the lesser evil universe, 100%. I don't even want to imagine. I don't want to imagine what the fuck it would look like if this demon was a goddamn prosecutor.
And last time I saw him, you were convicted, right?
Right.
And you were in jail and you were crying because you were wrongfully convicted for something you didn't do.
That's right.
Right? And then the reason why we found out that there was a retrial for your case is because the prosecutor was hiding evidence on your case, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
That's true.
And that's the reason now you're granted a retrial, now you're free.
That's true.
So I'm very happy to see you, and I just want to let you know that you're the reason why I chose to become a criminal defense attorney.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank God, bro. Thank God. Thank fucking God. Okay, listen. I didn't even realize there was another prosecutor route for him. How are you so anti-prison, anti-cop, and still anti-Jayoma? I mean, I'm not. No, he's not chaotic good. He's lawful evil, I think. Low key. Bro, oh my God. Jayoma would plant so much evidence as a prosecutor, bro. He would be running the gang team himself, okay? He would literally be, he'd be the prosecutor that was like basically in charge of the team that is responsible for planting the most amount of drugs and weapons. He would make Baltimore, okay? He would make the Baltimore Police Department look like some Norwegian police department in a fucking 30-person town. I'm telling you, it would be crazy. Expired tags hold bloodline Rico. What's up with the Baltimore Police Department? Very corrupt. He would make the Baltimore PD look like the People's Police. Yes. He would have put Hunter Biden. He would have gotten the capital punishment for Hunter Biden, death penalty. Okay? Hunter Biden, death penalty now. Anyway. You seen this absolute freak?
Why would you like
a man named Andrew Janoff became deliriously enraged by someone wearing the train. Someone waiting for a train while wearing a keffiyeh. Janoff is seen pushing the person towards the subway tracks, screaming so loudly people standing near him move away, stalking him on the platform. What the fuck?
Free Palestine. Why would you like to free Palestine? I'm asking you a question. I'm not touching you.
Someone who's from the land of Palestine.
There is no land of Palestine. Israel is the place. Palestine's not a country. We don't have relations with Palestine, you know, in the United States. It's not an actual country. So once again, you can't answer why you'd like to free Palestine. Once again, you can't answer what you have against Jewish people.
Am Israel high?
Done? Are you done? Are you done? You're still standing there.
I'm taking the subway.
Are we done or not? You want to talk to the cop?
Classic. Immediately being like, let me bring the police involved. Bro, it's not the IDF, okay? They're not gonna fucking immediately take your side in the situation, weirdo. The fuck?
Why would you like to?
The victim says, in addition to accosting him and following him around the subway platform, Cenat also threw his drink on him, grabbed his shirt, and tried pushing him onto the tracks. Profiled last year by the New Yorker for becoming fixated trying to take credit for maintaining the cleanliness of a Banksy outside of a Zabar's on the Upper West Side. Yeah, he just changed his hyperfixation from a Banksy to... What are you looking at? What are you looking at? Cutie pie? Yeah, I don't think this guy knows that Banksy is pro-Palestine, I thought, but what would you do, brother? What is this? You keep linking this to me. You wake up as Taylor Allison Swift. What's the first thing you do? Another 1.3 billion to Hamas. It's so dumb. Anyway, did you see the recent N-word discourse? I did. And that lady got fucking fired from her job. Your favorite Albanian Dua Lipa is becoming a Latina? That is literally...
Venezuelan word.
Coño de la
And
madre.
That's classic. Albanians always become Latina at the end of the day. Albanians are a part of the global Latina belt. %. Yeah, Albania is a part of the global Latino belt. They're calling it the least appealable, most airtight case of all time. Okay. No, I'm not going to play Batman at fucking 8 hours, dude. I'm going to go to sleep. That's what I'm going to do. All right. I'm done for the night. I can't even move my hands like that right now. Okay. My wrists are still in pain. They are getting better though. Can you guys tell that it's swollen? I feel like you can't really tell. It's actually not as, it doesn't look as bad as it used to. The first day it looked crazy. My shit looked like it had a bump on it. But I mean, I can still kind of feel it, but ice that wrist? No, I've been icing it nonstop actually. Yeah, I've been icing it and heating it too. Ice, heat. Also, not only have I been ice and heating it, I've also been taking anti-inflammatories, so it's actually pretty good. Glad it's not a torn ligament. I mean, I hope not. It still hurts when I like tweak it a little bit. Have you tried the shooting motion? Not really. Heat is bad. Well, too late now. And Epsom salt. Yeah. You'd know if it was torn. Very specific type of pain. It's overuse. Ice it if it hurts. Heat it if it's sore. Definitely overuse injury. 1 to 2 weeks off. Rest, ice, compression, and elevation. Yeah, I've been doing all that. Resting it, icing it, compressing it, and elevating it. I've been doing all that. It'll be fine, I think. I think by tomorrow, the pain is gonna go away. Hopefully. But basically, the first day it was a 10, and I couldn't even like open bottles, basically. Like I could not do things like when I do this, it still hurts a little bit. But when I did this, it would hurt a lot the first day. And today it doesn't hurt as much. Like it still hurts a little bit, but it doesn't hurt as much. Is it possible to still exercise in this case? What? Icing it delays recovery. Wait, really? Rice is no longer recommended. It's now meat. Movement, exercise, analgesics, treatment, and therapy. Well, I've been also moving it as well. I've definitely been moving it. I know that it's good to make sure that there's blood flow. Eventually, though, if the pain still continues, then I will go to the urgent care, or not urgent care, but like if the pain continues, I will go to the doctor. Anyway. Don't get your medical advice from chat, but chat is a bunch of doctors. It's crazy. Disrespecting chat like that. They're fucking doctors, man. Anyway, love you all. See you tomorrow. Bye-bye. I'm going to be a little late, by the way, tomorrow because I have something going on in the morning. An audition. Peace.
Sunny Los Angeles, California, says Hasan. The starlock to the topic just begun. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reviewing the P.O. box. Uncle Uyghur's face. Sudden Discord agitprop. Great names take embrace. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips, Ane at your door. H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction, a mass riot at DC. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reading live stream fair comments, sauce social advice. And all the ways the right-wing pipeline can suck you in online. JCS react, Lord frame gets broken, cover blown. A full-blown mass pandemic monster streaming at your home. Total radicalization coming out to find. The system you were taught to trust in was broken the whole time. All these daily streams, whether big or whether small, have helped me and so many find the meaning through it all. There he is again, Hasan is streaming